negative.
You're listening to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off kilter, the professor, the godfather. Post-wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest is pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.
And welcome to the NWA, the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, presented by Post Wrestling, the show all about getting color in the professional wrestling business. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, for a big show. So excited to be back with my brothers, the Advocates, and we have a lot to discuss. So let me not waste time. Let me not belabor the point. Let's bring on the Advocates. Of course, first of all, I am the Godfather, Nate Milton, your favorite podcaster. 10 years in the game. Ain't a damn thing changed. And I am joined by my right-hand man. Some call this man Moderna Chris. Some call this man Mimosa Chris. Some people even call this man the angry intellectual. And then there are still others that call this man Stemmy Butler because he back, y'all. But I have a brand new nickname for Chris this month. And if you have seen the clip floating around of Chris talking about Eric Bischoff on the recent edition of the Kings of Sport, I'm going to call this man the chef, Chris Ely, because he cooked up that brother. Fricasseed him even. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all give it up for the Mayor Pro Tem of Los Angeles, California, and my brother, Chris Ely, a.k.a. Chris from L.A. Can we rock? What's up, Doc?
What's up, y'all? I'm starting to get my second win back in. I've been feeling like crap all weekend. It's a side effect from the stem cell treatment. But I'm going to be ready to do the show today. That Kings of Sport clip. Check it out. And I'm just looking forward to the topics. And we'll get into it.
All right. Good to have you here this month, Chris. And of course, not only am I joined by Professor Chris, but I am joined by a young brother that brings you all the news that's fit to read. Some people say his pen is even more deadly than Drake's, J. Cole's, Kung Fu Kenny's, and Officer Rick Ross's put together. Y'all give it up for this man. You know, Chris, we just came off of March Madness. This brother we about to bring to the stage is in the middle of Merch Madness because everybody is out here picking up that Yeek merchandise. Y'all give it up for the youngest in charge, my nephew, Andrew Thompson. What's good, Neff?
What's going on, my guys? Always pleasure to be here. Always good to see y'all, man. I'm going to hell, man. I'm finally about to cut it all off on Wednesday, man. I wanted to see how far, the beards are connected. you see this, man. Been growing it out full caveman style, but it's always great to be here. I'm excited to talk to y'all for this crazy month of April and the time between since we last caught up on screen and stuff like that, man. So it's gonna be a good time. But Nate, I understand that it ain't just the three of us.
No, it's more than just the three of us. I feel like a lot of people, Chris, this week coming off of AEW Dynamite, been talking about WCW in the year 2000 and old nitros and things of that nature. And I feel like you remember that episode where Ric Flair came back, fire me, I'm already fired. And Arn Anderson was introducing all the horsemen. He's like, what a goof. I forgot the fourth horseman. Ric Flair, get out here. That's how I feel right now because we got to bring this next brother to the stage. He is quickly becoming an important and integral member of not only the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, but also the Kings of Sport in general. So y'all give it up for one of the greatest producers in the game today. As I said on the last episode, Chris, this man got more hits than Diddy with none of the allegations. Y'all give it up for this man. Some people call him 10-Day. Some people call him Two-Way. Some people call him Sugar Ray. But you know what, Chris? Again, going back to basketball, last month we saw a phenomenal player captivate the nation, Caitlin Clark on these streets. Well, I'm here to tell you, this man, Ray, is the Caitlin Clark of producing. So let me introduce my brother, Ray Williams, a.k.a. Caitlin Dark on these streets, y'all.
Caitlin Dark.
See,
put it on a t-shirt, Dickie Bird.
That's what I was saying. I said this on Kings of Sport, Andrew. I said it's gonna turn into the new Yick, and now I'm Caitlin Dark all of a sudden.
Caitlin Dark, but they gonna cancel Chop Tees. They see that shit. They Caitlin Dark.
Yeah, it's gonna be several cease and desist sent to Australia. Off of that. But yeah, Ray, we are so glad to have you, man. And for those that don't know, man, Ray is more than just a talking head on this show. Ray is actually, the behind the scenes producer. And I was so proud. I'm gonna put you on Front Street, Ray. I was so proud when I showed up tonight, about 15, 20 minutes before the show, and I was setting up my mic and everything. And who do I see, Andrew? Ray is in here getting stuff together, making sure the graphics is right, making sure the music is right. Ray ain't playing around with this, ladies and gentlemen. This man take his job seriously. That's why he is, the Caitlin Clark of producers. So we are happy and blessed to have you as part of the team, Ray. But before we get to all of the crazy stories from the past month in professional wrestling, of course, we're going to be talking about WrestleMania. Of course, we're going to be talking about AEW, and we've got a bunch of other news and notes. New Japan, so much stuff to talk about. But Ray, I think we need to start with a man whose name we just brought up. I don't know what the weather is like for all the postmarks out there watching or listening in the future, but there is a man that doesn't give a damn about the weather, Chris. He don't care about the forecast, Andrew, because that man's name is Dickie Bird. He the Bird man, baby. He flying any weather. And we got to give a shout out to Dickie Bird and the good people over at Chop Tees, man. Chop Tees is where you can find all the best merchandise from the good folks here at Post Wrestling. Our brothers over at Poison Rana. The Kings of Sport has a shop over at Chop Tees, man. Awesome products, hats, hoodies, t-shirts, man. Anything you want, Dickie Bird got it, man. And not only does he have it, Andrew, Dickie Bird can get it to you faster than anybody, man.
I'm telling you, I ain't never seen nothing like it. The man to tell you something on the way on Monday and it'll be here by Wednesday. Man, I'm starting to believe Dickie Bird is actually a resident here in the United States, man. I don't really think this brother in Australia, just the rate that he gets stuff quickly to you, it ain't nothing like it, man. So definitely go get you some merch from Top Cheese, man. Anything from the KOS pod, get you some stuff from Post Wrestling.
Yep,
you get anything, man.
Dickie Bird, Rich fan.
Dickie Bird might start selling bags of chips on that jump, man. I'm telling you, you never know.
Yo. All right. So this is crazy. Dickie Bird ain't gonna do this, man. But humor us, brother Bird. We know you watching, man. So Chris and Andrew and Ray, how they got rap snacks.
Yeah.
When you can get like Master P chips, or you could get
I just had the Nicki Minaj. It was some kind of sour cream.
Nicki Minaj sour chips.
So, yeah.
What if instead of rap snacks, we get post snacks?
But the FDA gonna shut our ass down.
Look. If you're a wrestling fan who's hungry, look no further. Chop Tees got post snacks. Are you craving a salty chip that can give you a delicious bite? Try our new Pollock pickles. It didn't sound right as it was leaving my mouth. It didn't sound right, and it sounds even worse now that I heard it on the microphone. So I think that's as far as this analogy is going to go. Hashtag Pollock pickles.
Well,
Hey,
we don't yet have those. Yeah, exactly. We still, like you said before, we got to get those cleared with the FDA first. But
we got to get that clear with John Pollock. Is going to be like, absolutely not, guys.
But what we do have on Chop Tees is the latest sale of the month.
Talk to him, Ray.
And that is the NWA bundle. I don't know if you guys were aware that we have our own bundle this month, thanks to the good people at Chop Tees, including brother Dickie Bird. But yes, we have not only can you get the original Nubian Wrestling Advocates t-shirt, but you can get it bundled up with the new merch seller, the new #1 t-shirt.
Oh my goodness.
The Yick, youngest in charge. Bundle those together. You can save 15%, whether it be the regular t-shirt style, whether it be the ringer style, or whether it be the long sleeve baseball tee bundle. You can save 15%.
That long sleeves don't look hot though.
Yeah. So
I seen the ringer. I hadn't seen the Yick in the long sleeve baseball tee. Everybody, I'm just letting everybody know in the Milton household for Christmas. I don't care, moms, pops, nieces, nephews, sister, brother-in-law, y'all all getting Yeek merch for Christmas.
Yeek merch, man.
You're gonna be like, Nate, what is this? I'm like, you don't know about it now, but everybody gonna know about it soon.
Bro, I'm like genuinely impressed by like the rollout of like the NWA merch that Diggy got on the site. Like it's like I'm talking about like just the variety, different stuff that you can get, like hats, shirts, sweatshirts. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like really like genuinely, it's like really impressive. And then on top of it, like I'm just talking about like the quickness in which you get this stuff. Like, man, sometimes you be ordering from some of these places, man, you ain't getting your shit till next month.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? You ain't seeing it until a few weeks later. So like it's very impressive, man. So definitely go cop some NWA merch, man. And when you wear it out, make sure you take a picture, tag us on the Twitter.
Yeah.
Retweet it, tag the post account, tag the KOS account, tag me, tag Ray, tag Uncle Chris, tag Uncle Nate. We're gonna retweet it, show you some love. Shout out to John Cena. I mean, John Cena was wearing an NWA shirt.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw Cena out there on them Philly streets.
Shout out to Cino, man, out here rocking the
Good
NWA
brother.
merchandise. You see that man, Cino? Eddie had on the post hat. That man, Cino, be on chopped tees like it ain't nothing. That man, Cino out here. But yeah,
hey, Chop Tees is where it's at, man. Salute to the good brother Dickie Bird and the whole crew at Chop Tees, man. They do good work and they work with good people, man. And I'm not just saying that because we love everybody here in the Post family, man. But they make it a point to not as Chris would say, they don't engage with the fuckery. So you ain't gonna see no Candace Owens shirts up at Chop Tees. You ain't gonna see no Joe Rogan shirts up at Chop Tees. Alex Jones, he ain't got no merch at Chop Tees.
Hey, but Nate, you wanna know what you will see on Chop Tees though?
What
Maybe
you gonna
one
see?
Of these days.
What you gonna see?
Look at that Andrew Thompson interviews. Merchandise right there. You see that's an exclusive. These bitches
it ain't even out yet. It ain't even out yet. That's like nephew showed up with a pair of LeBron 25s. It's a year and a half for them Jones come out. But yeah, salute to the good people at Chop Tees. Chop-tees.com is where you can go for that. And we have one more bit of housekeeping before we get into the wrestling. Also, for those that want to send comments or thoughts on anything we discussed tonight, hit us up with your comments in the chat. And if you want to jump to the front of the line, if you want, the VIP treatment from the NWA, smash that super chat button and jump to the front of the line. Ray will bring up your comments. But there is one last thing I want to talk about, Ray, before we get to wrestling and in particular WrestleMania, because and I'll just say it here, Ray. Like one of the coolest things for me about WrestleMania weekend was seeing how long they let things play out at the end after Cody Rhodes won, and seeing that emotion, seeing the family come through, and just like you could tell, this brother was just not only happy for himself and his friends and his family, but that connection with Dusty, and I was just like, damn, that's really cool, man, to have achieved this moment, that your father is somewhere smiling, looking at his boy, and it reminded me of conversations I had with my own father, Chris, over the years, man. And one of the things, Chris knows, Andrew, I don't know if we talked about this, but Pops is a good man. He always, encourages me, on the grind these last 15, 20 years, broadcasting, podcasting, media and whatnot. He's like, hey, man, keep your head up, man. You got to keep grinding. Now I'm thinking Triple H stole a lot of his material from my dad. But one of the things my dad used to tell me, Chris, my father said, when I was younger, hard times make for better men. And something that can make us better men, me, Chris, Ray, Andrew, what can make us better men? And if not better men, at least better podcasters, subscribing to the Kings of Sport Patreon. Patreon.com/the Kings of Sport. Bring it up, Ray. $5, as the nephew would say, for the cost of a biggie bag. You can get over 300 hours of content, audio, video, talking about politics, sports, pro wrestling, entertainment. We got MCU reviews up there. One of our newest shows, the Avengers Initiative, is talking all about the MCU from a female-led perspective. We've got an MMA show that is out now, the Spinning Blackfish, starring Ray and Shinyeri Okafor. They're going to have their UFC 300 review up sometime this next week. So if you want to support what we're doing, if you want to support good people like Ray and Shinyeri, the silent partner, light-skinned brother Marcus Vanderberg, if you want to support what we're doing, man, one of the easiest ways to do it is through fiduciary means, through fiscal means. And that's going to the Patreon. $5 gets you in, man, and we would really appreciate it. Some of y'all might be like, what's my $5 gonna do? Now it means a lot to us. We really appreciate it, and it helps us do more things with this network, man. It helps us do more things with this foundation at the Kings of Sport that we've kind of built with voices that look like us and sound like us, being able to talk about, sports and politics and pro wrestling. So if you got time, if you got a little bit of change in your pocket, I know it's tax season. I know Uncle Sam might give you a little something in your stocking for tax season. Hit us up, Kings of Sport Patreon. We'd really appreciate it. And with that, all of the preamble is out of the way. So I think it's time to finish the story, nephew.
You know it's so crazy when you said but when you said my father said, I thought you was about to start singing Kingdom. That's what I thought you was about to start doing. That's why I started. That's why I started laughing. I was like, "This guy about to start doing the Cody thing."
It's the restraint, though. See, like Chris knows, a younger me would have started singing it. But as I've gotten older and wiser, you put that restraint on it, and the message is received a little bit more. like Jeff Saturday would say, Ray, you got to receive it.
So there was something that brother Ray had brought up before the show started. We not gonna talk about that in specific, but that definitely wanted to talk about some of the festivities during WrestleMania weekend. One of those shows specifically being For the Culture, Nate. Lot of beautiful black talent on this show. I only got to see certain snippets of it, certain portions of it, certain clips. I didn't get a chance to watch it in full, but definitely saw a lot of the clips floating out online. Some of the highlights. It was a specific Twitter account that I follow that's always like chopping up different stuff from various independent shows. You had Darius Lockhart on the show as a special guest referee. Darius Carter, Billy Dixon, Suge D, Alex Kane. The beautiful Pan-African World Diaspora title. That is a very beautiful championship, man. Tuco Scorpio was on the show.
Yeah, man.
Darcy, Janai Kai, who I think is like, bro. So just to talk about Janai real quick, and even Darius Carter, and specifically who we talked about last month, Nate, Chris, and Ray, who he praised on. A shout out to that brother, very for sure one of the most I'm not gonna say underrated, because I think there are a lot of people who do know who Darius Carter is, but I'm gonna just say someone who should have possibly got his shot on the big time. I think that's more so a better way to put it, because there are people that are aware of his brand. I don't want to make it seem like he's like some fucking wrestler that's like hiding in the shadows, because he's definitely not. People know who Darius Carter is. But Janai, guys, she's probably one of my favorite independent wrestlers. I had the opportunity to interview her a couple times. Very, 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 like, you can just tell, like, heart is fully in pro wrestling. Like, she's like, I think the style that she does, like the sort of the ring gear, like the whole MMA-esque, karate-esque thing that she has going on, and of course the face paint and all that stuff that she does. Like, I think Janaka is like really like hella times. I know she had a run in MLW. I believe she's still with them. Sonny Kiss was on the show, man.
Yeah,
like Reese, I don't know if y'all had a chance to see him yet. Like, he does like a whole like he does like it's like he like comes to the ring and like performs like a rap or something like that. Like, I've only seen like a few things of him, and I found out through him through Leon Slater, who that brother signed with TNA right now. You had like a Team Myron versus Team AJ Francis thing going on. So yeah, shout out to everybody that was on the For the Culture show, man. Definitely wanted to shout them out. And yeah, we always got time for our beautiful people who putting on them type of shows, man. So yeah, shout out to them. And it's also I don't know if he still does it, but I know there's a wrestler out in the UK. His name kind of slipping my mind right now, but I know they do like some for the Black History Month in the UK, they do something similar. So, bro, something very similar to this. So, yeah, definitely looking for that. I think it's in October, I believe. I don't know if they still doing those shows, but hopefully, we'll be able to provide you with an update on that here on the NWA. So, definitely, before we get into anything, the rest of the Mania weekend stuff, definitely wanted to shout those folks out, man, on that show. But any other thoughts about some of the the non WWE shows that took place over the weekend? We had Bloodsport taking place, brother Nate. Shayna Baszler showed up and went at it with Marsha Slamovich. The match didn't go that long, but it was hot for the moment. That it was dead, crowd was in it. What sort of did you think about the integration? Like, I guess of like you want to know what's crazy? I remember when we was talking about this last month, and I think it was Ray who said it. When you have these talents flying into Mania and you're not going to use them from the WWE side, it's like you might as well like let them. At least if you're gonna bring these people out here with all this wrestling, I'm pretty sure they want to do something. So at least you would want to, to have them do something. And Shayna went out there, man. She showed out, had a great match with Marsha Slamovich. Again, it was only like 7 minutes or so, but it like towards that back and it got hot. So what did you think about just sort of Shayna, essentially being in her element? And being in that environment that sort of fits her in ring style, as opposed to like compared to when we talked about last summer when she had the stadium MMA match with Ronda Rousey and people was basically on their phones the whole damn time because it didn't hit the way that it would hit when you at a blood sport and it's so intimate and and then Shayna Baszler's move set is like fully on display, if you will.
I think it's the difference between something that's authentic and something that's an approximation, nephew. I think when you put Shayna in that element, like she thrives because it's like that's where I came from, dog. It's like one of my favorite stories that back in the day when my mom or one of my aunts or uncles would read it to me was Brer Rabbit and the Briar Patch, and the whole time Chris know this one, Brer Rabbit it was the fox was like, I got you, Brer Rabbit. What you gonna do, Brer Rabbit? He didn't say that. Obviously it was written a little bit more poetic than that. And Brer Rabbit was like, whatever you do, don't throw me in that Briar Patch, player. I hate the Briar Patch. Please don't throw me in the Briar Patch. And Brer Fox was like, oh, you don't like that Briar Patch. Bam, I'm gonna throw you in the Briar Patch. And then Brer Rabbit was like, oh, this is where I came from, baby. I thrive in the Briar Patch. And he ran away. Yeah. Spoiler alert for Brer Rabbit. But like, you can just see, like I said, I didn't see everything from Mania weekend just because I work 55 hours a week at the shit out. So between that and the podcast and like Mania weekend itself, like my time was booked. Yeah. But I did see some of the clips of like For the Culture, like you were saying, which was really cool because I do think there's like a community, man. There's something different when you have that community aspect to a show. And it was really cool, seeing all of our melanated brothers and sisters out there, man, just doing well. And then when you talk about, Shayna and Bloodsport, I feel like that is something like, if you're going to fly these cats out here anyway, why not put them on a show that's not under your branding? And, it might bring new eyeballs to your show because they're like, yo, I went to that show and Shayna Baszler, I was unfamiliar with her game. And now I'm a fan. And where can I see more of Shayna Baszler? Unfortunately, you probably won't see a lot of her on Raw because she don't be getting no TV time. Justice for Shayna Baszler. But I think it's a good idea. And yeah, like Chris has often said, and I think if I ever do get to a WrestleMania, which won't be next year because I'm not going to Minneapolis for who for what. If they do this Atlanta WrestleMania, which is what the people want, what the people need, Chris, I think I'm going to follow your game plan because Chris has always said the events surrounding WrestleMania, no matter how good WrestleMania is, the events surrounding WrestleMania can often be as good or better. So, I'm just happy for everybody, just from a financial standpoint, Chris, like this is probably the biggest payday of a lot of these cats' lives over WrestleMania week. So, yeah, anything that's good for their economic futures, man, and their economic stability, I'm with it.
Yeah. If you're investing your money the right way, it should one WrestleMania check should take care of you quite well. And it's just the weekend. The week means like way more than it ever used to mean, because wrestling is represented that weekend. And I think now that they're not trying to, under the old regime, they wanted to cut out as much wrestling stuff. They wanted that to be the show, which I understand to a certain extent, but you got to understand that it should be a badge of honor that so many events want to flock around your event just to get a little bit of a rub. So, and I didn't watch any of the independent stuff during WrestleMania weekend. I watched all the interviews and stuff, and people saying stupid stuff, and some of the all the drama, the all that stuff I watched, but I didn't get to fully immerse myself in like the indie stuff. Last year, or I was doing a lot of stuff with True Hill Heat, like doing a lot of watch alongs and stuff like that. This year, I was in Colombia, as you know.
Sir. Christmas Stereo.
Stimmy Butler.
Yeah. And then that's another thing for these side effects.
Hey, Chris. I'm about to say, Chris, while we on that, how was the trip to Colombia, man? How you feeling? Give the people an exclusive update, Chris. How you feeling, man?
All right,
we get an article up on Post Wrestling update on Chris.
Right. So I'm feeling like right now I'm still kind of like some days are slow, some days are not. Like I'm just kind of letting the side effects do what they do. Like the trip there was fine. I have to do this again in a few months, so I'm just hoping that by the time, like I still haven't even like begin like working out, like doing my like training and all that, which is something I was hoping I would do, but yeah, these side effects are just not agreeing with me. So we'll see what happens. But I'm optimistic.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? My man Chris on his way back. He on his way back, man.
Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready for this new Chris.
Y'all ain't ready. My man about to be doing the full 619s on the stream. We're gonna see Chris kick his feet up. He gonna do a full swing right in the middle of the stream. But like just some of the real quick before we get into WrestleMania, like some other independent stuff that happened. Going back to Bloodsport, we had Zoe Stark who accompanied Shayna Baszler to the ring for the match. Charlie Dempsey, William Regal's son, who's also in NXT right now. He was on that show, and he did some stuff last year for All Japan, challenge for the Triple Crown heavyweight title. Toni Storm was at Return to Stardom for their show, and she had a whole little thing going on with Mariah May and Mina Shirakawa that's transitioned over to AEW TV. So that Willow Nightingale was on the show, man, on that Stardom show as well. But Willow is fucking killing it right now. So yeah, big shout out to Willow. She's going to be actually challenging for the TBS Championship coming up here at AEW Dynasty, which we'll talk about at the end. But real quick, why we on the just so I don't forget, because I had forgot to list this in the topics, and I don't want to forget about it. So I think we should touch on this first. But real quick, fella, I want to get y'all thoughts on this. Is Brother Ray back on here? I want to start it off with Ray. Kick it off with Ray. Ray, you in? All right, good. Brother Ray in here. Ray, I want to ask you. So it appears that Mercedes Moné is not going to be wrestling until May 26th, and that's the date of Double or Nothing. She's been in AEW. That's a full. She debuted March 13th, so it's a full month now. They've been sort of rolling her out with just talking segments. Bringing her out in front of the crowd. She's been on commentary a few times. I mean, she's been on commentary once. She's done a lot of backstage stuff. But there hasn't been any official word yet. But I'm under the assumption that she's not fully cleared, because that's even on this past Wednesday on Dynamite, they did the little thing where she was like she did a sit down interview with Alex Marvez, and then she got jumped, but the lights were out, so you couldn't see the actual physicality. But But also, like, I think this, I don't know if she's cleared or not, because when she debuted, she got physical with Julia Hart and Sky Blue. So she hit her Monet Maker and stuff like that. So I just kind of wanted to ask you, like, what do you think so far about the presentation of Mercedes Moné on AEW? And then on top of that, assuming, because they haven't said that, I think she's like made like a comment on Twitter about it, responding to a fan question about like if that'll be her first match or not. But some people think that she'll probably be like a late addition to Dynasty, or like maybe she'll have a match on the lead up to Dynamite, on the lead up to Double or Nothing. But like, man, a lot of people are big fans of her, like me, because of what she can do in the ring. She's like fucking great in the ring, the best of what she, like one of the best, like waiting a full month, another full month to see her in the ring, man? Like, what have you just thought about the presentation of Mercedes Moné, and then for a lot of people, the in-ring stuff is what like they are like waiting and eager to see, and then we gotta wait till May 26th to officially see that. Like, what do you sort of think about that? Because I mean, it does make her. I think in a way it does make her seem like her wrestling is like a big deal, but like it's like, man, I just want to see her fucking wrestle. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, what do you sort of thought about the build up so far, as we are 1 month in officially?
Well, I think the build up has been pretty decent. I think it still shows that she needs to work on just her mic skills and stuff. Of course, everyone's always saying, well, she's best as a heel, and so you got to wait until she get the turn, and then that's really where she could get into her bread and butter. But it's like, yeah, but at least for the time being, especially if you're going to be out for another month or so, like try to work on hone those skills right now as a baby face, especially while you still got the crowd's favor in behind you. So I think that the tie-ins with Willow has been good. And by the way, like they never really officially said that, oh, she's gonna come right off the bat and start wrestling soon.
Yeah.
So like you said, it gives fans those anticipation, and it gives fans that opportunity to, once they see her. The only thing is, like, will it be a letdown? Especially if there are fans that don't know of her, but she's being made as a big deal, especially with the music and the CEO chants. It's like, if there was just a strictly AEW fan who didn't watch her back in WWE, and they're like, what's all the hype about this Moné? So I think they're really building the storylines with her and Willow together. I think depending on what happens at Dynasty, and I don't want to spoil it because I know we're going to go into our predictions a little later on, but depending on what happens with Willow and the TBS Championship in Dynasty.
Yeah, that's interesting, bro.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, just knowing what happens with that, and then you don't want to rush her right into like a one-on-one program. Maybe do you pair her with Willow on the next pay-per-view in May, like that Double or Nothing show? Do you pair her in the tag team match?
About it, hey, Ray. So she's actually going to be challenging for the TBS title at that pay-per-view. So
really?
What I was saying, yeah, exactly. That's why I said it was interesting, because think about it. Okay, they put the title on Willow at Dynasty, so essentially Willow gonna be a transitional check, because you gonna have Mercedes lose at Double or Nothing,
right?
So and then on top of that, I was going to add on to your point, Ray. You gonna have Willow lose the TBS title match to Julia. I mean, I said Julia. I'm thinking about Julia from Stardom. That's about to go to WWE. But Julia Hart, that's why I said her name like that, Julia Hart. So Julia, and then, you know what I'm saying, had Willow lose that TBS title opportunity when a lot of people think that she probably should be TBS champion. I do, definitely do. But at the same time, I don't want her to win the title, because you're only gonna have it for
right
4 weeks, 3 weeks, right?
Yeah, and I think. And now that you mention it, it could be a good way. Like, you don't have to go right away. And I remember John Pollock was talking about this. I believe it was on the either review or Rewind a SmackDown or Rewind a Raw, where he was talking about how, kind of similar to what they did with WWF with Superstar Billy Graham, is like you had a specific end date. Like, you don't want that to happen with Willow, especially like she's just now getting, like, everybody. It seems like like everything is building up to her getting a big win somehow, some way, and you don't want to temper that with like, well, everyone else knows that once Moné comes in May, she's going to take the belt.
And so, I got a bigger question for you on that, Ray. Why the hell is Mercedes Moné playing in the SWAC? Why? Yeah, like for real. Like, and this is no shade on the TBS title.
They got it in the Jade Cargill.
Right. Exactly. Like, we just gonna put it in the MEAC. Come on now. This is a D1 player right here. This is a Power 5 school player here. And you gonna throw it at Norfolk State. You gonna throw in Howard? No disrespect to those
Yeah.
schools, man. Love my HBCUs, man. But come on
No,
now.
yeah,
What is we doing, Chris?
No, it makes no sense. I didn't want to be the first one to say it, but yeah, it makes no sense. It's it would be equivalent to when Hogan was debuting in WCW, and they have him go for the US title instead of the world title, right? I think Mercedes is at that level for someone that's on the back end of their career, like Edge, Adam Copeland going for the TNT title. It makes sense for that. You're telling me that, you know, Mercedes is someone that you care about and you're putting a lot of stock in her, and then you have her going for a title that one of your top women had for all those days and still left and went to the other company because for whatever reason I guess she wanted to, you know, test waters in WWE. And then
I mean, to be fair though, Chris, after you win 16 consecutive national titles at Grambling, you got to move up to the Pac-10 or something, dog.
Yeah, eventually.
ACC or something, player.
Right, yeah. And then even like with like the TBS champion is very forgettable, and it's only 3 people that's hold it. So who it was Statlander that had held it second, right?
Yeah, Jay Statlander, and then now Julia Hart.
Yeah. And yeah, she needs to be in the mix with Tony Storm and with Saraya, all those women. You know,
shit, Saraya ain't on TV, but you mean like the main mix that's in there?
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she needs to be.
I'm about to say Saraya ain't getting no damn TV time. That's all TV. They ain't got her on TV.
She fighting for her life trying to get her brother over though, dog. Salute to Saraya.
Right, yeah.
Doing it for the fam.
Yeah. And to me that's harmless if it's on ROH, you know. Like, I mean, if you're paying for that app, which I'm not anymore, but if you're paying for that app and get disappointed at that, I do feel bad for you, but
Mercedes, this is the thing. Like, I just kind of like echo sentiments that we said before when I was talking to Ray. Like, I just think that a lot of people are like just very eager just to see her in the ring, and I think that's her primary skill set, man. Like that, like she is in a category of her own. Like she is like phenomenal in the ring. I think a lot of people are just very eager to see that, including myself. So, I mean, I think I'm just more so curious to see how they keep just that level of intrigue on Mercedes as we have to wait another month and some change, probably about 6 weeks, you know, for her to officially get in the ring at Double or Nothing. But also, I'm like, I do want to see Willow with the TBS title, but I don't want to see Willow win the TBS title just to drop it in 6 weeks. No. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to see Willow get a lengthy run. You know, something that she can like really sink her teeth into, because I feel like it kind of be, you know, defeat the whole purpose of, you know, Willow getting her big title win just for her to end up losing the title just sometime short time after. So, I mean, if that's the case, I would much rather Julia Hart just keep the title and then, you know, going to drop the title to Mercedes at Double or Nothing, and then we, you know, see Mercedes going to title run. Hopefully it doesn't. I don't think it will, but hopefully it doesn't turn into a situation like similar to Jade Cargill, where, you know, she's just like, hey, the TBS title is yours, you can have it. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't want that to be the thing. I want Mercedes to do what they didn't do with Jade, which is to, bro. I don't think Jade got to wrestle. You know, and again, I'm not saying Britt Baker is the end all be all. I'm definitely not saying, but when I'm saying she's a stalwart in that division. So you would want it. So I was hoping that Jade was gonna get the chance to get in there with the Jamie Haters and the, you know what I'm saying, like those those names and be in there just to, you know what I'm saying.
She was stuck in playing them conference games.
She was stuck in them conference games, man. But hopefully, I think that this is just a vehicle to move Mercedes. But at the same time, like a lot of people have been clamoring to see Athena get on the AEW main program, and she like, again, she's fucking killing it in Ring of Honor. Like she is Like, but I think there's like a legitimate argument, like a very, very great legitimate argument. If you're talking about the best women's wrestler in North America last year, 2023, Athena is
Yeah.
like at the top, like in terms of like what she did, and the whole Minion stuff with Billy Starks and Lexi Nair, and how they were like some of the most like entertaining stuff for like the majority of like the ROH programming last year, and they even carrying it out in the 2024. They got a whole great thing going. Where they effectively introduced Lexi Nair as like an official member of the storyline and stuff like that, because Billy Starks won the first ever ROH Women's World TV title. So shout out to her as a part of that whole thing with Athena. But like, man, like I remember when Athena, she had did an interview over Mania week, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna be on ROH. I'm gonna be on AEW TV soon." When she said that, I'm thinking like, "Oh, she probably gonna drop the belt," and then they finally about to move her. But I think what she meant was she was on Battle of the Belts.
Yeah.
She headlined the show with Rare Velvet. You know, of course, she's still champion, which I'm great to see. But like, I just don't want it to be a thing where like they like you feel like you have to keep Mercedes in this TBS title. I'm like, dude, man, we can have like a good 2-3 months of this. You know what I'm saying? Her killing it, going crazy with the belt, having great performances. But eventually, at some point, I want to see her in that AEW Women's World Title mix. Want to see her with the title. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I think that'd be overall great for the division to have somebody with that level of, you know, the star power, if you will. And, you know what I'm saying? It'd just be great overall, because I want to see Mercedes. I want to see her just in that mix in general. But, yeah.
Well, I saw a comment from Evan in the chat earlier, and you know, keep coming with your chats and the super chats, and we'll bring up the comments. But, yeah, the bloom is falling off of that rose real quick. And it feels like, we know Mercedes is a star, right? You just use that word, Andrew. But it feels like on TV, outside of her debut, and maybe, you know, an episode here or there following the debut, now she just feels like one of the roster. And when you have certain talents, they should never feel like one of the roster. And that's not shade to the rest of the roster, Chris. No, but there's talented performers, there's stars, and then there's starras. Right. And Mercedes Moné is a starra.
Hey, Chris, before you add in, let me ask you this real quick. Do you think they should have held off on the whole big business thing until maybe this month? If they knew that she wasn't going to be able to go until May.
No, I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem that AEW is having right now, and this is outside of Mercedes or any of those women or any of those men, is they're just not the hot product right now. So automatically you're going to come off as smaller scale. So that's something that that's got to be worked on internally. Secondly, you have a belt that Jade held that belt for a long time, and then she left, and Chris Statlander really didn't do anything with the belt. And Julia really isn't doing a whole lot with the belt either. You know, it's not an established title the way the AEW world title is, or even the TNT title is, you know, and you want to give that belt to Mercedes to, I guess, help that division. I think Mercedes needs to be in the world title picture. If that's not what you have for her, then what the hell are we doing, right? If you want, like, I think for someone like Julia, this is a good place for her, because she's on her way up.
Or even Willow.
Even Willow. It's like they're establishing themselves. Mercedes, I mean, I guess you could try to give it to her, but it's like, we gotta be thinking big with this.
Mercedes with the TBS championship feels like LeBron with an in-season tournament ring, Chris.
Exactly.
Like, that ain't what we playing for, dog. That ain't what we playing for. It's nice. It's nice. But it ain't what we're playing for.
Yeah. And we don't need to do a championship celebration after an in-season tournament, right?
Put the banners up.
Right. Yeah. They I mean, there's a lot of creative juices in AEW right now that just aren't flowing. And I think that unfortunately, Mercedes is a victim of that. Because in my opinion, when you have someone like her, you should be having ideas for this person. Like someone should be coming up with something, right? She shouldn't just be keeping a seat warm. And that's all she's kind of been doing. It's like you have her going out there. She's got no motivation, you know. She's like, or we don't know what her motivation is outside of that introductory promo that she did. We're trying to figure her out. Like I'm trying to figure her out in AEW. I want her to be in AEW and I want her to stay in AEW, but I also want her to get put in stuff that she can sink her
that
teeth
feels like
into.
meaningful.
Yeah, and the fans can sink their teeth into, you know.
Yeah, I'm with you on that 100%, man. But like, so yeah, I'm pretty sure we like, yeah, the next month, next month's NWA podcast will be closer to Double or Nothing. So you know, hopefully, we'll have like a more firm, like with the you know what the official plan is. But we know she'll be challenging for the TBS title, so we'll definitely know by then who she'll be facing at that pay-per-view. But circling back over to WrestleMania, man. I just got a couple highlights from the show. Then I'm gonna kick over to the brother Nate and brother Chris, and then you know brother Ray if you want to pop in for sure. And then you know if you fellas remember anything else from the show that stood out to you, most definitely feel free to bring that up. But I'm gonna just go down the list of the stuff that I found intriguing from the entire weekend.
Hold on, Andrew. I'm gonna step on your toes real quick, nephew.
Go ahead.
Producer Ray, can you come to the front of the class, please? There you go. All right, so shout out to the new school. Y'all see them on the bottom of the screen, both young, intelligent, bright brothers, man, bring a lot to the table, bring a lot to this space, a lot of much needed energy and enthusiasm and life experience to this space. We're very blessed to have both Ray and Andrew as part of this team here, not only on Post Wrestling, but also with the Kings of Sport. That being said, Chris, I don't know if you remember, you know, it was a very small conversation that we never brought back again. But I remember the debates about the merits of the 2-night WrestleMania. Night 1 versus night 2. And Ray, I told you on the Kings of Sport, you know, you had to, you know, take some humble pie, eat some humble pie with a side of Pollock's pickles. Hey, yo.
I ain't eating shit. So whatever you want.
Andrew, nephew, night 1 versus night 2. We not talking about anything else. Night 1 versus night 2, which was better, brother? Come on now, nephew.
I will not admit to that, but what I will say is, Ray, let me ask you this. I remember a certain somebody was saying, if The Rock ever came back, he is going to be in the main event of night 2. And technically, Ray, he was.
No,
hey, Ray, who was on the official bill for the main event of WrestleMania night 2? Just tell me the two people that was on the official bill for that match, Ray. For night 2.
If I remember correctly, it was Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes. Yes.
Exactly. Hey, but Ray, who was in the main event of night 1 of WrestleMania? Officially on the bill.
Well, we have Seth Rollins and Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns and
who else, Ray? Who else, Ray?
You know what? Now that I think of it, one Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson on night 1, scheduled.
You know what, Chris? Yes. I gotta hand it to the nephew. You know, he's in honor of the Juice
Ray.
passing. He's doing his best Johnny Cochran impression, trying to obfuscate the truth, the core of this. And all I will say, Andrew, is if night 1 didn't hit, you must have quit, brother, because night 2 was where it was at.
Right, yeah.
Hey, all serious, I think night 2, yeah. Night 2 is where it was at. But hey, listen, I'm not giving y'all the satisfaction of getting that. So all I'm gonna say is that man Dwayne was on night 1. Technically, on the official billing, he wasn't in the main event. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know what official billing you're looking at. Because when I turned on television, The Rock was all over the place, man. He was on Kimmel. Yeah. He was on Fallon. He was on the Today Show.
With Hoda Kotb?
Yeah, it was like
I couldn't Hoda.
Like
Yeah,
If
but the Rock and Reigns,
WrestleMania week,
but
I
they
could
had them
not.
on like so much media.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could not. Like, I couldn't blink without seeing The Rock on
Yeah,
regular. I'm not talking about podcasts and shit like
yeah,
that.
I know.
Just
I ain't
regular
talking
TV.
about
Yeah,
the Pat McAfee show. That I'm talking about like
like
stuff
mainstream.
that's in
Yeah,
your living room. This
Mhm.
was insane, man. I never seen this kind of build for WrestleMania. He was on an episode of Fallon with Roman Reigns, where
Mhm.
they
Yeah.
were like the guests on the show. It's like
yeah.
they got so
But
much.
but the WWE they have like these like media blitzes during Mania
Mhm.
week, like but the shit
Yeah.
is like it's like but like as a news writer, bro, like there is no busier week for me than Mania week because like but they do so much and it's not. See, this is the thing. This is why I also think that like I think it would like help AEW a lot is like the just the local shit, like just doing like a lot, like bro, like even if it's like they have like wrestlers who aren't like necessarily like the bigger name, like in comparison to a Rock, like they'll be on like just they'll come in like it'll be during Mania week and they'll promote WrestleMania, but they'll also be promoting the live event in the city that's coming up in 2 months. You know what I'm saying? Like it just even if it's just like a 4 minute, 2 minute thing, like just the rollout and like, everything that popping out on the weekend. But yeah, like Chris was saying, bro, The Rock, he was everywhere on everything, like on all these big time TV shows and media appearances. Like even like I know Chris was talking about podcasts. He was on some of like the bigger podcasts that really don't cover professional wrestling, but they
Yeah.
like The Rock.
Right, yeah.
So they was like, we're gonna bring The Rock on the show, and then like he's promoting WrestleMania. So yeah, like that Mania media blitz is like some of the most ridiculous stuff that like I've ever seen. But yeah, like going back to the WrestleMania, like in all seriousness, like that night two was really definitely enjoyed night two as well as night one too. I think it was a lot of
Yeah, both
positives
were.
coming out of that stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wanted to actually get y'all thoughts on this. Like we gonna run down some of the stuff. Like let me pull up because I just wrote down like some of the stuff that like really stood out to me. But I think it's like only fair to like pull up the whole thing and like just get y'all quick thoughts on it. If y'all ain't got really nothing to say about it, then we can just jump to the next thing. But yeah, we had the Rhea Ripley, Becky Lynch, WrestleMania match. You know, Becky Lynch had Chris. They said she wrestled with strep throat, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Is
Yeah,
that not contagious?
Yeah.
Is that not contagious?
Yeah.
I'm like, that's
She had like they said she had a 102 fever.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Hey,
She better than me.
Becky, she tough, man. She tough. Shout out to Becky, man.
I'd have been like, you want me to wrestle outside in Philadelphia with 100-degree fever? For what?
Yeah.
For who?
Yeah.
She tough as hell for that. Shout out to Becky, but yeah, Rhea retained the title. Awesome truth, Nate. All true. Look, hey, look. But we the Miz cool and all, but like in all seriousness, Nate, I ain't gonna lie, bro. It was so fucking cool to see All Truth get his moment, man. Out of all these, the Judgment Day stuff and like, bro, he finally got his, Nate.
Yeah,
Finally
yeah,
got
that was really cool to see Our Truth, man, get that moment. The match was a bit convoluted, but it was fun, so I let it slide. But yeah, it's cool to see Truth kind of getting these flowers, especially coming off of an injury that might have been it for his career, and so to see him getting these flowers while he's still here to receive them has been pretty cool.
Hey, Chris, did you think that they was gonna take the titles off Truth and Miz the next day? I mean, the following Monday.
No, I didn't think they were gonna do that. I thought I think they need to get a little bit of a run. I'm like with Nate. I thought they should have just done two separate matches, but what are you gonna do, man? It's what it was.
No, I am kind of glad that they split the titles though. Like I think that's what needed to happen because it gives more different teams different opportunities and stuff like that. So yeah, but I was definitely glad to see.
It's funny because they split all the titles, right?
Yeah.
I honestly think if it was up to Triple H or someone with a brain, it would just be the world title.
Yeah,
and
you're talking about just one set of tag titles. You mean?
Well, I think it'd probably still be the two because I think that's what their network partners demand out of them.
Yeah.
But I don't think they would have. like merged two belts just to create one belt like they did. I think they would have just like Triple H would have found a more creative way of getting one of those belts off of Roman Reigns. Instead of like we can't beat Roman ever.
Could have done it last year, but
yeah. And that's gonna be the prevailing debate from this year's WrestleMania 2 is also should they have taken the belt off of Roman last year or not. I still maintain that what happened this year was the result of a lot of happenstance and a lot of luck. I think that that it ended up being well, but I could have seen so many ways where this could have went wrong. I would have done the title change last year, but this is gonna be an ongoing debate. It's just if you, I think that they ended up in a good spot because I mean, like, let's say if Vince McMahon didn't get all the stuff happen to him the way it happened this year, if The Rock's movie schedule wasn't free, there was a lot of dominoes that fell in place.
There was a strike in Hollywood, two of them.
Two strikes in Hollywood, writers' strike. There was so much that fell into place that let this WrestleMania be probably the best it could ever be. If we didn't get all this shit, because it's so easy for people to say, well, the WWE, they're proving that they did the right thing. Yeah, you could say that, but I mean, again, if a lot of this stuff didn't happen, if Vince was still there, Vince probably would have had Roman win again. You know? Like, I mean, yeah. But it was outside of that, it was a good weekend. I gave night 2 of WrestleMania a 10. I gave night 1 of WrestleMania, what was it, like an 8.7, maybe a 9. Once they had the women fight in the chicken wing match. And,
man,
that shit was crazy.
Man. Like not only okay, you ain't slick, Paul Levesque. I'm talking to you, brother.
Bro, out of all the sponsors you got, you telling me you couldn't find no other sponsor.
It's not just that, Andrew. Let's break it down. So first of all, we had a match sponsored by Minute Maid Agua Fresca, which I'm sure is a very delicious drink that has vitamin C and all sorts of other nutrients. And we're going to put Agua Fresca on the match with all the luchadors.
Yeah, with the Rey Mysterio and Andrade.
Then let's go to this match prominently featuring these black women. Sponsored by Wingstop. I'm surprised because they were facing a team of predominantly Asian women that it wasn't sponsored by Wingstop and Panda Express, but they showed some restraint. So congratulations for showing some restraint. And then the next night, nephew, and I get this because it was the match Snoop was on, but the match featuring Bobby Lashley and Street Profit was sponsored by Gin and Juice. So we got Agua Fresca, chicken, and gin. That's what we selling to our communities of color. It's a new era in the WWE.
New era,
right?
New era. Now, but when I saw like the Rey and Andrade and Jay, Bianca, Naomi sponsors, I'm like, what the like you like, because I know they have like a rotating thing of sponsors, and I'm pretty sure it's not like you gotta buckle down to one specific thing. I'm pretty sure you can like float these things in and out. Like so you would think like there would be somebody like in these production meetings that's like, how about we like not put this one on this specific match and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like so look, the gin one, I can let that slide because Snoop was gonna comment.
Right.
But Snoop was just talking bullshit the whole time, but he was hilarious. But he was
speaking of BS, nephew, this might have been the most egregious, even more egregious than putting the chicken sponsorship with the Big Threes match. How you gonna have Jimmy and Jay out there on not even arguably the worst match of WrestleMania weekend, sponsored by Dude Wipes, dog?
Dude
Come on, baby.
Hey, hold on, wait. Like, no boys. I didn't even look at like what is Dude Wipes? What is that?
It's like
it's like wipes,
butt wipes, like moisten butt wipes to help you clean. Like, I don't know a better way to describe it.
Yeah, it's baby wipes for grown men.
Baby wipes for grown-ups. Yes, baby wipes for grown-ass men.
Yeah, travel wipes.
But that Jimmy J match, like that was not That was not it, bro. Like I don't know what it was, but that match is just not it.
Bad for people.
Yeah, man.
With that Jimmy and Jay match, because we were me and Nate were hosted. We were guests on SP3's review shows, and there were so many people trying to defend. Like, it wasn't a ton of people, but more people than I thought were trying to defend that match. Like, when it ain't hitting, it just ain't hitting, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I'm never gonna be one of those people that's gonna try to call something good when it clearly wasn't good. That match suffered, man.
Yeah,
and
man.
I like it suffered from horrible build. It suffered from, I still maintain that their styles just might be too similar.
I agree. I agree.
And it's just really, it's
these
just
motherfuckers.
really,
They're literally twins. Like they wrestle the exact same way. Like, and you want to know what, Chris? Like, I think that's like such a critical point that like some people like miss just when pro wrestling in general. Like sometimes when people have similar styles, that doesn't necessarily mean that shit is gonna click in the ring. Like sometimes it's usually those clash of styles that end up being the best of matches. Two people that do not wrestle anything alike.
I think Jimmy needed to be more like thuggish, like more of a brawler in that match, to kind of offset Jay doing more of the high flying stuff. It just didn't work.
Chris, I mean, Nate, do you think that would have been better if that was the Philadelphia street fight?
Yeah. And I think that they suffered because that, like, you had the Philadelphia street fight, and then you also had the main event of night one, which is basically a street fight.
Yeah.
And so it's like you can't do 3 street fights back to back to back.
Yeah, like the match just wasn't. It didn't hit, bro. And like the funniest thing for me when after that match was over, I saw people was like, man, I can't wait for them to get back together. Please stop this. It was like y'all need to go ahead and get the Usos back together, man. Like, come on,
The only thing I liked about that match, Ray, was Lil Wayne cashing the easiest paycheck of his life.
Oh, yeah.
Wheezy F baby, and the F stands for Fatu. Just
shout out to
it's just you, Oos.
And he
I know, right?
He didn't even rap. He just
he did.
Came out.
Yeah.
Now I'm millionaire, tougher than that. It's just you, Oos.
That man Wayne came out and performed 15 seconds with a milli. He had me. That man had me asked for that good 15 seconds. And they put the Usos song on. I'm like,
that was the thing. It's like, and wasn't he supposed to come out with a new song? But he just came out. It's like
he was like, I'm not gonna put that on this match.
He ended up. So the new song, he ended up releasing it, I think the day before Mania. I think it was a song with Young Thug that he put out.
Okay.
So I'm guessing, I'm assuming that either one or two things happened. His team was just like, we just gonna roll this shit on our own, or B, somebody realizes like it's probably not gonna get the proper attention for a song rollout. Like it just probably just wasn't gonna make sense to do that, and then people just gonna be eager to see the match, and then you wasting the whole like 3-4 minutes with the song, and people sit on this cold ass weather. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and the match ain't good, so like we don't want that associated with this.
Right.
Lil Wayne is about self-preservation, man. It's about he's what's gonna get me the check, what's gonna keep me from going to jail. Hey, Donald Trump said if we give him $1 million and you take a picture with him, he'll pardon you. Okay, I'll do it. I don't blame you for it, man. Shoot, I'm not much for the MAGA shit, but you're with the charges that brother was facing.
Yeah, man.
You have to do something, man.
They call me Wheezy F baby, and the F stands for find a way, Chris.
Right, yeah. And then he's taking pictures with Kamala Harris like a few months ago at her house. So, I mean, the dude is gonna do what he needs to do to get the check. The WrestleMania, he went there. He's like, "Hey, I'll just be here." And for WrestleMania to get a rapper the magnitude of a Lil Wayne, that's
Michael Cole called him the GOAT, and if anybody knows hip hop, it's Michael Cole.
I was about to say, Chris, they got a Monday Night Raw appearance out of them too. So there you go.
Get a Raw appearance out of them, man. It's like, if you get once you get to the threshold of like rappers like Lil Wayne, Jay-Z, people
Right.
like that. You
Mhm.
just got to be happy you got them to show up at the event.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
And it is just is what it is.
On time.
Yeah.
Right.
He said on
Yeah.
time. But yeah, we
So-
had the
Lauren Hill ain't
Oh.
never done a WrestleMania.
Right, yeah.
Lauren
Oh.
Hill would have been late. She would have been late.
I know,
Correct.
right?
Here's the national anthem, Lauren Hill. She walks out right
Right.
before Cody versus Roman.
Right.
She would have been perfect for the one-nighters when it was like 8 hours, and then you just tell her be here for the beginning, but you actually set her up right before the main event.
Yeah, yeah.
But real quick, Andrew, before you move on, because I know you've been doing a great job with keeping us on track, brother. And it looks like we
Appreciate you,
might
my
hit
man.
that threshold.
Don't do it, Ray. Don't jinx
But
us, Ray.
real quick, I won't
Appreciate you,
jinx
Ray.
it. But real quick, I did want to mention they were having some great on ESPN's YouTube channel. They were doing some great interviews with all the talent, like right up before it, and they actually had a face-to-face between the Usos, and they talking about, oh well, I'm just gonna pull out some new moves, and you ain't know what I've been working on since we've been broken up. And then Jimmy like, well, you don't know what I've been working on, and then lo and
I got
behold,
this new
it's the
move
same
called the super kick, Oos.
I know.
Said the new move called the super kick.
Samoa drop
Wait
slash.
till you see
super
this
kick.
splash, Oos. You ain't never seen a splash like this.
That's it.
Real
Hey,
talk,
hey,
man.
Hey, bro, I ain't even gonna lie. Like, I just felt like that match just needed a little bit more oomph. Like, bro, but you gonna know what I would have did. I'd have just been like, man, hey, Rikisha, you want to be the special guest referee for this? Real quick?
Right.
Bro,
Something.
just to
Solo,
add
something.
something. Bro.
That match
Something.
was so bland and so bad that I never want to see those two wrestle each other again. I just never need to see that match again.
I like what John Pollock said on Monday. He was like, they had a better match on night 2. And it was only like 10 seconds.
They did. They
scared
did.
them all.
I was like, okay, that was a much better match.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, that's hilarious. Hey,
Yeah.
but so moving on to the next thing, man. Like, we can reflect on the Roman Rock tag match with Cody and Seth. Like, as we talk about Cody Reigns on night 2, but we had the Jade, Bianca, and Naomi versus Damage Control match. You could tell that was just more so of like that was like a showcase for Jade. Like, it was all about the hat tag, her getting in there, man, and like they came out, you know, wearing the matching gear, stuff like that. And I don't know if y'all had a chance to see. Look at that. Look at Brother Ray. You see Ray? You see Ray, man? But they had I don't know if did y'all get a chance to see them three at the press conference afterwards?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, they were hilarious at the press conference. They were just like three friends up there just chatting.
You was
like,
scared, girl.
Yeah.
But I don't even think they was like worried about taking questions. Like, they was just up there having fun, having a good time. So,
Right.
Your
it's
knees
cool
were
to see.
shaking the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I actually,
No, go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
No, I actually do feel a little bit better about Jade after watching the whole week play out. In feel better about Jade in WWE. Because I was still questioning some stuff, but I do think I don't know if they're gonna ever treat her like Bianca Belair, but I do think that they are gonna treat her with a degree of reverence. But I just needed to see stuff.
You wanted to see it in action before.
Yeah. Like watching her on Monday Night Raw when they had her fight old girl,
Chelsea
Green.
Chelsea Green.
And then with the SmackDown stuff, putting her in attack, I do think there's a future for her now.
Bring that super chat back up, Ray. Got to show love to the super chat.
Yeah. Shout out to Anwan Star win for the $2 super chat. Shout out to you, brother. He said Drake doesn't have any more friends, does he? They did. Hey, brother, did y'all see the video Rick Ross put out of Drake? He kept calling him.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
He was like he wanted to hang with the niggas.
That's why look. In retrospect, in hindsight, Ray. Bro. In hindsight, Jermaine Cole's decision makes a little bit more sense. He was like, you know what, y'all about to get reckless. I don't want none of this. I'm just gonna go over here and think about art and reflect on life and my journey and be at peace. I don't need none of this.
I saw J. Cole. He apologized. But he said
I saw
apology
the
to
video
Kendrick.
of that.
Yeah,
something like that.
And everybody was calling him lame. And then
it's like,
3 days later, we got the hip hop Royal Rumble kicking off.
Yeah,
right.
Man. They did.
Somewhere Pusha T is waiting for his number to be called.
And that's going at it, man.
That's the thing. They were all talking about, oh, J. Cole, you weak for going back. But it's like J. Cole wasn't even the main one that was being attacked by K-Dot's diss. It was like it was mainly about Drake. Drake was he was using J. Cole as like a shield, as like a human bullet.
Yeah, and I always say this about the hot take business.
Mm-hmm.
And J. Cole had a hot take, and then he apologized for it. The problem with that, if you're in that mindset, if you're a Howard Stern, if you're someone that's a rebel rouser for the sake of you just say shit to say it, it's never gonna be good enough for the masses.
Yeah,
you always have to one up yourself the next time. Your takes always have to be hotter, more controversial, to a certain extent, more stupid.
And as we learned on the Kings of Sport this past week, controversy does not always create cash. Curry.
Yeah. Controversy. Yeah, that is. But yeah, it's like
Pusha T Detective Agency.
Yeah. Like that was.
That's the one. That's the one right there. Pusha T is stinging the Raptors just waiting.
Yeah.
Everybody just beefing. All of a sudden, the lights go out, and you just hear
Yeah.
You don't get the caw. It's
Start finding like baby mamas that you didn't know existed.
Hey, bro. I'm telling you, Pusha T. To this day, you want to know what's so crazy? I think that when his career is all said and done, that's gonna be like the number one thing people remember him for. It's got like I don't know if he's supposed to feel good about that, because I'll be like, dog, you know, y'all know I make music too, right? Like,
right. Y'all ain't see the rest of the clips. This
he's the one that came up with the McDonald's jingle and the Arby's jingle thing.
Pusha T.
Yeah, Pusha T came up with that.
What?
Oh, shit. I ain't know that.
I ain't know that.
I ain't know that.
Yeah, the like in I'm loving it has been like probably their longest catchphrase they've ever used. And
he came up with that.
Yeah, he did a whole interview where he doesn't get the royalties for it. So when he did the Arby's one, that Arby's that that when they got that music they play when they say "We got the meats," he came up with that. He said that.
Hey, bro, I'm dying at Chris reciting the music. I don't know why.
Don't. We have the meats.
Yeah.
And the Pollock's pickles. Hey, yo.
I want that scrap from all NWA Podcast. Hey, Ray, when you submit this, I want you to block off like that first 5 minutes.
All references.
Just cut straight into whatever we was talking about.
Exactly.
But see, we had I think it was a good showcase match for all three of them, and of course, as we've seen on SmackDown, Naomi, she got her win back over Sydney Stratton, and Naomi's getting about the challenge for the SmackDown Women's title. She's gonna be Bayley's first challenger. I think that's happening next week. Honestly, I thought the match was gonna happen in at Backlash in France. It's only like 3 weeks away, but I'm assuming that like from all the same, it seems like they're building up Tiffany Stratton to be like the one. I think that eventually at some point this summer she probably going, or late into the fall, she's gonna take the title off Bayley. I don't think Bayley title run gonna be that damn long, but Naomi's gonna be the first challenger for the SmackDown Women's title. Looks like Jade is going to be teaming with Bianca for the time being. Like at first, I'm gonna admit, like I remember I even said this on the podcast. I thought that we were gonna get to a singles match between these two, but it looked like they're gonna do like the whole powerhouse 2-woman power trip thing, like at some point. So I do like that.
Pop quiz, nephew.
Who
are your current reigning WWE Women's Tag Team Champions?
Kairi Sane and Asuka.
My man. I thought I was gonna stump you on that one.
Oh no, but what's the name? Yeah, but Jade and Bianca. I do like the duo, and I do like them on screen together, and it's like especially like even before hearing them talking about it, but like especially hearing them talking about like just the representation, saying 2 strong Black women on TV, like and being in those positions where it's just not like these are just 2 random people on the show. Like, nah, these are like top flight people that we feature on our show and stuff like. So I think that's real cool. And an example they said, he said the new power and glory.
Shout out to Paul Roma.
It'll be Jade and Bianca, man. I
unless he
honestly
said
like
something racist or sexist or homophobic. I don't know. I'm not up on Paul Roma's history.
Paul Roma, but yeah,
You Facebook friends with Paul Roma?
I remember Paul Roman like a couple months ago. I think he had like spoke out against Vince or something like that, or something like regarding the Ring Boys or something
Paul
like that.
Roman.
He said something. But I think I can see Jade and Bianca probably challenging Kyrie and Oscar for the titles at Backlash. I probably see that, and they probably win the titles, to be honest with you. And then that we'll see where that goes from there. But like how Chris was saying, like especially as we got into it, like I was like, I mean, I was confident that they would use Jay in a prominent manner, but like after like seeing it, like actually seeing it, like I mean, but see, my thing is like I know a lot of people was kind of, I saw this talk on Twitter, and I was like interested to hear y'all thoughts about it. They was talking about like how essentially it feels like she's like somewhat doing the same thing she was in AEW.
She is. Yeah,
I
probably started that. Yeah,
but my whole thing was like, it was like I do kind of feel that same way, but like I was also thinking like, is this like WWE's way of like, okay, we're going to do that, but do it our own way type thing. But like from us, from the viewer standpoint, it's like, okay, we just saw this in All Elite Wrestling.
Right.
So like, you know what I'm saying? Like we kind of want to see the next phase of Jade Cargill, but then I'm thinking like WWE is like, we're going to do this our way and basically restart this whole thing. But but also I think that her being paired with Bianca is a good way to hide Jade's weaknesses and like really spotlight her strengths, especially being in there with Bianca, who's like well-rounded, like all the way rounded. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think Bianca got like no weaknesses. like she got the in-ring stuff, the mic work, got the look. Like I don't really think Bianca coming up short on anything. So like I think that by Jade being with her, it's like it's just great, because I think I don't think Bianca being with Jade does not cause Bianca to lose any shine. Bianca still feels like Bianca, but now it just feels like she's like, okay, this is my friend. So like now we're gonna share this duo. But Chris, I wanted to kick it over to you because I know you had something to say about like the feeling like she's doing the same thing that she was in
this is the thing, and I've been on the rant for this for like the last month or so probably. I don't think there are any wrestlers in AEW, like any mid-card wrestlers, that are going to go to WWE and skip the line. They have their stars, and you're going to, if you decide to go to WWE, they'll take you, but you're not skipping over ahead of who they got on top. And the same thing with AEW. If you're a WWE mid-carder, you're not going to AEW and skipping the line. That's just not what's happening these days, right? So I think with Jade, I used to think in AEW, she was probably, maybe this was just wishful thinking for me. I put her on a higher pedestal, a higher level than she probably actually was. Because when she got to WWE, what she's doing in WWE is not much different than AEW as far as they're featuring her on television and she's winning matches. That's what she was doing in AEW. I heard Booker T the other day, and Booker T's got just...
But you know Booker just be saying shit. Hey, bro. Hey, Chris, real quick. Did y'all see Booker made up that story about him and CM Punk getting into it at the NXT table? And then ain't nothing happened. I'm like, but what are you doing, bro?
And then he had the nerve to act like the fans were the ones the problem.
He was like, y'all made it bigger than what it was.
Forgive me, Booker T, for believing the words that come out of your mouth. God damn, and it's my fault because I'm believing you. Like, Booker T is an OG, but he's got to stop this stupid shit, man, because he's been doing it forever. Like, even with the CM Punk stuff. When CM Punk was in AEW, he had nothing nice to say about CM Punk. And then he tried to, like, I don't know, start some feud. I'm guessing Hunter said, Booker, you're gonna have to chill on this shit. Because the next week he came out with that stupid statement. But yeah, I think as far as Jade is concerned, and as far as like her positioning, it is something we're gonna have to wait on. I don't think for Jade, I think SP3 probably said this, that I just don't think they see her as a Bianca or as a Charlotte or any of those women. I don't think that's what they see for her. I think at best for her, she's going to be like an attraction. She'll be like a Big Show was, or any of those like monster guys from back in the day where they were there and you see them and they be on TV, but they're not like, I don't think, and I think she might even get a title reign or two, but I don't think I don't think they'll ever tout her as the mainstream star, because I think they already have women that they do that for.
Like the thing with Jade is I think that she has to, in terms of like the in-ring work, because like just from what I've like, it hasn't been like much like like in-depth stuff to like really like look at as far as the WWE work to like really tell what the differences are. But like just from what we've seen, it's just like she it's like the same type of like in-ring to like the presentation is great. Like, bro, you like again, I remember Nate saying this a couple months like before she even signed with WWE, and we were talking about like there was like speculation that she was gonna leave AEW. I remember Nate said his quote was like, he's like you can't teach people how to look like Jade Cargill. You know what I'm saying? You can't teach that. Like she has everything that you could ask for, but it's just like when it comes time to the bell ringing, you need like that's the other portion of it, and that's the portion like when we talking about like a Bianca, like she can go out here and do all the like she looks like star, all that type of stuff. When the bell rings, you know that Bianca is going to deliver in every which way, and she can be a ring general when it comes to that. And I feel like once if they can pull that out of Jade, then it'll be beneficial to her, be beneficial to the company. But like just from the snippets we've seen, it does kind of feel like it's like she's still like the same level per se. But again, we haven't like the only way to figure it out is if I see her like in a 15-minute match. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if they're going to do that just yet, but I think that's the only way to figure it out.
All those AEW guys, people that have gone to WWE, what are they doing differently in WWE that they were doing in AEW? Like Lexus King, I guess you could say he's better off in NXT, but I'm not.
I would say that character wise, like it feels like he has some.
He's got more
substance.
Developed, but he's still starting from like NXT is still starting from the beginning. Andrade, I don't see any difference as far as what he was doing in AEW versus what he's doing in WWE.
You must have not been watching that Agua Fresca match, Chris.
Right, yeah, of course, yeah.
Hey, Chris, honestly, I just think Andrade just wanted to be like in the
he wanted to be near his wife and
Charlotte,
stuff like that. Yeah.
But I would say because Andrade before he left, he had just beat Bryan Danielson.
Yeah. So it's like you've got like these people, and I just want the wrestlers to understand that they're like, if you're a CM Punk or a Cody Rhodes, you're skipping the line. You know, even Drew, if Drew went to AEW, he'd skip the line. But that's not a guarantee for everybody, you know. So you really have to kind of look at these moves,
pick your battles,
and understand what you're getting into, you know. And I just like with Jade, I feel better about her this week, but I just don't think she's what's T. Anthony saying? Yeah,
he was saying a quote from Wade Barrett. He was like, when God's been a human being, that's what they was looking for, referring to Jade Cargill. I always think about that quote. Nate was like, bro, you can't. He was like, you can't teach people like how to walk in a room and look like Jade. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that's and I think if they're waiting for her to become a better wrestler and shit like that, then in my opinion, they're missing the point of Jade Cargill. That's not something she needs to be. She just needs to be out there. She needs to maintain her look and go out there, have passable matches. She doesn't have to be Bianca Belair. She needs to be her. Give her matches, squash some of these women.
Oh, I'm about to say, hey Chris, and on top of that, I think it's also a stylistic thing. I think the best thing for Jay is to put her in there with people who highlight a lot of her in-ring strengths. And but the thing is with Jay, because of her size, she'll always be a good base. Like she always be like a good, like a you see the thing. I like Raquel Rodriguez's work because when she's in there with, like, I remember even she had a match. I think it was last summer. She had a match against Trish Stratus on Raw, bro. She had Trish out there bumming like it was 2002, boy. I'm trying. But I'm saying it's all about stylistic matchups and how how one wrestler fits another wrestler, and how one wrestler has one style, and then like I think that it's good. It's good for Jade to be in there with the likes of like a Dakota Kai. It's good for her to be in there with an Oscar. It's good for her to be in there with like for like a quick match, like with a Zelina Vega, because of the size difference. Like there are people. And again, I would love to see a match between her and Bianca Belair one day, like later down the line, because I think that'd be good. But like, I think it's all about those stylistic type of things to help benefit Jade. Because like you said, Chris, I don't think the primary goal is for her to be like this like top flight in-ring performer. I think it's just more so like she's an attraction. She looks like an attraction, so we want to keep her as that. But I don't think the goal is to like turn her into like this fucking. You know what I'm saying? Like
and also, if we are being honest, like, and if the audience is being honest with themselves, the idea of like this top flight female performer that can go bell to bell, like a Charlotte, like a Bianca, like a Becky,
like Mercedes,
like Mercedes, like Bayley, like that caliber, that is a very recent thing in this company. Like that has not been the history of the WWE/WWF. Right, when it comes to female performers, like you had a little bit of it back in the day when you had people like Sensational Sherry and the Glamour Girls and cats like that. But then for a long time it was Diva Search. A long time it was TNA, not the good TNA with Dixie Carter and them good people.
Like bra and panties matches,
bra and panties matches, HLA, things of that nature.
Oh no, I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna tell you after this.
But I think when you look at Jade, for me, like I said, Andrew, like you can teach somebody a lot of things. You cannot teach them how to give off star presence. That's something you either have or you don't. I think Jade's going to get better in the ring just by osmosis, by being around this talent group that's in the company. I also think, I saw a lot of conversation over the weekend, Chris, about like, particularly that Chelsea Green match. Like, why was it such a short match? Why wouldn't they let Jade go 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever? And my thing is, if you as Triple H have admitted, like, hey, she wasn't where we wanted her to be because I'm throwing shade at Tony Khan, then why would I put this woman out there in those long-term matches? It's kind of like a comedian. Like, you don't do your HBO special for the first time on the HBO special. You're working at clubs, you getting them reps, and then you fine-tune the act.
Yeah, that's what the old regime would have done with Jay. They would have exposed her for no reason, for the sake of just saying you did it, like they did with Scott Steiner back in the 2000s, right? Like they bought him in. They treated him like a star when he first got there,
right?
And then they start having him wrestle Triple H, and Triple H.
Oh my God! But please don't remind me of that, bro.
Triple H looked at the camera like Killmonger. Is this your king?
Yeah.
Hey, bro. Hey, Chris. I actually reviewed one of those. I think it was No Way Out 2003. When me and Martin Bush built a podcast. Jesus fucking Christ, but those matches. Oh my God! But go ahead. Chris, you almost gave me a nightmare thinking about that.
Right? Because it was horrible stuff, but I think that's what's in the McMahon regime. I do think that's what they would have did with Jade. They would have done everything they could to expose her and say like she didn't learn it the right way. Triple H, what he did wasn't cool. Just kind of like calling her style of wrestling out at a press conference, but at least it's not exposing her in a match.
Yeah.
So she's, like I said, I think that I don't know what Jade's athletic background is. I know she's a bodybuilder. Bodybuilding
She's like basketball.
Oh, okay, so she played basketball, so that's athletic. But yeah, how long did she play basketball for?
I think for the majority of the time she was in college.
Okay, all right, because I know who Anriel Howard,
Last Legend.
Yeah. I heard of her before.
Yeah, she was a hooper.
She was a baller. Bianca, because there is a different level of athleticism that comes with being like a bodybuilder versus being like someone that plays a sport on a regular basis. Jade is just like, she could get better, but I just don't like. Bianca took to wrestling like a fish to water.
You know what I'm saying? Like that. Yeah.
And it's not everyone's gonna do that.
I mean, if we're being real and nobody is throwing this word around, because I feel like as much as a lot of the fan base appreciates Bianca Belair, they don't really like. We saw Chris when they did the damn 2K cover. Why is she on the cover? Like, come on, man. This is, and I will use this word with Bianca Belair in terms of women's wrestling, particularly when you look at the history of the WWE. Bianca Belair is a generational talent.
She is.
Like from the jump. Like even in NXT, you saw she had, like you said, Andrew, 5-tool player, had the ring work, had the mic work, looked like a star, like was able to adapt on the fly, didn't get flustered a lot. So like, you only gonna get so many Bianca Belairs in your company's history.
Shit, you might even get that one.
Right, you're lucky to get that one. And so like Jade does not have to be Bianca, and I think that's like that's one of the downsides. Even though I love the big three, Andrew, I remember when we were talking about it last month. Like, I think one of the downsides, whenever you put people in a group, particularly people of color, particularly people of the same color, you start comparing and contrasting. And it's like, no, Jade does not have to be Bianca nor Naomi. Jade just has to be the best version of Jade she can be.
Everybody say, Nate, you one of the crazy thing. I think even if they wasn't like on screen with each other, they probably still be compared. Like even if they were on different brands that had nothing to do with each other. I think, but I think it's better that they are on screen, because I think that Bianca, being the talent that she is, but she'll be able to help Jade in that aspect. And like I said, they'll be able to highlight a lot of her strengths and stuff, like big three, like we make in the league.
And see, they already setting it up, because when she goes heel. And when she turns on Bianca and Naomi, ain't no more big three. Now it's just big me.
But yeah, man. So I'm looking forward to see what they're gonna do. I think I'm assuming that Anwar, he said it's only a matter of time before Jay comes in and say, there you go.
Stop stealing my stuff, Anwar. Even though you probably posted it 5 minutes ago.
But yeah, I think it's probably gonna be T. Anthony goes to credit. Yeah, shout out to Phil and Reg.
Shout out to Phil and Reg. Hey, great black minds think alike. Shout out to them,
man.
Phil and Reg. Love them brothers. We got to get them back on the show sometime here in the near future.
Most definitely. We got to get them good brothers on there, man. I hope they were safe out Philly, man. I hope they had a good time and all that good stuff, man. Shout out Reg on the theme song, NWA theme song. Always happy to hear that. But yeah, I think we're gonna have Jade and Bianca challenging for the titles at Backlash. But we gonna cruise through some Mania stuff, because we got a bunch of other topics we're gonna talk
Super
to.
Chat in the building.
First Super Chat, he said just how. What in the world? Oh, he said just how desperate would the NWA podcast be to release something along the lines of John and Way in a backstage fight?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Black Mega Man, because Chris and I were talking. There was an incident that happened after last month's NWA podcast, and we don't like to air our beefs in public, but we do have footage of Wei Ting smacking two-way Ray upside the head with a clock, and John beating him up with a stopwatch, saying 5 hours. This what we doing? 5 hours? And to John's credit, John did not punch Ray. He just choked him a little bit.
Just choked. We're gonna cruise over, because we got a bunch of other topics we're gonna talk to. So I'm gonna just cruise through the rest of this Mania stuff.
Another Super Chat in the building.
We got another one. Thanks for pointing that out, niggas. I almost missed that. But yeah, the non-rest. Hey man, but you wanna know what's so crazy? Like, just to read his comment. Shout out to Cards fan for the 12 month. Make sure I read it before I go into what I was gonna say. He said the non-wrestler MVP of WrestleMania 40, Samantha Irvin. But you wanna know what's so crazy? I seen people was like jumping on Samantha Irvin like in a negative, but they was like, oh, she's trying to steal the show. But I'm like, bro,
Brian Hebner.
The best response she had was like, she said, oh, Earl Hebner had a son that was in professional wrestling. But that's the best response she could have had. But I think that Samantha having the emotional reactions that she had made the shit even better. Like, but when she called bro, let me tell you something. I'm gonna say this right now. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Sami Zayn versus Gunther, when you talk about bell to bell, that was the best match both nights. I don't give a damn what nobody said. You talking about in-ring storytelling. I'm talking about shit that made me, nigga. Boy, I was stood up watching that match on my feet, on my 10 toes. Nate and Chris stood up watching Sammy versus Gunther. That shit was for me. That was for me right there. That was the match for me right there. I love, but
Andrew was like, wrestling is for who?
Wrestling is for me. Wrestling is for who? Who's for wrestling for? I don't know if I can drop 2 of them on the show.
You already passed your limit.
I don't know if I can drop 2 on the show. I ain't trying to take it down from the 2, man. But Sammy versus Gunther was great, and Samantha calling it at the end. She got emotional, dog. She was like, she was in it. She
wiping
was
tears.
The show. And then I'm pretty sure y'all heard it on night 2. She damn near couldn't get the announcement out. You know what I'm saying? Like she was and then when I saw it again and heard it again in the video package that they did for Cody, when you heard her with the emotion, I was like, that was perfect. It was perfect. It was perfect. So I just don't understand how people was like all like on it. Yeah, there go her quote tweet. But yeah, she got a shout out from Bruce Buffer.
Yeah. You got a shout out from the godfather of ring announcers.
Exactly. So like for anybody to be throwing like any type of flack on Samantha Irvin, man, you tripping. Like let me tell you something. If Samantha Irvin wasn't good at her job, they wouldn't have let her announce both nights of WrestleMania.
There it is, T. Anthony. Yeah. I just saw it in the chat. We could say this, Andrew. Wrestling is for who? Wrestling is for the Nubians.
The Nubians.
Use that.
For what's it called? The DEC, the DIC.
Wrestling is for DEIs.
The DEIs. That's what.
But
like
yeah,
the
man.
guy, like the brother from Alabama said, the naysayers.
The wrestling is for the naysayers.
Let a naysayer know.
Let a naysayer know. I think when you look at because let's talk about night 2, the greatest night of WrestleMania that we've seen in recent memory, Andrew. Despite some of the comments previous by some naysayers, we ain't gonna talk about that. We ain't gonna bring up old stuff, nephew.
Hold your horses.
But night 2, man, like I think there was just so much good on night 2, man. When you talk about Bailey and Io, when you talk about Sammy and Gunther, man. Like
that was night 1.
Was that night 1?
Yeah, that was night 1.
Okay. So that was good. Night one was cute.
No, Sammy was on night 2 though.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, Sammy and Gunther.
Because he was in the Sammy was in the thing with Kevin Owens.
Yeah, with KO. Yeah, because KO was night 1, Sammy was night 2.
No, that was the other way. But I'm talking about he was waiting for him in the curtain, like before he went out, like give him a pep talk, like how Kevin did for him on night 1.
Yeah, it's all blended together. But I think when you look at particularly getting back to Samantha Irvin, like that call on night 2, man, and we could talk about it, man. I feel like we did a WWE nephew. Everybody watching this right now knew where the story was going. And we could have gave him the story a little bit earlier, but Chris, much like the genius of the WWE, according to some people, we put off the story. We delayed the gratification. But now, sing it, hum it louder, Ray.
What is going on right now?
Now we can talk about Cody, Devante Rhodes, finishing the story. Lift every voice and sing. What are they singing, Chris? They singing, whoa, because Cody Devante Rhodes achieved the mountaintop. He reached the pinnacle. He overcame all the odds. Not only did he have to defeat the Roman Reigns in a Bloodline Rules match, but he had to defeat Jimmy Uso coming out trying to do some dirt. Solo Sikoa trying to do some dirt. The Rock trying to do some dirt. And he was helped. Yes, he had his Avengers Assemble moment. He had his On Your Left moment when we saw John Cena come out and help. When we saw MAGA Taker come out and help.
MAGA Taker, which was supposed to be Stone Cold Steve Austin.
So it would have been so much better if it was Stone Cold Steve Austin. But through it all, Cody prevailed, had his moment, gave Mama Rhodes the belt. Brandy was back. As soon as I saw Brandy, I was like, ain't no way. Brandy flew all the way up to cold-ass Philadelphia to see her man lose. And Liberty, I'm not talking about Liberty Mutual. Get that damn emu out the show, Chris. We're talking about Liberty Rose, Liberty. The tear in her eye when she saw what her daddy had accomplished in front of that sold-out stadium in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We saw a moment. It was a moment. And much like Chris, I'm not going to front. I agree with Chris. They should have did this last year, but they got to where they needed to get to. It was a miracle that everything fell into place to get to this. But yeah, as Ray so eloquently put on that crawl at the bottom of the screen, Devante finalized the narrative, if you will.
Hey, Nate, let me ask you this. So the next night on Raw, The Rock had said that he is going to be coming back for Cody at some point, and a lot of people was like speculating like what he gave him. Like I saw some people were saying like it was the because Cody did have a real life like incident, like his bus caught on fire. So a lot of people were saying like The Rock handed him like a lighter, and some people were told that he that. Well, I think that'd have been a little extreme, right?
That'd be insane, dog.
His bus like really. Hey, shout out to there's a Racy Jane. Hey y'all, Racy Jane might be late to start, but I'm checking in and catching up for the beginning before starting over. The first thing I see is Devante. Perfect. Yeah, shout out there, bro. She is a diehard NWA supporter. Shout out to her, man, for real. Shout out to her. Shout out to Racy.
Shout out to Racy.
Yeah, but we got
all the stars coming out for Devante.
Now that Devante has officially abolished racism with social political problems, does he now take on keep up the great work? Cody about to cure world hunger next, man.
World hunger, the wage gap, Chris.
The wage gap.
I do think another one of those promos is gonna come eventually.
Oh God, Chris, don't put that on the world, Chris.
Because Cody can't help himself. It's hopefully it doesn't happen in the immediacy. But I do think that's what's going to get fans to start kicking back against him. Yeah, because I do think because it's just Cody, man. He started.
Oh, imagine that promo Cody gonna cut in France, Chris. You know, a little while ago, back in this country, they had a revolution. And when I look around, I see a revolution needs to happen in wrestling. And I looked at my daughter, and she held up a baguette, and she said, Papa, free the French, and that's why I'm here. And he's gonna have all this the French dream, Cody Rhodes. Come on,
the French dream, Cody Rhodes, man. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
but I wanted to ask y'all like so the Rock. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get into it. Like I'm gonna get into these next couple of topics real quick. But yeah, the Rock said he coming back for Cody, so I'm going to assume that Cody ain't. Well, I'm not even assuming at this point. I don't think Cody dropping that damn belt no time soon. Because I just
not after we waited 2 years for him to get it, Andrew.
I'm just saying, wait 2 years for him to get it, just to drop it in like 4 months. That's some dumb ass shit, bro. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like you, and then on top of it, he got to get his win back over Rock at some point. So yeah. So the Rock, he currently right now he's going to film that movie about Mark Kerr, the MMA jump. So he's been gone for a little minute.
My prediction is The Rock is going to beat Cody for the belt sometime within the calendar year, and then Cody's going to come back and beat him.
At WrestleMania,
and that's going to be the story. Yeah, maybe WrestleMania, something like that. But I think that's what's going to happen. Like they a lot of good things fell in place for them this year. For a company, the number one thing is Vince McMahon being out of the mix, man. That was a godsend for them. I don't know if they realize. I think they realize it because Stephanie was out there like tap dancing on her daddy's grave.
Hey, Chris, did you see what Vince McMahon trainers posted when he was like? Did you see that? Did you see that?
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem with these egomaniacs. You know, it's like this guy is like, fuck Vince McMahon. Look, you created something that we all like, but that doesn't give you license to do all the crap that you did.
Exactly.
It was like, again, this WrestleMania to me was there was a lot of symbolism in this WrestleMania. I think and we'll talk about this when we talk about the debut of Tama Tonga. I think Rock is the new tribal chief. I think that's the story that they're telling, because Solo Sikoa is cool. I like him. Solo Sikoa ain't a mastermind. He ain't an orchestrator.
Hold on, Chris. I hate to do this, man. I feel like the Muffin Man Phil Brooks on these streets, airing Ray out in public. Ray, whenever you bring that caption back up, it is not the Paul Levesque era. It is the Devante era. Please don't make me have to correct you again, sir. I'm sorry, Ray, for raising my voice. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. But yeah, Solo Sikoa is not an orchestrator he's not a mastermind. Solo Sikoa is a goon. And
He's a hitter.
goons take their orders
Yeah.
from the masterminds.
Hey, Chris, I
Yeah.
saw people. People was like fantasy. People had this whole thing fantasy booked out until November. Like I saw it was like a lot of people were saying. I mean, it's not a bad idea at all. Like it's just like, I mean, and I don't think it's anything bad about it, to be honest. I think it's like a great idea. But the whole thing about like Solo, it's seeming like Solo is the one taking charge, and he's going to introduced Tama, and then he's going to introduce Jacob Fatu, and then it'll come to a point where, you know, Roman and the Usos get back together, and then, you know, it'd be those three versus those three, and then The Rock come back into the fold, and he aligns with Solo, Tama, and Jacob, and then Roman and the Usos are looking for a third, and they go back and try to get Sami Zayn. You know what I'm saying? Like it's I saw people like fantasy booking that whole thing, which I think is like a really good story.
Yo, what would be nuts? What would be insane if Roman Reigns, babyface Roman Reigns, and the OG bloodline with Jimmy and Jay, they up against, you know, the new bloodline 2.0 with The Rock, and they like, damn, Roman, oops, you know who you got to call. And at first he thinks about Sammy, then he thinks about Seth, and they're like, no, G. It's one dude that can help you beat Rock, and it's Devante. Oh my goodness,
Cody.
Oh my goodness.
But like, do you want to like? So I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, I wonder how much they had to pay The Rock for him to do War Games.
Oh yeah.
Could you imagine the fucking Rock in War Games, bro? Could you imagine? Like
it'd be insane. You know he coming in last.
Yeah, he could. The Rock ain't working the whole damn 45 minutes. Wait, but he did work a 40-minute match. Like what? He worked 40 minutes. Yeah, that's it. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
I was surprised. Let's so on that point, Andrew, and I want to give DJ credit, at least for this, not for what he said to Will Kane on Fox News. But I think going into the match, I was like, yeah, Rock gonna get out there, you know, 5-10 minutes, whatever. They're gonna hide him in a tag team setting. Yeah. Brother worked. Looked better than he did in those Cena matches, man. Like brother worked. So you got to give that man credit. Like all of those guys worked their ass off in night one, and it translated into night two. And so I think you got to give it a lot of credit for this WrestleMania to the main people on that poster. You know, and there's no disrespect to, you know, Sammy or Gunther or the ladies who balled out. But if Rock and Roman and Cody and Seth don't play their parts and those matches fall, I think the whole show kind of feels flat.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So what I'm you go ahead, Chris, real quick, because I was going to jet through the rest of this jump so we can go into our next jump.
I think that both, like this year, both main events for both nights were very, very good, very, very compelling stuff. And I think again, the main event for night one, I saw some people initially like not liking it. I love the night one main event. I thought it was excellent. I thought you couldn't have told a better story. I liked
Infinity War.
Yeah, like I liked all the like the Rock getting on comment, like interrupting people and stuff. I thought it was great. And then night two, you could argue about the run-ins and stuff like that, but I still think just because of the nature of those feuds and all the run-ins that have gone on to help Roman Reigns keep the belt, I thought it was only appropriate that you have the same amount of run-ins.
I'm about to say, Chris, and then all the run-ins actually made sense. It wasn't like it was just random ass people. Like the run-ins made sense. Like people was talking about like, I mean, of course it was supposed to be Stone Cold, but like Undertaker had a reason to go after Roman because Roman was the one that beat him at Mania. So I mean, I guess you could.
That was the low point of that match for me.
Yeah, it was. I ain't gonna lie.
It was what it was. You know, it's like, you know,
it would have been better if Austin was there.
Man. Yo, here's how hyped I was getting in that match, and I knew it wasn't gonna happen, Chris, but it would have made me so happy, even though from a WWE perspective, it wouldn't make any sense. But I think from a Cody story perspective, it would have connected some dots. If them lights went out, and it's not Undertaker, but we got the recently retired icon up in that joint, and he looks at Cody, he's like, I told you I'd see you around, kid. And you got Sting in the Rock. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Makes no sense, but it would have been cool as hell.
Right, yeah.
Where Tony Khan would have lit Twitter though. Hell on fire if he just saw Sting on
Tony would have been like, wait a minute, I got backstage footage of Sting.
Tony
Being nice to people.
Hey, nah, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. If I was Tony, I'd have been pissed too. I was like, bro, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Like,
Oh yeah, well, I'm sure.
I was like, you just told me you was done.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm sure he's got Sting under some contract saying you can't just show up in another place.
But we got Andy. He said he's a member for 5 months. He said, how would you rank Cody's chase easily best in 25 years, in my opinion? Better written out, arguing than Brian, better moving parts and better promos than Hangman. See, the thing is, like, the thing is about the Cody's thing was it seems to a certain degree that this was planned. With Brian, that was not planned. They like to make they like to make it seem like Brian's thing was that anybody with 2 working eyes could see that Daniel Bryan was not Brian Danielson was not their go-to. It was not. But even with Kofi Mania, that was not their go-to.
Nope.
Their go-to for that year's WrestleMania, and it's confirmed. It's not speculation. It's confirmed by a producer who worked there, Sean Devari. He said the plan going into Mania, they marked in February, was Kevin Owens versus Bryan Danielson for the WWE World Title. That was the plan. When Elimination Chamber happened, when Kofi, when they had that little gauntlet match to get into the chamber, for the last spot in the chamber or whatever like that, Kofi got in. They was like, oh, this would be cool, and they weren't expecting that to roll over to Elimination Chamber, and then they saw the reaction to Kofi, and they were like, oh, well, we probably got to change this, because they were probably going to push through with Danielson versus Kevin Owens. And that's why you saw Kevin Owens get the shot at Kofi the next, I think it was that Money in the Bank that Kofi won the belt. But and even with Heyman, I think Heyman's chase was real good to him getting the belt. But like Cody's thing, like again, because I remember even after he lost last year, I remember Nate and Chris was saying they was like if they could, the idea of him challenging again the next year at this year's WrestleMania, but it being possibly difficult to keep up that same fire that he had going into last year. And I'm gonna use some shit on this one because I definitely said I was like, there's no way that they're gonna be able to keep him this high. And they kept him this high. Like he was still hot. And it worked.
I'm not giving them credit.
I was gonna say I might push back on they. I mean, you got to give them a little bit of credit because it's a symbiotic relationship, as Chris always says. But I feel like it takes a special kind of babyface dude,
right?
To maintain that connection with the audience, because we see how quick audiences can switch up on people, nephew, and so I think you got to give some credit to the company and what they did with it. You got to give some credit to The Rock, because I think when The Rock came in, it injected some jet fuel into the story down the home stretch. But you got to give a lot of the credit, man, to Cody, because I think if Cody doesn't keep that connection with the fans, then this falls flat.
Right, and I think that probably with Cody Rhodes, like the minute they told him he wasn't going to win the belt in Los Angeles, he was automatically thinking, okay, so how do I not Lex Luger my momentum?
Right.
He was probably already having the wheels turning.
Shout out to the Lex Express.
Right, like how do I keep this thing going? So I don't give the company that much credit for that. I give the credit to Cody Rhodes for that.
Yeah, but I say when I say they, I mean like in a cumulative
right. I
effort.
got you. Yeah, but
I get what y'all saying. Cody definitely deserves more credit for that.
And also I give just the way that the stuff that just fell into place, all the stuff that fell into place, and Triple H and those guys just being smart enough to take advantage of this stuff. Like there was no because Vince McMahon tried his crap when he got back. I think that's a big reason why Cody didn't win it last year, is because of Vince McMahon.
He came back like right before the Rumble.
So it's things happen. The main thing is things happen the way they were supposed to. This was a sign from the wrestling gods that this is what was meant to be. Man, it's just now we have to see what they do with Cody's title run. See the hills they have him go up against.
So he got his first one lined up.
Yeah, it's
It's
LA
gonna be,
Knight, right?
nah,
Or
nah. There's gonna be AJ.
Yeah.
AJ.
So
So he's gonna go up against.
so it's AJ versus LA Knight at on SmackDown. The winner is going to challenge Cody for the title. I'm assuming at Backlash, and I just don't feel like it makes sense for LA
No.
Knight to win because I'm like LA
Right.
Knight's a baby face, so it's kind of like, you know what I'm saying. But I think it's better for AJ to get the shot. Plus,
And AJ and Cody,
yeah,
I think that they can cook.
yeah, that's gonna be
Yeah.
a bang. Hey Nate, I think that's gonna be a sleeper banger right there. I ain't
Yeah,
gonna lie to
and
you.
I think the thing about Cody, and I've been saying this for years. You've heard me say this for years, fellas. Like, Cody's greatest attribute is not that he is the best bell-to-bell wrestler, even though he's a really good bell-to-bell wrestler.
Yeah.
Cody's biggest attribute is not that he's the best promo, even though he's a damn good promo. Cody's best attribute to me is Cody sees the big picture. Cody's a storyteller. Cody's like you said, Chris, okay, I'm going to lose last year. How do we pivot this so that I don't lose my momentum and we keep the audience engaged? So Cody and AJ, they going to have a story, man. They're going to have a good story behind it. And again, to the point of, should Cody have won last year? Chris and I maintain yes. What we got this past weekend was great, man. It gave me all the feels that I wanted to feel, nephew. But I use the analogy with Sid over at True Hill Heat, and I'll use it again tonight. Like, just because you gave me $500 this year, Andrew, when you were supposed to give me $300 last year, like you did a reverse Sabu. You didn't, you're supposed to give me $300 and you didn't show up for the Hall of Fame joint.
Hey, bro, yeah, he wild for that.
Sabu is Sabu wild.
And then on top, when I found out that the joint was upstairs, I'm like, come on,
right?
dog.
You ain't even had to drive nowhere, dog. Just walk upstairs, baby. But I think
he had to walk. They had an elevator, but he could have just gone the elevator upstairs. This man said, "I changed my mind."
Yeah, I changed my mind. That's not gonna work for me, brother. But just because you were supposed to give me $300 last year, Andrew, and I didn't get it, and you gave me $500 this year, like, yeah, that's cool. I appreciate the $500. That doesn't erase the fact that you still, you stiffed me last year, dog.
Yeah. So yeah, but Cody looking like his next challenge is gonna be AJ Styles. So we're gonna see how that's going.
TNA dream match.
There you go. Hey, bro, I can't wait for this.
He mentioned that they're both former NWA champions.
Yeah, said that.
And WWE.
People forget, man, that Cody TNA run, boy.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, so we just to wrap up this WrestleMania conversation on night 2, opening night 2, Drew McIntyre finally got his moment. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Before
Drew, just leave. Just leave. What are you doing, Drew?
Yeah,
that video on Twitter is amazing.
Real quick, that lady who did that video, that shit was great. And it was funny to see Drew comment on. He was like, I gotta bring her with me, like to hype me up before TVs and shit like that. She was like, all you had to do is leave. I told your ass you should have just left.
Just leave. Take your wife and leave.
But yeah, Drew McIntyre, he had his moment in the sun, man. Went over there, finally got his big championship win in front of the crowd, and then this man went over there to his family and friends, and then all of a sudden he turned over to Phil Brooks, who people just can't stop talking about. he turned over to Phil Brooks, went over there, started talking trash, and then CM Punk grabbed his leg, flipped him, put him on the table, beating him down, putting the boots to him, and the next thing you know, Damian Priest, Mr. Money in the Bank, came in, cashed in, won the World Heavyweight Championship. I'm gonna tell you this, I really like the setup, and I enjoyed how that whole thing played out. I liked how they sort of took time with it, like with Drew having his moment, and I was like, oh yeah, man, Drew get that. And honestly, like, I didn't think that like I was thinking of the cash in when he initially looked at Punk, but I had forgot about it when he started like talking trash to him and like in his face and all that shit. I was like, oh, they probably just about to build to CM Punk Drew McIntyre World Championship match at some point. And then when the whole cash in happened, I was like, that's like the perfect time for Priest and the perfect moment for Priest, because I thought it was gonna come a point where it would just be like nobody's gonna care and no shit, like, and it was just gonna be like the wrong moment. That shit was the right moment. And like I also like after thinking about it, I really do like Priest as champion, because what it does is it takes somebody from his level who and again, I'm not saying Priest is like that's what he forever will be, but I've always looked at him as like that, like upper level mid card who can transition up. And I think that by Priest being champion, him feuding with people that are in that same parameters can like automatically elevate them up. So like now it'll be good to see like the Ricochets in the world title match. It'll be like Jey Uso's getting a title match now. Bronson Reed's gonna get a title match. Like it'll be good to see those people get in that like sort of, you know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, I think it creates a level of intrigue also when he has those big time matches. Like when he eventually faces like Gunther, there'll be like that extra element. That's the thing I like about champions like Priest, because you might feel like any moment could be the chance that they'll lose.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. Like so, when he faces Gunther eventually, and again, I think the first time he faces Gunther, that's probably gonna be cut off on that title, man. I ain't gonna lie. I think that's gonna be game over for Peace. But I think that the good thing about having a champion like that who's like at that tier range is that any match feels like there's a chance that they could lose, especially when they're going against somebody who's up on the upper echelon, if you will. So like and again, Priest is a good in-ring wrestler, so like there's no issue with him being world champion. The motherfucker can go. So I liked it once I started thinking about it. So
and he'll get more of a chance to shine now that it seems like Cody might be, spending a little bit more time on SmackDown.
Yeah. So I think it's cool. But yeah, go ahead.
And I love the dramatic irony that went into the storytelling for this for that cash in, because everything. And stay with me for a second, because everything that Drew McIntyre said would happen did happen, except it happened to him, right? So the first thing he said was, "You're taking your eye off the ball, Seth, and you're forgetting about me." And that's exactly what Drew McIntyre did. He criticized the Punishment Martinez for cashing in the Money in the Bank and not waiting for the match to be over. So
I'm about to say, and Chris,
yeah,
McIntyre, he's the one that stopped a lot of Damon Priest's cash-ins.
Right, yeah. So that happened. So this time Priest was smarter about it, and he waited until the match was done. He said that he was living rent-free in CM Punk's brain, and it turns out CM Punk was living rent-free in his brain, and it ended up costing him the match. He had way too much hubris going into this thing, and it's like the textbook definition of somebody messing things up for themselves. And he's got nobody in storyline. In the storyline, he's got nobody but himself to blame for this.
Exactly.
Because if he would have left and took the belt and left,
I said, Chris, just like that lady said, Chris.
Yeah. And
all you had to do was leave.
Take your wife and leave.
And it was just. But that's the thing about a guy like Drew McIntyre, is he's not a guy that's gonna do that. He's such a bitter person that he's got to rub it in.
Yeah.
So can we just take a pause for the cause, Chris? And normally, like you and I, having watched this company for decades, dog, we don't often do this, but I think we do have to. What's the title of this episode? The Art of Storytelling.
Yeah.
Little bits like you just brought up with Drew, or like one of my favorite moments from WrestleMania was when Seth comes down in the Shield gear in the Roman Cody match, and Roman has Cody dead to rights. But he can't finish that because I got these demons, dog.
He's still hung up.
This dude, Seth Rollins, I got this PTSD. I got this trauma. I got to take him out. And then because he took Seth out, that's part of the reason why he lost to Cody. So there was some really, really good storytelling going on these two nights.
Hey, Nate, when you first heard the Shield music, did you think?
I ain't gonna lie, dog.
Hey, Nate, for a split second, did you think?
I ain't gonna lie. Like, is the IWGP champion coming through? What is this Devante era is bananas.
Hey, bro, when I say for a split second, I was like, bro, it's no way, dog.
Right?
Like, it's no way.
Imagine what you would have said though if you got Moxley and Sting showing up, dog. Greatest main event ever.
But I saw Tony Khan. He did an interview, I think, with Comic Book, and he said WWE they ain't asked if Mox would come through. I don't think he would have said yes.
I say they knew what the answer was going to be.
I actually do.
You think he'd say yes?
No, I think they're not then. I don't think he would have said yes. I think eventually they are gonna find
Crossover.
little ways here and there to work together. I think
Okay.
that like once they get past all the ego and stuff like that, the fact that WWE's even mentioning other companies on television, and acknowledging championships won in other companies, kind of shows me if the pendulum swings that way, they might consider doing something with AEW. You know, in some kind of meta way, you know, like back in the day, DC and Marvel, every once in a while they do like a comic book character meetup kind of thing. Yeah. I can see something like that happening with AEW, and like if it makes sense for Dustin Rhodes to appear on WWE, I could see something happening. Yeah, I just think I think the sides have to kind of come together and figure out once they get past of all the petty shit from this year. Yeah, I can see that eventually happening.
You know, they call Seth Rollins the architect nephew, but it's really Devante out here building bridges.
There you go. Yeah. Okay, but I say, and then they showed I think in Cody video package they showed pictures of the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega.
Yeah. So I think I don't think it's as like as far away from each other as it was in the past. I think that right now, like the thing that's going on right now is WWE is just way too hot right now, so they got no incentive to work with AEW. But you don't stay hot forever. That's just the way the wrestling business goes. One of the company's going to be hot one minute, then the other company's going to be hot the next minute, and sometimes neither.
The crazy thing is AEW was just hot with Okada and Ospreay and all them cats, and now it's like y'all cool.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, you just have to kind of wait for them to need each other, you know, and I think that'll eventually happen.
So what you're saying is we're gonna get an episode of Raw one week where at the end of the show, Triple H is in the middle of the ring and Tony Khan walks out, hands him something that's like, "Don't break my heart again, Paul."
Something maybe.
that shit ain't never happened. That ain't never happened. But the thing about that is I think it would take for a partnership between them that would also require them to stop taking digs at each other.
Yes.
Right.
And we've seen that a lot during Mania Week. Like they with the running from the grind comment, with the going to the place with 600 people in attendance comment, and then AEW fired back at them. And like with this past week with Ospreay promo, and then we about to talk about with our next subject. So so with Chris talking, you said the potential partnership. We're gonna be waiting until at least about 2032 to see that. So we gonna see one of these, but not.
When all like leave home, nephew.
Yeah, exactly.
You can clip it. It'll happen within the next.
Rhodes leaves home.
It'll happen within the next 3 years. Bookmark me saying this. They will find their way to do something together. I'm not saying it'll even be a successful partnership. They might end up hating each other at the end of it, but something's gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I was just talking about like more so like the joking, like extreme of like Triple H and Tony Khan doing like shit to get like that shit ain't happening. But I can see like a, you know what I'm saying, like a Dustin Rhodes. You know what I'm saying? Like him coming over and shit like that. But just to wrap up this Mania discussion, man, like enjoyed the cash in. Bailey versus EO, always happy to see Bailey get her moment, man. Great for Bailey. And then we already shared our thoughts about the night 2 main event. But fellas, moving over to our next topic. All Elite Wrestling.
Hold on, Andrew. Before we get to this topic, Ray, can you come out? I don't feel comfortable with you being backstage, brother.
Oh, okay. I get the joke.
Ray got somebody in a gentle chokehold.
I say, the people who now watching on video, y'all see Ray got somebody in a headlock guillotine right now backstage.
He was watching UFC 300 last night.
And Ray eating a snack wrap while you doing it.
It's my muffin, my Mindy's muffin.
Oh my!
I had gotten it.
All right, Ray Punk. I see you.
Not the snack wrap, dog. Not the snack wrap.
But better than they air footage of the CM Punk Jack Perry altercation from All In Live on Dynamite. And they this wasn't no mock-up footage. This was a real deal footage. I honestly, like, I don't think that they still should have. And again, I'm gonna transition over this question to you, Nate. But even still with that thing I'm about to mention happening, I still don't think that they should have wasted TV time on this. I feel like it's much more that they could have done with it, and I still don't see what it would achieve, because post match and even in the arena when they were showing the footage, the crowd was chanting CM Punk, and then even during the Young Bucks segment, people were chanting CM Punk, and then now it made it seem like, and then CM Punk was the number one trending thing in the United States. On Wednesday night, Nate. Not just for wrestling in the wrestling category, Nate. The number one trending topic in the United States for hours on Twitter. So I think they somehow made CM Punk a bigger star than what he is. But they actually showed the footage. Punk walked up to him. And Chris, I don't know if I'm mistaken or anything like that, but just from the interview that Punk did with Helwani, like literally from the footage, it was like word for word what he said happened. So I don't really I don't get where the embarrassment on Punk's part was. I mean, I guess for some people, like they like, so one thing that I had saw was, and you just keep it full screen, Ray, but it was like people were saying like, oh yeah, you know, attacking the co-workers and X, Y, and Z. So I don't think you should be walking around putting your hands on people that you work with. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Just doing that type of shit. I don't think you should be doing that. But at the same time, like the one thing that I and this just ain't got nothing to do with wrestling, but one thing I cannot stand is just in general is people who verbally escalate things and then they get put in the victim slap because they didn't escalate it physically. And I'm like, if you know, and again, I'm not talking about CM Punk. It was clear as day that CM Punk was frustrated in AEW. That motherfucker wanted out. Everybody and their mama know that just based off the interview he did with Helwani. He was done. He was ready to go at that point. Right? And he had been asked Tony Khan to let him go. Tony Khan didn't let him go. So my whole thing was I just can't stand people who verbally escalate things to the next level. And then when things get physical, it's like, oh my God, like why would you if he doesn't do that, then it doesn't get to that point. But when you have somebody who was always that disgruntled and you doing that whole, you know, real glass and cry me a river thing, now you're escalating the situation verbally. And I've always been a person who says when you do stuff like that, when you escalate things like that to anybody, that's like if I went to Chris's spot, right, and Chris got a cup of coffee laying on the table, and I slapped the cup of coffee that Chris really wanted off the table, and then I'm like, Chris, you can't get mad at me. I don't get to dictate how Chris reacts in that situation. You know, no. But Chris, what I'm saying is, if you, I don't matter how big or how small the situation is, if you escalate a situation or you whether it be verbally or physically try to provoke someone, no matter how big or small the situation is, you don't get to determine how the other person reacts. That's not how life works. You don't get to do that. I don't care how small it is. I don't care if it's the most minuscule thing in the world. If you don't want stuff like that to happen, then don't escalate it. That's what.
Especially when you know the other person has anger issues,
bro. That's what I'm saying.
That, but you can't. The difference. Here's my thing, because this is just my background. You can't break the law, and what CM Punk did, Jack Perry, what he said was ignorant. It was stupid. It's the reason why he's not on television right now. Jack Perry didn't break the law. What Jack Perry did was a lack of decorum. It wasn't a smart thing to do. He was trying to rile CM Punk up, and he riled him up.
Yeah.
CM Punk took the bait and got riled up, and you can't put your hands on people. I can't say this enough. You can't do that shit under any circumstances, especially if you are not in any imminent danger. He made his little stupid joke about the glass, cry me a river thing, but you can't. That, like, seriously, you know, like we're choking this kid over that. Like,
but what I'm saying is I agree with that. But when I'm just looking at it from like a human realistic standpoint, is what I'm saying is when you do shit like that to anybody, you don't get to determine how that other person reacts.
Well,
That is not how shit works. That does not work like that, dog.
Somebody not to break the law. That's how society's supposed to work.
Look, okay,
you
look.
committed
I get what you're saying on the. Well, I mean, I don't get what you like on the, but it's like motherfuckers acting like he committed like some heinous crime or something. Like, bro, people fight, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
you're at the workplace. You can't be choking people. You just can't do that shit, man. Like that's. I agree, but I used to do this kind of stuff.
You used to choke people.
That's exactly where I was going, nephew. Same note too, bro.
Choking, biting.
You all do that one, Chris. You did.
Right, yeah. I'm not trying to deny it. That was how I used to react to things. I used to
see him, Chris.
It was okay to get, like, if someone said something I didn't like, it was okay to get into physical altercations with them.
Yeah.
You can't do that shit once you reach a certain point in life. You need to stop that stuff, as a matter of fact, like I think CM Punk was trying to get fired, so that's why he did it. But if we're talking about,
gotta go Draymond.
Yeah, hey, bro, hey, now because on that point, I definitely think he was trying to find it. He's like, if it wasn't gonna be that, it was probably gonna be the next thing. But also, what I will say on that is, I think that if Punk would have let that slide, Jack Perry probably would have did it again. Because I'm like, if that dude was willing to curse out Tony Schiavone, you think he wasn't gonna talk crazy to CM Punk?
Yeah,
who he already did, wasn't already banging with. I think he would have did something. But again, I've said this even on conversations on Twitter about it. CM Punk is in the wrong 100%. You know what I'm saying? You can't just be blowing up people doing that type of shit. You can't do that, especially in your that damn job. You know what I'm saying? Going around putting your hands on people. But like I always, like, especially in situations like this, bro, I always just. I think it's also a to what Chris said, it's a professionalism thing, but I think comes the differences in terms of just like how people look at stuff. Like I'm talking about just a variety of different opinions, like just based off how you grew up and stuff like that. I think some people, they were raised to avoid any type of physical altercation and were told, hey, that's not the way to handle things, and that's in your mentality. So that's what you're accustomed to. And then our others who grew up and are brought up to, if there's an issue, you address it, and if it gets to that point, that you handle your business, win, lose, or draw. And it's just a difference of, you know what I'm saying, ideologies and how people were brought up, and all that stuff like factors into your decision making as you become an adult and as you get older. But in general, just with the CM Punk thing, he was wrong for putting his hands on Jack Perry, especially with Perry didn't touch him first. If Perry would have put his hands on him first, and then it escalated to what it escalated,
all bets off.
Ball game. All bets off after that.
Right.
But he initiated the physicality, which automatically puts him in the wrong. But also, I always try to look at it from, I don't like excusing people who verbally do that stuff. Like, and again, this is another point, right? From the recount of what Punk said, and again, I don't know if this is the truth or not in terms of they conversating because there was no audio. But all I'm saying is, if I'm in somebody's face, right, and we arguing, right, and I tell this other person to do something, there is not a thought in my head that say, oh, this person ain't gonna do nothing. I don't care if that person a punk or whatever, it don't matter. Because essentially what that is you challenging another grown man in front of all these people. Basically, you calling you a punk. It's basically saying, though, if you really feel like the way you feeling, then do something. So at that point, why are people acting surprised that something was done? and again, I'll say it again just to recount it. CM Punk is wrong 100% for putting his hands on him. But you can't, bro. If you are in another grown man's face and you telling him, if you really
another grown man that already fought people at work, so you know what this dude is gonna do. So it's like if I walk up to Mike Tyson and I start making fun of Mike Tyson, I'm like, what's going on there, Iron Mike? You ain't so tough, Mike Tyson. You're not a ferocious tiger. And Mike hits me. Yes, Mike is in the wrong for assaulting me, but I'm an idiot for doing that to Mike Tyson.
But Nate, this also goes to my point about what you just said, and that's why I keep hitting on that again. When you antagonize or when you verbally escalate things, that is my thing about, you do not get to control how the other person react. I hate, and again, I think the reason I'm siding on that so much is because that's a personal thing. I just hate people that do shit like that, because they get the victim slap. It's like, okay, I get to talk, and then just because I'm not physically escalate. No, Chris, I'm not saying. I'm just saying, like, in general, I can't stand people that do that stuff, because I've seen that in real life when people escalate stuff, and then when it gets physical, they get the verbal. They get the benefit of the doubt because they didn't physically escalate it, but people tend to forget about the verbal stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't stand that type of stuff, because I've seen that in real life when people just even just in school, dog. Like, I've seen that type of shit before. So, like, it's just like an irritating thing for me that I just had with people. But again, I'll say it again, so in case anybody forget, CM Punk is wrong. I'm gonna say that.
I'm gonna give my honest opinion on Jack Perry, because I heard about this a while ago. I heard before Meltzer even reported it on this show. Somebody told me that I know in AEW not to be a liar, that Tony Khan is mad at this guy, and we probably won't be seeing him on TV for a while. And then eventually Dave Meltzer confirmed it and all this other stuff. Jack Perry, in my opinion, is an idiot for several reasons. One, Jack Perry is a decent wrestler. He's not a great wrestler. I wouldn't even call him a good talent. He's decent. He's passable. I don't look at Jack Perry and see him as the next in line. I don't look at Jack Perry and say, oh, this guy is future world champion right here. Of those 4 pillars that AEW used to push, Jack Perry would be at the bottom of the list for me, because he's just not that great. So
you putting him over Sammy?
No, I put him over Sammy. Sammy. I see Sammy as Sammy's got way more charisma than Jack Perry. Sammy's a decent wrestler.
More upside.
Yeah, I Sammy. And the thing with Sammy is, you can say what you want to, like, when Sammy became a bad guy, he succeeded in that role.
Yeah, he did.
Jack Perry did not succeed in that role in AEW. He was just as bland as a bad guy as he was a good guy. You know, I don't know exactly what he's doing in Japan right now. I've heard some people say it was okay, but it's not like no one's told me.
I'm gonna tell you about that after you finish your point, Chris.
Yeah, no one's told me, hey, stop what you're doing and watch Jack Perry. They did tell me about the reaction he got, and I did watch that. Thought that was interesting, but that's like a 15 minutes of fame kind of thing. 15 minutes of fame that you built off the back of somebody else. So it is what
of getting choked out at work.
Right. If I was Tony, I know Tony Khan is petty on a lot of different things. If I was Tony Khan, people are saying, he shouldn't have suspended him. I would have suspended his ass also, and had to think about when I'm bringing him back. That's just me from a standpoint of where Jack Perry is on the totem pole and the importance he brings to the company. It's not a lot. That being said, like, that comment was stupid, and it was a catalyst for a lot of following stupid shit just begot stupid shit after that. And Jack Perry, he knew what he was doing when he did that. That being said, you can't be the person like CM Punk has to be the person. This moment right here, we are wrestling the biggest show we've ever done. So many eyes are watching this. So many people are gonna have a big night at this show. People are getting their names out there. This has to be about me and this dumbass comment this kid made. Seriously, man, you could pick and choose. Like, you could be mad at that, but you could be like, you could handle it later. I don't think it needed to be handled
at that particular moment. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it just wasn't something that was that important.
Put him in a guillotine on the next Dynamite.
Yeah, do something. Yeah. Just let the wrestlers enjoy the moment and whatnot. So and then
Chris, let me ask you, do you think it benefited AEW from the the standpoint of like just the in arena reaction and the social media reaction to them actually airing that footage? Like, do you think it? And did you think it added to the FTR Buck story at all?
Not really, because it's like it was like a short-term thing. It's like it's not like sustained buzz you got off of that moment. If anything, it's just kind of showed you the wrestler what makes AEW look the worst in this scenario is the wrestler that ended up getting fired went to the other company and was instantly an A-lister in that company. That dude fell upward, man. I'm
about to say, Chris, and then he got injured and like it's still like prominent, I guess.
Yeah, he got injured and he was injured in AEW, and what WWE did with his injury is way more than AEW did with his injury. You know, it's like if anything that they've done is they prove CM Punk right for getting fired and leaving and going to the other company. Right. Now, that's not to say that CM Punk won't find a reason to flip out on someone in WWE. Because
exactly.
he could, you know, but it's like, it's like the AEW, they could spin this however they want to spin it. They don't look good. No one looks good from this thing.
Nope.
I didn't like, and we'll talk about this next month when Jesse Collins gets on the show on our show a little bit more. I don't think that the CM Punk the stuff he said in that interview he did with Ariel Helwani was like true. A lot of that stuff. I think he was because he's mad at, you know, I think people keep looking at wrestling the way wrestling used to be to determine the success of something. If AEW gets a better television deal, which I think they are, if I'm looking at Thurston's reporting and stuff like that, they'll get a better television deal, then AEW is successful. Like
it's already successful.
They're talking about the turning of a profit, which is and that's the thing too. It's nothing like that's a business strategy as well. Is sometimes you will have a company that you start and you determine how many years of profit loss you can make before you start like getting money off of it. That's what Amazon did, right? Mm-hmm. Jeff Bezos, when he started Amazon, he predicted, I think it was like a 7-8 year profit loss. So he knew that they were going to run at a loss, but eventually they would make that money back. And then the pandemic happened and everyone had no choice but to use Amazon, right? So it's like one of those kind of things. I think and being a nice guy and a boss does not make you a bad boss. I think what's going on with Tony Khan is Tony Khan takes a laissez-faire approach to management, which isn't a bad thing, but there are going to be times where he needs to step in and handle
put his foot down
situations. Yeah. You know? It's like you can't, like if you have an employee or like someone like a CM Punk who's mad at a certain thing, it needs to be addressed. You can't like wait for it to cool off because it's not those things never happen that way. Right. The Bucks, why are you EVPs? That's my question. Like, why are you EVPs? If you are EV, like it'd be one thing if like Darby Allin didn't want to talk to CM Punk because CM Punk disrespected him or whatever. Darby Allin is not an EVP. So Darby Allin can say, okay, I don't want to talk to this guy. Yeah. He's an employee. Why don't you just keep him out my face? If you're an EVP, you've got to talk to all the employees. So this guy pissed you off and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's your job to still kind of communicate with people. And if you want your lawyers present or whatever, that's fine as well. But you, like, in my opinion, you would not get away with not talking to your underlings, right? The people that are under you, you know. And if CM Punk wasn't a EVP, he was a consultant. That was what his employee contract said. then you have to communicate with these people. So I think the Bucks don't belong in that position if this is their going to be their attitude, or we're just not going to talk to this guy. Then what the fuck are you doing in that position?
Yeah, to me, it's like going back to that point on TK. Yeah, like we've known for the entirety of this promotion that TK is not going to be that firm boss, and that's cool.
Right.
Like honestly, I prefer having my like at the shoot job, my main store manager is chill. Like he's that kind of guy. Like when the occasion comes, like when he needs to put his foot down, he does. But then you also have assistant managers or co-managers that can bring a firmer touch. Like I've always looked at business, Chris, and it doesn't always work out like this, but I think it's best if you look at it almost like a football team. Like you can have a player's coach, but you also need that foot in the ass coach. Because there's got to be a balance at work. Like it can't all just be happiness and rainbows and sunshine. We got a job to do. So you need both. And so when I saw them air this footage the other night, nephew, it brought me back to one of my favorite Nick Fury quotes from the original Avengers movie, where the council is like, "Oh, there's aliens in New York. How are we gonna stop these aliens, Ray? I know. Let's send a bomb, a nuclear missile at Manhattan." And Nick Fury's like, I don't know, bro. And they like, hey, the council's made a decision. And Nick Fury looks at the monitor, Chris, and he's like, I recognize the council has made a decision, but given that it's a stupid ass decision, I elect to ignore it. And so like that's what I felt somebody in AEW should have said when Tony Khan or whoever was like, yeah, let's put this on the air, man. Like, for what? For who? Like, who benefited from this? Like, honestly, you can make a very good argument, even though he was the aggressor in this situation, Chris. The Muffin Man comes out the best in this situation.
Right, yeah.
Because his version of the events, and there's always three sides to every story, yours, mine, and the truth. But his version of the events, like nothing that was on that video refuted what CM Punk said.
Right, yeah. And it was funny because I got a couple of the postmarks who said, oh yeah, John Pollock said that he can't wait to hear y'all's take on this thing. And I was like, wow, because this is the thing I'm least looking forward to talking about. But yeah, like you're right.
And then John Pollock came over and choked Chris gently in the corner. It's just how we do business, kid.
We gotta talk about it, and it is what it is. And like, yeah, CM Punk, I mean, a couple minute details CM Punk didn't get right, but who cares? He said like Samoa Joe snatched that fool up. I mean, it wasn't Joe took his ass.
He wasn't like, hey, Phil, this is not the right time, buddy.
Yeah.
But yeah, just looking back on that whole situation, like again, you definitely, most definitely should not just be putting your hands on people that you work with. I think there could have been, especially Punk being a vet, there could have been a way better situation than him handling that. Like honestly, if he really wanted to, like, dude, you could have just been like, all right, that was my last straw. I quit. I'm done. Like right after he said that, it didn't even have to get physical. You could have just walked up to Tony and be like, dog, this is my last match. I'm gone. Leave it at that. But
hey Tony, I think a match between me and Jack would be really great for the fans and stiff the hell out the boy.
But like how Chris said, like I like even just from taking it from Punk's interview, like, but I think he was just looking for a way, like to get out. And again, the reason
he looked at his bracelet, back in the day, Andrew, people had "What would Jesus do" bracelets.
What would Jesus do?
Phil looked at the bracelet and said, "What would Draymond do in this situation?"
Right.
Yeah. I'm about to say, and then on top of that, bro, like the reason, and again, the reason why I kind of what I just said really don't make sense is because he had asked Tony previously to let him go multiple times, and Tony was like, "Nah, I can't let you go.
You the golden goose, pal."
You know what I'm saying? So. That's why it's like, again, I know people thinking about this one isolated incident, but when I listen to the interview, but I like hearing the full thing of what led you to this point. Like, how did we get here? And like when you think about it, like him trying to like intentionally trying to get let go, it's like he asked to let go multiple times, didn't get let go. He already frustrated as all hell. if his account is to believe, because you know the motherfuckers wrestlers be lying like hell, so I don't, you know, the one thing he didn't lie about that I can for sure say he didn't lie about is what he said in the footage, because everything that he said in that podcast is exactly how it happened. He said that he walked up to Jack Perry and asked him, why do you keep it? I was like, people kept saying that he lied in the footage. I'm like, dog, literally everything he said in the footage was exactly that. The only thing was he said Punk, like, Samoa Joe came in there and, like, you know, right, like, hey, you need to get up and get the hell up off him and stuff like that. And he, what's the name? I wanted to ask y'all this. Ray, let me ask you this. Did you feel like he would you use the word, like, or did you feel like he lunged at Tony when he like went over and did the whole, like, did you feel like he like lunged at him, or would you use another word, or did you feel like that's what from what was reported, like that's what happened? Did you, when you saw the footage, what did you make of that?
Yeah, lunge. I think that's a little bit of an exaggeration. I think he did go over in the direction, and he was like angrily yelling at him.
Yeah.
And shout out to the Poison Rana boys. They were talking about this during their live stream earlier today. I felt that he was in the wrong. And I'll push back a little bit on what you're saying, Andrew, as far as like everything that he said was true. He was talking about, oh, well, I can't let you get close. Well, you were in the same proximity for like 20 seconds. Now all of a sudden you want to push it. Like, and there's other ways, like you were saying, Andrew, there's other ways that you can make sure he doesn't get close. How about walk away? How about do that?
No, you finish, right?
CM Punk is how old is he? 44, 45 years old.
Yeah.
Jack Perry is a kid.
Yeah.
And not only that, Chris, not only is it the age difference, but I think, and again, this takes kind of spatial awareness, situational awareness, Andrew, that you don't always have in a heated situation like this. To me, one of the biggest deciding factors on whether I should fight you or not, besides are you physically threatening me, is who has more to lose in this situation.
Yeah,
me or you? Because if you're not physically threatening me, nephew, and I got way more to lose on the table than you, ain't worth it, dog. It ain't worth it, dog.
That's facts. Now that's true. They like at that point that they ain't no disputing that whatsoever. That's fact. You really gotta think about that.
Like, I'm CM Punk. You're a dude that's struggling in the mid card. Right. Like, I'm the headline of this. Like, and granted, yes, he didn't want to be there, nephew, but it's like, I'd have been at jobs I ain't want to be at, nephew.
That's facts.
But if they paying me, I'm here for the moment, and I'm not gonna mess up that bag until I got a better bag.
Right.
That's facts.
And 100%. I got it. And people, I think, have been giving Tony Khan a little too much shit, because and this is just something he's going to have to learn as he's does this job a little bit more. He wasn't really in a situation where he was going to like come out looking on top. If CM Punk didn't go to WWE the way he did, those EVPs would have went to WWE and taken
somebody was leaving, though.
Somebody would have gone there, and it would have been that. It would have been Kenny Omega would have been probably co-main event in WrestleMania this year. And that's the reality.
Nah, that's facts. So one of the sides is going to have to leave, Chris. You facts on that. That's true. One of them was leaving.
Right. So I think Tony Khan tried to make the best decision that he could, but I don't think Tony Khan was probably ever affirmative in any of the decisions that he made. I wish they would have showed footage. Maybe it exists because Tony Khan did say he felt his life was.
That's what I was looking for, Chris. I was like,
I mean, when he said that, like, especially seeing the footage, I can't say, like, I can't be one of those people who say what CM Punk would have done if he wasn't held back, or if he, like, I just don't know that.
Right.
Like, I feel like that's kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's like me getting upset and then predicting what I'm going to do next. Like, how you know I just going to go like be mad in the corner or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like but again, like when I'm saying it, I'm like, I just look at that as like more so Tony just being, and this it's not, it's not a bad thing or whatever like that. I just think that he was scared.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. I think that. So when he said that he feared for his life, I don't take that as an exaggeration per se. I just take that as Tony genuinely being scared of seeing Punk do what he did to Jack Perry. Think, oh shit, he about to get at me. He about to do me next.
Like, I'm not even gonna get started on some of the fights I've seen in LA or New York.
I was saying, Chris, I know you say some scraps though.
Yeah,
like,
Chris can't go 3 blocks without choking the motherfucker.
I've seen way worse workplace fights than that footage that Tony Khan shot. I've seen like
Chris used to work at the Waffle House.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But they know Waffle House scraps be different. They be in that joint brawling.
Right, yeah. Like I've seen people like, and this is like corporate jobs too. I've seen people try to stab people and stuff like that.
Shit. In the office,
like I like
in a 3-piece suit, my guy.
Like
niggas ain't that mad.
I don't believe Tony Khan. The reason why I don't believe Tony Khan, because Tony Khan's been in and around football for many a years, and there's just no way you haven't seen those kind of skirmishes before, in my opinion.
You work for a football team, dog. You like you'd have seen them fights in practice.
Yeah, exactly, man. You've seen surveillance footage. You probably seen it in the locker room. These things happen. Yeah, you know.
I think he was just like scared in the moment, and like anybody, that's a natural human reaction to be threatened. Like when you feel threatened, you like fight or flight, Chris. But I also feel like TK is nothing, and it's one of the best things about TK, but also one of the things that sometimes you're like, all right, bro. Like I think TK is just a naturally dramatic and theatrical person.
Right,
like anything that he sees that's good is the best thing. Anything that he sees is the worst thing. Like it's cool. Like it's part of what makes him such an entertaining figure. But I think like a lot of people, I was just kind of looking at that like, dog, will you really like? Because here's the other thing. Even if because I don't think CM Punk was gonna do anything like that.
I don't think he was gonna.
But even if CM Punk was gonna do that to Tony, there's like a bunch of other dudes like, yo, that's the dude that signed my check. Like we cool Punk, but we ain't that cool. For you to mess up my bag.
They was gonna put the boost to his ass. He put his hands on Tony. They ain't gonna let that. You really messing up the bag.
You messing up the money now.
but yeah, we gonna stay on this topic real quick. But so yeah, Chris had referenced it earlier. But Nate, I wanted to go to you for this one. So this past Friday, at NJPW, we got a shout out to Ray for the super chat. He said, Anwar Starwin, shout out to you, brother. He said, who been active in the chat tonight, Nate? Shout out to Anwar, man. He said, are you against or cool with companies dissing? Man, I'm for it, man. Take your shots. Take your shots, man.
Yeah.
I ain't getting paid by none. I ain't getting paid by none of y'all. So take your shots. take your shots. And make it fun.
You providing content for us to talk about.
I mean, if you're gonna be doing the dissing, it's got to be updated jokes, and it's got to be at least entertaining on certain levels. I think the Ospreay crack on Triple H, it missed the mark for several reasons.
Yeah. What was that? What when he was like grinding on Stephanie?
Grinding on the boss's dog.
We like, as much as I used to have fun making fun of Triple H for being having relationship with
you call him the doofus son-in-law. That's what you used to call him, Chris.
Yeah. I used to be the biggest. Triple H ain't that no more, man. So you got to update the material. Triple H is bigger than every McMahon in WWE. Triple H is the top dog. Stephanie McMahon it's like Triple H doesn't need to stay with Stephanie McMahon to keep his job. They could divorce tomorrow and Triple H will still have his job. So let's not pretend like this dude hasn't leveled up, because he leveled all the way the fuck up.
All the way up.
It's just Triple H is the guy like in WWE. Like he's big. Vince McMahon, none of that shit matters now. So the material was weak in my opinion. Valiant effort, in the past, maybe and he did, he did what he needed to do to keep on top. But
I say, but both of the companies this week, I mean, but essentially during WrestleMania week, WWE they was like that. So it started with the Triple H comment about like, if you're not ready for like if you prefer like a schedule that's lighter, So I mean, if that was about Ospreay.
It was.
So no, but I'm saying, I don't know if he's referring to Will Ospreay, I would feel like that's probably the worst person you could do that to, because considering Ospreay damn near broke his neck more than 4 or 5 times in New Japan with that crazy ass schedule and flying back and forth from the UK to Japan. But to say Ospreay's running from the grind, that is insane. You probably should have chose a better example to reference or to allude to, because Ospreay is like the last person you can say that about. The last thing this motherfucker been doing for the rest of his career is running from the grind. Him going to AEW was probably the best decision that he could have made, because I'm thinking like, dog, you're gonna get paid well. You get 2 nights a week that you possibly got work, 3 nights a week maybe. And then on top of that, you ain't gotta travel and do all this type of crazy stuff. On top of that, you got a child and a lady. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Alex Windsor, who's on the New Japan show. But he was like, again, for him, like, I see that comment right there. That was just some dumbass shit that I feel like Triple H is just in his feelings because Ospreay went to AEW, and I feel like he knew what Ospreay could add, and he feels some type of way to see Ospreay just fly off in AEW, and that's why he really said that shit. But see, this is the thing about that. When you say stuff like that, he's acting as if Ospreay is under contract with AEW forever. Who's to say maybe in 2028 and a deal up that you could? So now that he feels that you talking shit about him, he probably not gonna come now. You know what I'm saying? So
he'll entertain it.
But Chris, what I'm saying is that people don't forget shit like that. He be like, this motherfucker was talking shit about me a couple of years ago. Now you know what I'm saying? Now you want me in X, Y, Z and stuff. I'm not saying time won't heal all wounds. I'm just saying that people don't forget stuff like that, especially when it feels like he was isolated in that specific comment. And then you had Pat McAfee, who added the comment about saying 600 people in the arena and shit like that and all that shit. So that's why I feel like with AEW shot back in the schedule, I'm like, dude, at some point you got to defend yourself. You know what I'm saying? And again, you especially during the WWE Mania weekend media blitz, when all that stuff is just circulating, you have to say something back at some point, to get your side out of things. So that's kind of where I'm at with it.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with verbal bashes and stuff like that. I just thought that
you talking about that specific?
That was low hanging fruit.
I feel you gotta, like, if you're gonna be doing this, like, come a little bit more correct.
You better than that, Will Ospreay.
Yeah, you could crack on. There's so many different things you could crack on Triple H for. Yeah. Outside of him with Stephanie, because he's way past that, I think that's just the wrestling business. You're gonna get companies cracking on each other, and it's fun.
Yes, but I ain't gonna lie, it's more fun that way. It is.
Yeah, it's fun. It makes it interesting for us. I thought that as far as Ospreay is gonna prove his worth, and I do think that when anytime those contracts run out, they're gonna be talking to each other. They'll forget about.
I'm about to say, Chris, shit happened with Brian Cage just recently. Brian Cage said he was talking to WWE before he resigned.
Yeah. Like, what's his name? Like Cody Rhodes was smashing thrones and shit.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. Good point.
Yeah, people
look at it though. He went from smashing thrones to showing up on night 2 of WrestleMania with the Triple H garb.
Yeah. So,
that's called growth, Chris. Progress, brother.
So as far as AEW, I think that what we gotta measure them as a company on is, again, what their next TV deal is gonna look like. The ratings arguments, as far as and I'm not one of those people that say ratings don't matter. but they just matter in a different way than they used to matter.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's not like, you know, it's like the business is about content creation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Especially live content.
Yeah, live content and getting these like streaming deals and stuff like that. And if AEW is able to get a better one when this one runs out, they're on top, you know. So you can't say that they're doing anything wrong as far as that's concerned. WWE's their machine is just so much bigger than it used to be, that they're always going to be like they're fully entrenched in number one. Yeah. When you got The Rock coming back and just being on every single thing, promoting your show, what equivalent does AEW have to The Rock appearing on every single mainstream show there is, promoting WWE? The Rock did like, I want to say almost like two straight months of appearing on TV for the sole purposes of promoting WWE. Mm-hmm. AEW doesn't have like a mainstream guy like that. That's The Rock.
No.
Promoting them on every single show ever. So it's like
the closest thing they had to that, and he wasn't even close, even though we all love and respect the brother, was Devante. And he gone.
Yeah. And Cody Rhodes just wasn't at those heights, you know. It's like it's like WWE is right now, they're just hitting on all cylinders. And we just have to, like AEW fans, you just have to wait for them to get a little stale, and they will, because.
But that's what happened, bro. It's always up and down, bro. It's always
like AEW will be hot again, and then they'll get stale again. It's just the nature.
But all AEW gotta do is have at this pay-per-view dynasty. All they gotta do is put on a banger, great pay-per-view, which they normally always do. Yeah, and then just follow that up with good TV. But
and I'm not even mad at Tony Khan for people. I've seen so many like people like these wrestling pundits and stuff talking about how much Tony Khan disgraced himself and all that, and how this was the embarrassment and the blackest eye AEW ever gave itself. And I'm like,
shit ain't that deep.
Really? I'm hearing Eric Bischoff with his fucking cracks.
Hey, that brother had a good 83 weeks, dog. He had a good 83 weeks.
I'm about to say, man, you know Bischoff just don't like Tony. He just don't like him. So he gonna talk. Man, there's a thing like, okay, the airing the footage, I don't think it panned out like how exactly they thought. What I assumed was, like, I guess it was put out, I guess, to make CM Punk look bad, and then like all I'm seeing on Twitter is like people like you know what I'm saying, like he was getting like praise for it and shit.
And the other thing, Andrew, is ostensibly you put this footage out for two reasons. Number one, we're gonna throw shade on Punk. We're gonna throw dirt on this Muffin Man's name.
Yeah.
Didn't do it. Didn't really accomplish that mission. The other part of this that you wanted to accomplish was to get people interested in FTR versus the Bucks. And I don't think they really did that either. Like, we know the match gonna hit. We know the match gonna hit. But this segment did nothing to elevate your excitement or anticipation, at least in my opinion.
It didn't. And I don't feel like it like added anything to FTR versus Bucks. Like, I feel like that story alone has enough merit because of the matches they've had in the past, and just even before they came into AEW, like with the whole teasing of Dax and Cash before, like, on being the elite and stuff. Like, that story has enough tension to it to that you don't need that. But like, I mean, the thing is about the footage, just like, it's just okay. It was out there, and then now they put it on TV, and then now it's like, okay. You know what I'm saying?
I think it sounded better in Tony Khan's head than it actually played out on television. Like, there's a long time ago, one of my homegirls, some guy was going around like spreading rumors about her, saying he hit it or something like that. And she was like, I'm gonna tell this dude off. I'm gonna invite him. We're gonna have this at this restaurant we hang out at. I'm gonna tell his ass off, and I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna embarrass him in front of everybody, right? And she just kept on saying this, kept on saying it. I told her that's not a good idea. Let's just, if you have something to say, just call him up and say it. Don't do it in front of everybody. So the day comes, and then he's at this place, and then she starts just woofing on this guy, cussing him out. The guy gets up, looks around, starts crying, and runs away. And then I'm like, what happened? Why is he crying? And then she said, well, his mom was in a car accident, and she was injured really bad, and his sister died in a car accident.
Damn.
So it's like, you're waiting. So my homegirl seething to get to do this, and then that's what she was doing it for, and it's like with Tony Khan, it's like not that dramatic, but it's like
that was dramatic as hell, dog.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, Chris, where we going, bro?
Chris took us on a journey, dog. I was like, yo.
Yeah, but it's a true story.
Damn.
That's like what my point is sometimes you gotta sit and let an idea marinate.
Yes, run it by some people first.
Hey Chris, you want to know what I think the perfect thing is? I call it, I saw this in an interview. It's called the 3-day rule. I think I saw somebody tweet this out or something like that. This is what you do. Something piss you off, wait 3 days, and if you still thinking about it, then you do what you got to do or say what you got to say or whatever like that. Like let it, because sometimes when you emotionally react to things, and then you after you do it, it might feel good in that moment. Then you wake up the next day, you be like, why the hell would you say something like that, or why would you do something like that? You know what I'm saying? So I think that you got to let things, like, just give it a couple of days, because some ideas in your head on a Wednesday might not be the best on a Friday. You know what I'm saying? When you think about it, you know what I'm saying? So I think that's all that was. But
so
Nate,
one of the best things to that point, Andrew, and now we ain't talking about wrestling lessons. We talking about life lessons. Going off of what you said about the 3-day rule and what Chris said about that dramatic journey he took us on from the streets of LA. Like, I remember I had a breakup a few years ago. Actually, this is more than a few years ago, because I was in my 20s. So this is a couple decades ago. Damn, time flies. And me and this girl, like, it was one of those things, Chris, where you've been in a relationship like this where it's just you firing on all cylinders, man. It's like when Kyrie and KD came to the Brooklyn Nets. You're like, oh, we gonna put a ring on this, and then it starts to fizzle. And so, like, we was hot and heavy for a good 3-4 months. I'm like, yo, I'm like Andre 3000 on the Love Below, Ray. I'm like, what if she's the one?
But those the best times of the relationship, when it's early.
And as hotly as it started, that's how dramatically it ended, Chris. And so I'm like, you know what? I need to tell you about yourself, girl. I need to tell you some things about yourself. And so I wrote like a 3-page email, and I'm just going off, dog. I'm just going off. I'm like Nicki Minaj, bullet fragment. I'm just going off, brother. Wow. And I didn't send it.
What? No periods in that email.
No periods.
Straight words.
Straight. And it's like, actually, no. Here's the thing, Andrew. Because of the way my mind works, because again, broadcasting, like, a big part of my life. I had bullet points. I had subheadings, Chris. I had and another thing, when it comes to your attitude and the way you treat people, these are some things that you really need to address with your life moving forward. I was going off, Chris. I thought I wrote a masterpiece, and this wasn't even me. This was just the liquor got to me, and I passed out. I didn't fall. I didn't hit send. I didn't hit send. And so when I woke up the next day and I'm reading this, and it's like, there are some actual points that I made in there, Chris.
Right, yeah.
But you can't see the points through the emotion.
Right.
And so, like, I cut out like 2.5 pages from that email and just truncated it and took all the bitterness out of it. I took the emotion out of it and was just like, hey. And then she came back and responded with something, and then it was that. Like, I ain't never talked to her again. Hope she had a good life. Right. But I think when you talk about TK, Again, man, it's the blessing and the curse of Tony Khan. So many of his great moments, Andrew, are because he cares so much about this stuff. So many of his great moments, Ray, are because he gets passionate and he does things that the old guard wouldn't do. But then when you do stuff like that, you end up tweeting about Big Swole on New Year's Eve. When you do, we ain't never gonna forget TK. When you do,
that's the thing. It's like we're not surprised, but I wasn't surprised by this pettiness because of the Big Swole thing. You know, it's like, and the one advice that I would give TK is that this pettiness does get handed down to the employees, right?
Yes.
Because when you made that stupid tweet about Big Swole, Leo Rush followed it up with a stupid tweet as well. And you know, the difference between
shout out to Leo Rush.
Yeah, the difference between TK and Leo Rush is TK is in a position where he could take your ass off of TV forever. That's the only difference, you know. But it was stupid. It was petty. It's like, why do you have to do stuff like this all the time, TK? You do it all the time. It's like with this thing, with the Big Swole thing, like anytime.
Jinder Mahal.
Mahal. Like, why are we doing this, man? Why are like, and why does Jinder Mahal deserve to catch a stray, man?
and I ain't gonna lie to you, like Jinder Mahal for like one of those people that you would just throw a stray at him just because, like,
just because he's Jinder. Like, everybody hindering Jinder, man. That ain't right. That ain't right now.
Just throw the stray at him. But no, I get what you're saying. Like, it's but
Jinder was reading that tweet looking like 50 Cent.
What do you say? So we'll go back to this thing, Nate. I wanted to talk to you about the reaction that Jack Perry got at NJPW Windy City Riot. Now, see, in this sense, it seemed like the footage worked. Because if you judging it by that, go ahead, Ray.
And I was gonna just piggyback off that point. I think that as much as people are kind of thinking that, and deservedly so, that it is about Punk, I think it's a soft launch or a soft re-debut, a soft reintroduction of Jack Perry. And I think Jack Perry is going to have something to do at Dynasty involving this match. And it's like people are focused so much on the video, but focus on the things that the Young Bucks were saying. Focus on what the Young Bucks were saying, Jack Perry, who reminds us of us. Focus on what the Young Bucks were saying, using the same word, scapegoat, that Jack Perry had on that armband when he debuted in New Japan Pro Wrestling. So I think that while some people, and I know, Chris, you don't see it as a kind of a big way to kind of promote the match that's coming up between the Bucks or between the EVPs and the FTR. I think that is a soft reintroduction of just getting Jack Perry's name back into the AEW ether, and then kind of positioning him as that heel, as that guy that now I have the EVPs who have my back. And I know you were saying, Chris, well, or Andrew, you were saying, well, you shouldn't expect that somebody you shouldn't be thinking about, or you should be thinking about what someone can do to you. Or I think you put it in a way as though you can't control what someone does back to you. But on the other side, I think Perry was like, well, if you do something to me, I'm gonna stay, you probably gonna be gone, and I'm gonna do my thing. And so now I think that's what's happening now, and I think now Jack Perry can run with this. I think he is. I have a little bit of a higher feeling about Jack Perry than Chris does. I think that he is very talented. But I just think that he can. I think he's good. You said you don't even think he's good.
So real quick on this. So just to piggyback off what Ray was just talking about. So Jack Perry showed up at the NJPW Windy City Riot show. That was in Chicago, Illinois. That wasn't that they was in Chicago, like because that's where they be in Rosemont. There's some people in Hoffman the state. They was in Chicago. They was in there. But Jack came out. He faced Shota Umino. That dude looked like a star. Came off like a star. He came out. He had the Chicago flag on him, and then there was immediate boos, and then he dropped the flag, and it had the Cry Me a River written on the back of the jacket. Came down. He had like security guards, bro. When I say Jack looked like a star in this moment, I was like, dog, this is like really good. He came out, and the crowd was like, "You got choked out." No, he did. And then once they did that, guess what this man did? He went over the shoulder and put him in a guillotine, and did the exact same thing that Punk did to him. Then put him in a little choke like that, and then what's the name? They had like the match wasn't like super crazy, but it was just one of those atmospheres, dog. Like it was just like, you know what I'm saying? They didn't need to do much. Like the crowd carried the match, and they worked a good match. It wasn't like it was some shit. It wasn't like, but I'm saying like the atmosphere was just so crazy that there wasn't, you didn't need to do a whole bunch of stuff in the ring. No. Like it was a great match. It really was. And towards the end, Perry, he had this is the best fucking part. He had Umino in the corner, right? Perry runs up and does CM Punk's little jumping knee strike to the corner, and then waited just like Punk did. And then once Umino fell to the ground, Jack Perry went up, did his little thing, and tried to put him in the GTS. It did. That's when Umino had reversed it, and then he ended up beating Perry. And then after Perry shook his hand, and then he raised Umino's hand, and that's when he gave the middle fingers to the crowd of Chicago before he left. But I feel like that was like just a great moment for Jack. Like, and I think if they can find a way to transition that over to AEW programming, but like, see, this is the thing. My only question is it sustainable to the point where, because like essentially the only reason like that he's big like this is because of his altercation with CM Punk, right? Well, once this is no longer involving CM Punk, how do you continue to keep building this, or maybe it doesn't? Maybe you just keep riding it. Like I think that. Jack, and
also, is that going to play in every city?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. But see, when he was him having his first match back in the U.S. in Chicago is just like that. You can't script that no better. No. You know what I'm saying? Like that's perfect for him, and it worked. And it was great. Yeah. But see, the thing is like
they're gonna work in a random Albany show.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like when y'all in like fucking Mobile, Alabama or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Are they gonna care?
Independence, Missouri.
But see, that's the thing. AEW, they going back to Chicago for All Out. So you know what I'm saying? He gonna be able to get some out of that. But like at some point, I'm sure that I'm sure that AEW doesn't want to keep things like the cloud of CM Punk hovering over their company, because like it feels like they have been unable to escape this man, no matter what. So I think that Perry is going to be like that thing, that constant reminder, and like, hey, CM Punk used to work here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think that's part of the reason why dude is having a hard time bringing him back to TV.
Yeah. I'm about to say, and then on top of that, it's like, I can see Perry continuously trying to, do his thing in the match where he goes for the GTS and things like that. So it's like, how long do you want to keep reminding people that Punk was here at a certain standpoint, and then find a way to transition that heat for Perry to a position to where it's not about CM Punk, or is this legitimately the only reason he'll be hot is because of CM Punk?
He can't be a one-trick pony, Andrew, but I do feel like he's got a very soft landing spot to raise point. Not only is he coming back to work with his buddies, but he's being put, like, even though he's going to be the fourth most important member, he's being put in a position where he's part of this new elite with Okada, with the Bucks. So it's like already, like you ain't Bobby Brown, Johnny Gill, or Ralph Tresvant, but you can be Ricky Bell. And being Ricky Bell ain't so bad. Ricky Bell had some bangers back in the day. Ronnie DeVoe had some hits back in the day. Mike Bivens had a couple good lines back in the day. Shout out to New Edition. But I think, to your point, Ray, I do think Jack Perry will come back in a bigger position than when he left, obviously, to Andrew's point. Like that reaction, like you can't fake that. I think the question is, how do you pivot? Like, because Chris said so eloquently on the Kings of Sport the other day, controversy has a shelf life. Right. And so is this something where 6 months or a year from now, this is going to be the same shtick my boy is doing? If that's the case, I don't think you can get that much mileage out of it. But if you use this heat to fuel you in this run with the elite and refine your character while you're working with, one of the greatest tag teams ever and one of the greatest singles performers ever, like you running with greats. It's like, you out there with them greats, you should be able to get some of that greatness by osmosis and become the best version of Jack Perry you can be.
Right. Mm-hmm. Like, remember a couple summers ago where Kwame Brown, after years and years and years and years and years of basketball pundits, sports commentators calling this guy a bust and talking about how lame he was and all this other stuff, he finally had enough of it, and he went on YouTube and he just start ethering people, right?
Right.
And that first video was like, wow, Kwame Brown's like, people like, I kind of see what he's saying and stuff like that. And that first video was fine. Then Kwame Brown kind of overdid it and just start doing videos every single week on the same fucking subject.
It's like, no, we didn't ask for that much, Kwame Brown.
There's diminishing returns on this shit, right? Like even with Jack Perry right now, it's like you can try to get famous off the back of CM Punk for as long as you can, but there's diminishing returns on that shit, man. Like, if I took like, say I went on a date with like Zoe Kravitz or somebody like that. What's the girl that's in Spider-Man, his black woman? Zendaya. If I got Zendaya and I take her out on a date.
Damn, Chris, you stole Spider-Man's woman? You a bad motherfucker, Chris.
And I rent a Maserati. And I pick her up. And she kisses me good night, and everybody sees that. Then the Maserati is due back at the rental car place the very next day. Zendaya was just doing it to be let me take her on a date to be nice to a fan. I'm left with me being myself, you know? And this is the kind of stuff that Jack Perry is gonna have to avoid, man. He's gonna have to survive because right now
that was a wild analogy, Professor.
I'm just saying,
I dig it.
It's like even with Daniel Puder when he like choked out Kurt Angle and stuff. That was a cool thing for like a little while. Yep. Then you have to like, what else you got?
When the last time somebody brought up Daniel Puder besides tonight?
Yeah, but that's
Daniel Puder. He a cop now. He a police officer.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, he's a police officer.
Oh, him and Undertaker would get along well.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
But that's just the whole thing. It's like you have to show the layers to you. You know what I'm saying? Because right now,
put up Anwar's comment, Ray. I'm dying.
What did it say?
Chris over there cooking with that fan fiction, dog. I told you, he's a chef, y'all.
Fan fiction. Well, one, I'm married, so that's not gonna happen. But
that fan fiction.
But even if I wasn't married, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know,
I can see you in the Maserati, dog.
Right, yeah, I can see myself renting a Maserati too. I don't see myself
pull up the house. They call me Professor Ely, but you can call me the Maserati Hottie.
Right. You don't want to be the person where your fame is off of one event in your life. You know what I'm saying? You want to be somebody that's like continue, because right now Jack Perry's already got a lot of things that go against them, right? Being Luke Perry's son, Luke Perry,
R.I.P.
Yeah, Luke Perry was an iconic actor. He wasn't like doing like the best he wasn't like a movie star per se, but he was a guy that people related to.
A cultural touchstone for a lot of people.
Yeah, and he was very good in a lot of the stuff he was in.
Yeah.
I still remember when he was on Oz that season. He was the preacher. I thought that was great. I thought he should have gotten some.
Was he a Reverend Jeremiah Cloutier? Was that his name?
Cloutier, yeah, that's his name. I thought he should have gotten some kind of award for that.
Yeah, he was good on Oz.
Yeah, so you're already having to like live up to that. You know,
Oz, real quick, Chris. I hate to derail the show with another tangent, but Oz, if you have not watched Oz from HBO back in the day, that was an amazing show. Had a bunch of great actors on it. But the one scene that I can never get out of my head, and it will just pop up in my mind from time to time, when they had like the Aryan gang in jail.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the Aryan gang, like somebody popped him in the mouth or something and like messed up his teeth. All his chiclets was on the floor. And so they had to put new teeth in his mouth. And the teeth that they got were from a black man.
Yeah.
A black inmate that had passed away or something like that. And like all the Aryans turned on him because he had quote unquote naysayer gums. Like walking around with those naysayer gums, those naysayer teeth in your mouth. And it's just like, he was just like, every scene they showed him, he was just touching his teeth, just disgusted with himself. And I was like, Oz, you wild for that.
Yeah.
But again, that's neither here nor there. I'm sorry, Chris.
No, it's all good. But yeah, it's just Jack Perry's got to start making his own name eventually. You can't live off of this CM Punk thing forever.
Yeah, eventually you got to transition it, like nephew was saying.
Like CM, like you are the least significant thing to ever happen to CM Punk.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's just
wait. What Chris say? I cut out a little bit. What did he say?
He said Jack Perry is the least significant thing in CM Punk's life.
Damn.
Look, that sound like that line from the Street Fighter the movie. It was like this. It was the biggest moment in your life. For me, it was just another Tuesday.
and that's just the way it is. So
shout out to Raul Julia.
Yeah, Jack Perry's got time to show that he is the main eventer, and he's a pillar like everyone's like been, not everybody, but like Tony Khan's been saying about him, you know.
Yeah.
But he's still young enough that he can still grow.
I honestly, for Jack, I think the building blocks for him to move away from that CM Punk stuff should start right now, instead of having him like continuously try to ride that out. I think it would be best if he's able to like start, putting together ideas to move away from that and to like sort of find his own lane without having like I think that it'll always be helpful to him to have that CM Punk heat, quote unquote, but I think it's best that him moving away from that and finding his own little area and reasoning to give people own little reason to just another reason other than CM Punk for people to dislike him and go along with the character and all that type of stuff. I think it would be better if he starts building that now and then just always having the CM Punk thing in his back pocket. I think that'd be excellent for Jack, and I think it'd turn out great for him if he's able to find that lane. But fellas, y'all ready to jump into the next topic? We got a message from Brother Nate. He said he'd be right back. All right, Brother Nate, be right back. But so next up, Chris, we're gonna go to you first. Tama Tonga debuted on SmackDown, and it was something you was talking about how. Well, for those that didn't get a chance to see what happened, Jimmy Uso and Solo was having a conversation in the ring. Paul Heyman was there as well, and Solo sort of gave him a little, the brother hug, gave Jimmy a hug. Man, they overheard. What I'm saying? It looked like they was trying to have a good little moment in the ring or whatever like that, and then Solo stepped aside, and then Jimmy had his back turned and came. Tama Tonga beat him down, gave him a nice little beating, gave him a couple headbutts, and then Paul Heyman tried to call Roman Reigns because he was unclear of what was happening in that situation and was shocked at Solo Sikoa's actions. And Solo stomped his phone, and backstage, Tama walked up on Paul Heyman and said about orders of the tribal chief, and it's something that Chris had mentioned earlier in the show. He said that he believes The Rock is the tribal chief, and he's the one instructing all this to happen while he's away. Chris, what did you think about Tama Tonga's arrival to SmackDown, and also just to further echo on your point about where you think this all is heading and how you think that Solo was more so of the person that The Rock put in charge in place while he's away, and then probably will assume position again once he's back, and basically building another bloodline without Roman and without the Usos.
Right, yeah. So I think personally, I would have liked this better, and this is a nitpick. This isn't anything big. I would have liked it a little bit better if it was on Raw, because just the Raw after WrestleMania has to feel
like all the big angles and
And they didn't really have any debuts this year. To me, a debut, and I got into some debates online about this, and going from NXT to
I know what you mean. Yeah.
to SmackDown or to Raw is not a fucking debut. You still work. You're still in the company. And a debut is coming from another company and debuting on WWE TV, not coming from NXT and then debuting.
I'm about to say, Chris, and then most of these people have been on main Raw. Like Braun Breaker was on Raw in 2022.
Yeah,
and then Roxanne Perez was on SmackDown last year.
Yeah. So the Raw was good, but I thought that this was cool. I like that there's still a lot of ambiguity there. We don't really know who Solo is working for. There was a lot of people saying that Solo has taken over as leader of the bloodline. And it's just like, for me, it's just that, like, the ambition of a goon is not to be the leader. The ambition of a goon is to be a goon and to have things you could be a goon against. You know, he's a hired hitman is what Solo Sikoa is. He's not the leader. He's the guy that talks that follows out the marching orders of what the guy from Casino who kills Joe Pesci at the end of the movie. I forget his name.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, he's in a bunch of different stuff. Frank Vincent? I'm not sure what the guy's name is, but he's the guy, he's the goon that you trust to carry out orders, right?
Right.
And I think Solo Sikoa, it makes sense. This is what I would say it should happen with Imperium as well, but I digress.
Frank.
Yeah.
Yeah, Frank. That's what I was trying to think about it.
Yeah. But when the top guy loses, this is the goons are following you because you are the top guy, and you have and you lead by example, and you have the stuff that a lot of them are aspiring to be. So once you lose, it makes sense for them to follow another goon. Like, okay, you're not exactly what you panned out to be, and in the case of Solo, if Solo would have been the one that lost, Roman would have turned on him, so it makes sense from that standpoint, so it's like, I thought that Tama Tonga of the debuts this I thought that was just great. I think, and I'm interested to see where it goes. For the most part, I want to see what happens with this. I want to see what happens when Jacob Fatu gets there, and just see where the new bloodline goes. It does feel like a fresh start for the bloodline, which is something that they've been in desperate need of for the last couple of years. So I'm happy with it.
Hey Ray, let me ask you this. So what do you, speaking about, like, it has been reported that Jacob Fatu is signed with WWE, and I'm assuming they just waiting until the right moment to introduce him. Just off, I know it's like a far-fetched thing, not necessarily that far-fetched, but like just off the top of your head, like, what would you think would be the perfect moment to bring Jacob into the story? Because I'm assuming that they would want to, like, let Tama get his, what I'm saying? Like, people know who Tama Tonga is, but in terms of, like, their audience that may not know who Tama Tonga is, like, what I'm saying? We know who the hell Tama Tonga is, but there might be a good number of folks that don't know or haven't seen him before. So do you think the best time to do that is to let Tama get his wings in WWE first and let him, you know what I'm saying, give him like let the spotlight be on him for like some months and then bring Jacob in? Or do you think the best option to do that is like have Jacob come in like immediately following, or do you keep that surprise for later you keep that surprise later in your back pocket to bring Jacob in? And when exactly would you do that? And how do you sort of see this thing turning out to be like a Rock in that bloodline versus Roman and the Usos, and then whoever they fourth person is? Can you kind of see that turning out? But yeah, just your overall thoughts on all that.
Yeah, well, I think first off, yeah, I've been respectfully disagreeing with y'all throughout the day. Respectfully. And I'm gonna continue to do so. I think it was a good thing to have it on SmackDown because most of the Bloodline stuff has been on SmackDown. And you need something for the SmackDown after WrestleMania as well. So I think it was good to kind of have this and start planting those seeds. As far as Jacob Fatu, I think it all depends on when they want Roman to come back, because it's hard to you've already destroyed Jimmy. I mean, who else? I mean, and Solo has already pledged allegiance to this other tribal chief. And I was kind of before WrestleMania, I was kind of thinking that Solo Sikoa can be in that tribal chief role, but probably not now. Like you said, Chris, is like he's a soldier. He ain't a leader yet. He's got to work his way up to become that leader, to become that mob boss. He's still like an underboss, and I'm not talking about your boy Tony D'Angelo. I think you can kind of bring Jacob in sooner rather than later, because I doubt you're going to run with Tama Tonga right away as a single star. I think that you do need like that enforcer to come in and kind of like Tama Tonga and Jacob Fatu can be like that tag team that kind of replaces the Usos. But again, it all depends on like when Roman and what kind of story you're going to have Roman come back to in order to start setting these things into motion. It's like if Roman doesn't have a match lined up for like a title or anything, then what reason would he want to come back to kind of be involved in this bloodline storyline or in the bloodline civil war? So.
Hey, Ray, how do you go about getting the Usos back together for that? Like, does it like have to be Roman? Like, is he like the only one that can like genuinely, like in a storyline sense, get them back together? Or do you think it'll be like Jay being the one to try to mend fences to help his brother? Because he did say in that ESPN interview that you mentioned was like, once it's over, like we can go back to doing whatever we was doing. So like, how do you sort of what's your take on all that?
I mean, it could take just Jay by himself. It could take Jay and Sammy, because you could still kind of thread, especially with the draft coming up. And I don't know if we're going to get into that as well, but especially with the draft coming up, you never know where the pieces are going to fall to where you could have the Intercontinental Champion on the same side as whoever's on the bloodline. And it could be like, well, Sammy could be like, hey, Jay, you know, I love your brother just as much as I love you. And so I want y'all to be back as well. And it kind of makes me think about when, Chris, you were talking about Drew kind of speaking up his demise. I think Cody kind of set this in. Devante, again, he prophetic. This brother, not only is he for the culture, but
hashtag the Devante era.
He was preaching. The brother was prophesying and was talking about how all this stuff is going to crumble. He was saying the Usos are going to leave you. He was saying Solo's going to turn his back on you. And then we don't know just yet where the wise man lies in all of this as well. So I think it'll be interesting to see. Like I said, I think you can bring on Jacob as sooner rather than later. I would think maybe not Backlash, but maybe like
that's
the
a little
show.
too soon.
Yeah, that's way too soon. But I think maybe Money in the Bank is June or July?
July.
Maybe have them either Money in the Bank or have them come. Is the Bash at Berlin show after?
Yeah, Bash in Berlin, that's after SummerSlam. That's late August.
So that's late. All right. So maybe have them come. Maybe have them come Money in the Bank.
Yeah,
Right.
summer. Summer. Yeah.
I think so.
I feel you on that. But yeah, I can definitely see that happen. Like either way, I think that Jacob Fatu, but that's gonna be, bro, having him on your roster, dog. That's a nice. That's but he is a beast.
I was wondering why it was taking them so long to bring him, and then he resigned. Yeah,
but he signed that long ass deal with MLW. So I remember writing a story about it. Though he signed with them. He signed I think he signed like a 5-year, 6-year contract with them. I was like, God damn! I was like, you know what I'm saying? He signed a long deal with MLW.
Right.
Yeah, that's up now, and apparently he signed with WWE. So I guess we're gonna see Jacob at some point, and it's definitely gonna be interesting to see how he gets introduced into that story. But another story that was making the rounds over the weekend, fellas, for the first time, I think this has ever been anybody, and Ray, you can pull this up. It's an article up on the Post Wrestling site. Kenny Omega opened up about Brawl Out.
Oh, yeah.
This is the first time that a wrestler has spoken like this in depth regarding the situation. Now he didn't get into the details of the fight, but he definitely talked about elements of it. And like, so essentially, like, I'm not gonna read the whole recap, and I'm sure Ray will pull up the transcription. So anybody that's it's a long ass transcript, but like, so anybody that can like read it, you can check it out on the Post Wrestling site and all that stuff. But essentially, and I'm going to kick this over to you first, Nate, and you can sort of just take it off and then pass it over to Chris, and then we get into it. But essentially, what he was talking about was this whole thing, like him talking about this started when Omega was saying he hasn't had power in AEW in over 4 years, and he feels like he's a terrible executive vice president, and he feels like he doesn't deserve the role, like although he's like willing to give people advice and etc. And then he spoke about like what he thought his duty was as an EVP doing Brawl Out, and he felt like he was essentially supposed to de-escalate the situation, and he said that he wanted to create a peaceful environment for who he felt in that situation was the most important person, which is CM Punk's dog Larry. And when Omega said it, he said he wasn't trying to be funny when he said that. Like he was speaking about how he loves pets and animals, and he didn't want Larry to get hurt in the situation, so he got Larry out of there. And then he was like, as far as the rest of the situation, like it got too chaotic, like for him to change anything on his own power. Like by the time he got Larry out of there, so when he got Larry out of this, shit already hit the fan. Like it was like it was already going for him to try to do anything. And then he added that he said that the way that he wanted to go about things was not how other people wanted to approach it, and maybe not even how the boss, who I'm assuming is Tony Khan, wanted to approach it and wanted it handled. And then the thing that stood out the most about Omega was he said that he grew up playing a lot of contact sports, and he was like he got into a lot of scuffles and fights with a lot of his teammates, and they were able to shake hands and move on afterwards. And he felt like within his position, he felt like even in AEW, he said this, like even just in wrestling in general, there have been times where he felt like maybe we need to fight in order for us to get over this situation because it's not working. The verbal stuff is not working. And Omega was just like, if that's the situation, then maybe this situation needs to result in us fighting and moving on. And if we can shake hands afterward and we ain't got to worry about people going on Twitter or going on interviews and talking about what happened and getting it out there, then we can do that and move on, because that's how I grew up in playing sports. And that's what I mentioned earlier when we were talking about the conversation about like how some people are brought up, and Omega is one of those people who was brought up that if it's a situation that needs to get physical, it can get physical, and then we can move on afterwards. And that also depends on the other parties involved. It ain't just you. It got to be everybody willing to be on that same page.
Right, yeah.
But Omega, he said that it's that mindset that he has, which is why he feels he shouldn't be an EVP, because you shouldn't be doing that stuff in 2024, which also coincides with Chris's point of what we was talking about earlier, because Omega having the awareness to be like, Yeah, I mean, I think like that, but in 2024, we shouldn't be having to resort to physical altercations to get past these issues. But also, I think it says a lot about him as an adult in a situation to be like, dog, sometimes you have to go that way, but also maybe I shouldn't be in this position if I'm thinking that way that shit needs to get physical. So I think that Kenny, he came off like real, and you go ahead, Chris, before we get to this next part about, because he had to know another part about CM Punk.
Kenny is actually a lot more mature than he gives himself credit for thinking that, because sometimes that is like sometimes these situations need to explode, whether it's a physical altercation, whatever, so things can start going down again. And I don't think he necessarily like wanted a fight, but
right.
I think it's like once you guys do fight, then after realizing how stupid it was to fight, maybe we can come to some kind of resolution, because that's what happens. I grew up like that, right? We get into a fight with somebody, and then we become friends. You know, one of my best friends, I got into a fight with them, and we made up and became friends after that. You know,
get it out your system.
I'm about to say, Chris, that even happened like with like cousins or something like that. Your best friend.
Right, yeah. I think in this situation right here is Kenny Omega is trying to be like, you're new at being an EVP, so you're gonna fail at it in the beginning. That's just the nature of the beast. That's when you're new at something, there's some of the failures will be big, some of the failures will be small, but you're gonna have to learn the position in order to be good at the position, right? And I think I think a lot of people are not like understanding that about this situation. People are just quick. I don't think that Kenny Omega or the Bucks are horrible EVPs or should never be EVPs or anything like that. I don't believe that at all. I think you need to be learning on the job, though, you know. If you're learning and growing, then you're doing the right thing. I think the fact that Kenny Omega said that stuff shows that he's learning how to be an EVP. You know, I think like something like this happens, and you like, if something like this happens again, you can handle it better the next time. Right. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I think on that point. Go ahead.
I just want to add in this point before you follow up, niggas. I was gonna kick it over to you and just so you can add some extra on this. So a chat user person in the chat had asked Omega. They was like, "What's your status with CM Punk? What's going on with you and Punk?" And Omega said, it's mutual respect there. He was like, they reached out to each other after the situation happened. Yeah. And Omega said that it was never a situation of like, just speaking about how they are now. It was like, he was like, "Oh yeah, you guys are better now." Omega was like, "Dog, we never had a bad relationship." Right. He was like, it was never that. And then this was another interesting thing that he said, and you can see it on the transcript. Omega said if it wasn't for another factor, he didn't say what that factor was, or if it was a person. He just said if it wasn't for another factor, he said him and Punk would have been able to talk the night of All Out.
So what you're saying is he's passing the buck? Is that what you're saying, nephew?
But see, that's the thing. I don't know who he's talking about. Like, I'm pretty sure. Like, again, and then you see it. He said they could have, there's like legalities and talking about the situation, but he don't want to be standoffish about it and all that stuff. But when he said that if it wasn't for another factor
in a world full of counterfeit,
they would have been able to talk the night of All Out. I'm just like, man. But so to me it seems like Omega, not even seeing it. That's from what Omega says, Nate, that it was never an issue he never had an issue with CM Punk. Right. Yeah.
I think with Kenny, Kenny's a very thoughtful dude. Like, we've known this about this guy. Like, he views the world a little bit differently. And this might be a gross mischaracterization, Chris, of the EVPs. But the way I always looked at it was Cody was big brother. Devante was big brother. Like, he was, he was the one that came into the EVP job out of the four of them that was built for it.
Yes.
Like, he, from day one, hit the ground running. Like, yeah, I'm a wrestler, but I grew up with this, dog. I know how to run a company, even like we were talking about the other month, Andrew, like down to things like catering, travel, health, like health benefits, stuff like that. Like Cody was the big brother. I always looked at Kenny as the middle brother. Like, yeah, like I'm cool with everybody, man. I'm gonna go with Big Bro most of the time and do what he say, but I'm cool with everybody. And then the Bucks always came off to me as like the precocious younger brothers. Like they don't mean it, but they gonna stir some shit up because that's what younger brothers do. And you can have that framework as long as Big Brother's still there, or when Big Brother leaves and goes to college, you know, Pops, TK is the parent that's gonna step in and be like, all right, we gotta squash this, we gotta be professional. And so I think when you have the lack of that structure at the top, and again, like this is just my read on the situation, guys. I feel like you have different parties and like they're all friends, right? They're all business partners, whatever. But everybody's got a different objective. Everybody's got a different motive for being there. Everybody's got different ways they react to situations. And so again, like this is not what Kenny said. I'm just kind of piecing the words together. It feels like Kenny was like, yeah, we can squash this, dog. But when you've got Punk, who is already in an irate state, and you got the Bucks that's like, nah, we here, dog. We doing this. He was not able to bring it down. He was not able to bring the temperature down. And like he said, he had to go rescue Larry. I think, and again, I might be putting too much on Devante's plate, Ray, but I feel like, and I've said it from the moment that this happened, had Cody been there in that situation, it would have turned out way different. Because I think there is a level of respect, not only for Punk, but I think, and this is what happens when you deal with certain employees, Chris. Like sometimes their level of respect for you is not based on your position.
Right.
It's based on you as a person. And I think Punk would have respected Cody as a person in a way that he didn't or doesn't respect the Bucks, or didn't or doesn't respect TK. And, you know, Omega was kind of out of the room when all this went to hell. And so I feel like Kenny, like you said, Chris, there can be a bit of imposter syndrome when you're taking over a job for the first time, especially in a position as big as this. And Kenny's like, yeah, I wanted this, but I didn't know it was going to be like this. Do I really deserve to be here? Have I earned my title? And yeah, he made some mistakes along the way, but I think just saying this in public, nephew, is a sign of growth, is a sign of thoughtfulness that I always thought Kenny Omega possessed. Like, I'm looking at this a little bit differently, and I'm not going to get so wrapped up in the ego and the emotion of the situation, but what's best for everybody, man. And so, yeah, I just wish, you know, again, had things been different, had certain people been in their position at the time that happened, I think we'd be having a much different conversation. Who knows? Maybe Punk is still in that company if things turn out different, because, you know, we talked about what happened at Wembley, but Wembley wasn't a pop-off. Wembley wasn't a jump-off. Like, there was a previous incident that kind of started the snowball rolling, Chris. And so if you take that out, who knows how different things could have been with the Muffin Man. So I thought that was very insightful from Kenny, man. And I hope that he, because when you feel like that, when you got that doubt, you can go one of two ways. Either you're like, nah, I may not have felt that I deserve to be here, but I'm here and I'm going to be the best EVP I can be. Or Ray, you can be like, dog, you know, I ain't really built for this life. I ain't really built for this position, and kind of go the other way. So I hope Kenny takes this as a moment to be like, yeah, like I screwed up. We as the EVPs and as TK, we screwed up, but we can get better from this.
But I think Chris put it great when he was just like, he's like, but because he's willing to admit that, he's learning how to be an EVP by getting messed up as an EVP. And like, again, just from him saying like he feels like he's a terrible executive vice president, I wouldn't say all that. I don't think he's terrible at his job. I just think that, like, just like Chris said and how Nate said,
I can think of two words.
He's I think that he's learning how to do those things on the fly, and the first step to doing that is admitting your wrongdoings.
Yep.
And like go ahead, Chris. You take it.
No, because you can just look at the you know you didn't do the greatest decision, because you can look at the ramifications from what happened on that day. You let your biggest star just waltz into the other company. And we haven't talked about it on this show that much. CM Punk is part of the reason why WrestleMania was so successful this year. You know, like the night one opener is probably like one of the greatest WrestleMania moments ever, when CM Punk snatched the old dude down and hit the desk and the cash in happened.
All you had to do was just go home.
Right. Yeah. It's like, it's like this stuff is a direct result of the ineptitude in AEW. You know, you should be able to look at this and say, wow, we could have had something like this in our company, right? Like Kenny Omega, I think he's under contract in AEW for a while. But God forbid if his contract, if they have the Omega CM Punk match in WWE.
Oh, that's rough, dog. That's rough.
Yeah, that would be like, okay,
that would be rough.
That would be a very hard pill to swallow. So it's like, whatever.
Hey, Chris, can I ask you this? Would you be surprised to see Omega join WWE at this point? Like, would you be?
Oh no, not at all. I'm not surprised at anything in the wrestling. I'm not the best person to ask that question, but I think if he's under contract, he's not going to be going there. But the fact of the matter is that they had the chance. They should have been able to make a ton of money off of CM Punk and the whole incident with him eating the muffins and all that stuff. That should have been at the moment after that happened, after cooler heads prevailed. How do
we make money
into money?
Right.
And the fact that nobody was thinking that, and they let WWE make all the money off.
That would have been Cody's first thought, dog. Like, yo, this gonna be a hell of a story.
Right? Yeah. This just shows you how like people, like sometimes you could get in the way of your own greatness, right? Like I think if they would have let things play out in a different way, CM Punk could be the heel, whatever, they would be in such better position than they are today, right? And this is I don't think you need to live in this ineptitude forever. You could beat yourself up beat yourself up over it for like a couple seconds, but then you got to move on, you know. But this is like they just it's just weird how they squandered this all up, you know. And I'm not blaming Omega, the Bucks. I don't know whose fault it is, but this is a missed opportunity.
It is. I'm about to say, Chris, that CMFTR versus the Elite, that thing was right on the table, man.
Yep,
it was right there. And shit, even if you couldn't get that done, just hearing Omega, shit, it seemed like Punk versus Omega was on the table. And Omega was like, dude, especially if they reached out to each other after the fact, and it's like, I'm assuming that it's like, dude, I ain't got no issue with you. I ain't never had no issue with you. Like,
right?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The thing was, my friends don't like you.
Your boys.
You don't like them. But I don't got no issue with you.
Like even in that, even in that Ariel Helwani interview, CM Punk said that I'm used to these kind of fights happening and we just moving on from it, you know. Which is what I'm used to, you know. But it's like
which Omega used to.
yeah. Which is like somewhere there was a breakdown in communication, and it shouldn't have happened. Yeah. And as EVPs, you've got to take responsibility for this.
Yeah, you just can't be rolling up on a motherfucker in his own locker room, like
you
being the aggressor.
Now see that right there. I think that was the first. I mean, but see, it even goes beyond that. It goes back with the Hangman promo and like this, like and you know what I'm saying? Like all that shit is, bro. Like it feels like there were multiple checkpoints where this thing should have been checked. Like that should have been a final checkpoint. And then instead of checking it, you just went around the checkpoint. It was like, okay, we just gonna move on from this, act like it never happened. But people do not forget shit that bothers them. I don't care how small it is. If it bothers you, you're gonna remember it, and you're just gonna stick with you until you either do something about it or it gets handled in a manner that you feel like it needs to be handled in. And I just don't think any of those issues ever got handled. And it unfortunately led to 2 physical altercations in the company that involved your biggest star, and then now he's no longer here. And without you even be able to benefit from the storyline aspect that could have came out of it. You know what I'm saying? Because there was a lot on the table involving all of those parties. That
like the workplace environment got so bad, nephew, that this dude was like, yo, I'm gonna go back to the place that I never wanted to go back to, the place that affected my mental health.
Right.
And I'd say, Nate, it got so bad to the point where the rosters had to be split and people couldn't be on certain shows.
We made a whole show.
Like, bro, for real, in all seriousness.
We made AEW detention.
But I'm not saying that's the sole reason why they added
in-school suspension.
I don't think that's the reason why they added AEW Collision. I think they was going to add another show regardless. But the fact that, you know, it got to a point where you had to keep people off of certain rosters so there wouldn't be an issue. And they're how do you not see that? And Punk talking about it in an interview. If that's truly the conversation that he had with Tony Khan, he was like, dog, it's not going to work. Like, how do you not listen to that and be like, well, maybe he kind of right about that. Like, maybe it's not going to work. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, again, if Punk is to be believing that is genuinely the conversation he had with Tony. Like, if he's saying that, telling you before it even happens, like, dude, this is not going to work. Like, eventually these people, and this on top of it, eventually these people are going to see each other again. Like they have pay-per-views, like of course you can keep them off Saturday and off Wednesday, et cetera, but these people are going to run into each other at some point.
And not those people, Andrew, but you're gonna start to get clicks. You're gonna start to get, like, I'm Team Punk, I'm Team Bucks, and so eventually your entire workplace is gonna get polluted by that.
Right, and I think that's part of the reason why Jack Perry got in this mix. I think. I think somebody at the top, I think one of those EVPs, I don't know which one, but they soured him on CM Punk before he.
I'll bet you $2 to guess who it is, Chris.
Yeah, exactly.
I bet you $2.
Yeah. But they soured him on CM Punk. So I think Jack Perry went into that situation with CM Punk already of the mindset, say, like, I don't have to listen to this guy because
I don't have to respect you, dog.
Yeah, because these guys don't respect you, you know, and I think
and those guys brought him into the company,
right? Yeah, and that's how it got cliquish like that. I really do believe that.
But look, Chris, we might have just solved the case here on NWA.
We did it. Not only is Chris a professor, not only is he a chef, not only is he Stemmy Butler, but he's a detective. Chris Ely, PI.
Nate, when you mentioned that, and then Chris followed up on it and added on to it about the click part, that's probably a real thing, especially with the split roster, because you got people who bang with Punk, like you got the Brodies and the Brody King and the Malachi Blacks, those Punk guys, and then you got other people who were day one AEW people who got brought into the company by Matt and Nick. And they feel loyalty to him, and then you got guys who've been rocking with Punk for years who feel loyalty to him, and they gonna be like, that's my guy, and the other guys, those my guys, and if they don't like you, then I don't like you, and you know, like it creates unnecessary tension, and then you got Kenny Omega who's in the middle, like, I ain't got no issue with none of y'all, so I don't know what this. What we beefing about?
And Tony Khan, man, I do think that there's a part of him that didn't think CM Punk was going to go back to WWE. And if he thought that, he's an idiot. Because I knew CM Punk the minute he got released.
We called it on the show.
We knew that was going to happen because it's wrestling. And this is what happens for wrestling. Shit, man. I don't give a fuck what CM Punk told you in intimate conversations, Tony Khan. That dude his mind was already in WWE when all the tension started breaking down, you know.
Shit, his mind was in WWE when he showed up at that Monday Night Raw in April 2020.
Right,
He was like, I'm going back. He was like,
He was like, damn, I missed this catering, dog. The spread, the muffin.
Bro, but when the report came out, when he was still with AEW, that he was back there talking with the Miz, I was like, oh yeah, he trying to go back. I was like, he getting cool with the Miz. I was like, oh yeah, he trying to go back.
Yeah,
it's a wrap. It's over.
if you as a company, if Tony Khan thought that WWE would never hire him back, they don't know WWE, because they will hire anybody back if there's a money making opportunity with somebody. They're going to take advantage of it. That's just the wrestling business in a nutshell, right?
Hey, real quick. So just on that, this ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about, but this just came to my mind that Chris has said that. But you want to know who WWE brought out again for their appearances and stuff? When they brought back into the fold, Jazz. I was so happy to see that, dog. But they had Jazz like doing like the media and like the signings. That she was at WWE World for like all 4 days, and like so what I'm assuming is like now she's probably gonna be under like some type of Legends contract. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I know it was an issue between, because of the concussion lawsuit or whatever like that. So Vince, old petty ass, they probably try to keep her out, but it looked like they bringing Jazz back into the fold, because she doing like appearances for them and stuff like that. So I'm hoping that Jazz get that Hall of Fame induction one of these years, but she deserved that shit, man. But like that ain't got nothing to do with like what Chris had talked about, bringing people back and stuff like that had came back to my mind. So I was like, man, it's cool to see Jazz back in the fold. But yeah, going back to what Chris's point about like, but I think that if Tony was thinking in any way that Punk wasn't gonna go back, you tripping. He was going back. So
yeah, he was gonna go back. They were gonna let him back in. It's just the nature of the business. I'll even do you one better. If WWE's fire CM Punk tomorrow, AEW is hiring him.
Talk to him, Chris.
This is the nature. This is how this business works, and you're never gonna change that, especially when it's only two major companies at this level of money.
I mean, Chris, the tent might be shinier, the lights may be flashier, the lines may be longer, but never forget, at the end of the day, it's still carny business, baby. We still at the carnival, baby. It is what it is.
Right.
So while we on Phil Brooks, I'm gonna talk about somebody who said that a quote that's been shared a lot about Phil Brooks. He said soft bodies, fragile mind, fragile something, and fragile whatever John Moxley said. But that's what I'm talking about, John Moxley. John Moxley over the weekend, brother Ray. I'm gonna go to you first.
I'm gonna step out for a second. I'll be right back.
All right, cool.
Chris got to go make a payment on that Maserati.
Yeah, for real.
Okay. Hey, you see Ray with the graphics, man. Look at this brother.
This man is a producer. I told you, Caitlin Dark, y'all. Hashtag Caitlin Dark.
Caitlin, hey, Ray. If they put out Caitlin Dark shirts, dog,
put that on a t-shirt, Dickie Bird.
Hey Ray, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna tag her on Twitter, and I swear to God, I hope she see it. the Caitlin Dark shirt.
Yo, Caitlin Dark is gonna be sitting somewhere in a cornfield in Iowa, like, who is this?
Hey, bro, but brother Ray, brother Nate,
put in the middle of a cornfield, like she ain't got a house.
But John Moxley is the new IWGP World Heavyweight Champion, defeated Tetsuya Naito in the main event, Windy City Riot. John Moxley is the first person ever to win the WWE, AEW, and IWGP World Heavyweight titles, and it looks like he's gonna be. I think it ever been reported by I think Body Slam. I think that he has been granted time off from AEW to because I mean saying you can't be going off in the AEW and forgetting about New Japan. So you got to be you're the top champion, dog. You can't just be dipping off. But he is gonna be on Dynamite this week, and then I'm assuming Moxley gonna be on the shows leading up to Dominion in June. They got a tour coming up. They got their Soul tour, and I think they got a Kazuna Road tour coming up. So yeah, John Moxley probably gonna be a part of those. But Ray, what did you think about them putting the title on Moxley? And it looks like there might be a match between him and Shota Umino coming up, which I think a lot of people is probably excited for. But how long do you sort of see this title reign lasting? As far as like Mox being away from AEW on a consistent basis and not being like a feature character because of his duties now as the world champion in New Japan. And essentially this how long do you see this going, and where do you see like the end point for this being, and who's the person that you think he might take the title? You think Naito will get it back? You think they might wait, have a long Wrestle Kingdom or something like that to drop it to Shota Umino, and but lift up their next big star, and it's appropriate because him and Moxley's relationship. Like, sort of, where do you see this going, and where do you think of the title win? Oh, you muted, Ray. Oh, there you go. He's back.
Yeah. Well, first of all, we know one thing he ain't doing. He ain't fly fishing like he said like 3 years ago. I think he's been waiting for that vacation for like the last 3 years. But I think this is it's a tremendous accomplishment for him. And we already saw like he's had the itch to work for New Japan before. Like he's been working with them ever since I think it was either last year or a year before last when he was doing stuff with NJPW Strong.
Yeah, say Mox got right with them when he was a free agent. Like it was like,
yeah, pretty much.
he ain't wasting no damn time.
Yeah, so I think he's built quite a good relationship with whoever is heading up the promotion over there, and I think it was meant for it to happen. I think that it was meant for it to happen, and things aligned, especially with all of the top stars or most of the top stars from New Japan pretty much jumping ship. When you got Okada leaving, when you got Tama Tonga leaving, when you got all these other guys that are either leaving or having more like diminished or
like,
lower key roles.
Like your Ospreay and Jay White.
So I think it could be a decent role because New Japan now does need that top star or at least a good transitional star.
Yeah.
So that because I know that they have been building more people up the ladder.
Yeah.
So I mean, you never know when a Takahashi might be or Hiromu Takahashi might be ready, or Yui Uminora might be ready. But I think probably have them hold it for at least like 6 to 8 months. And that way you can have somebody because isn't G1 Climax is coming up right around the corner
this summer.
So maybe have him hold it through the summer and then maybe make it to Wrestle Kingdom as a champ because he really isn't needed that much in AEW because BCC is pretty much they're humming on their own anyway. They're doing their own thing, so they don't really need him back into AEW right now. And I think it's a tremendous opportunity for him to continue to grow his star worldwide, especially in that Japanese base.
But I think I remember I talked to Martin Bushby about this. He probably said the best thing I could say about Jon Moxley winning the title. He said Moxley has completed pro wrestling. Bro, WWE, AEW, New Japan, world champ.
Go to Mexico.
He did last month.
Did it? Oh,
you must have not been drinking your agua fresca, Ray.
You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, but like, I think Moxley now, like, cause I remember it was a quote that came out before when he was like, even if he won the title, he's like the most underrated, like underappreciated person or whatever like that. And when people, I always see people always like ranking the Shield members and stuff like that. And dude, Moxley is like probably like the most successful one in terms of just like accolades. You think like the shit he's done, like it's, but whatever it is, I'm gonna just say I think just in terms of sheer success, I don't think that you can like put one like in a overtly higher position than the other. Like it doesn't have to be like number scale, it can just be like levels. I don't think that you can ever like in terms of like each one has had their own success. But we talking about like Moxley choosing to leave WWE when he could have been a lifer and then going out and having this amount of success that he's had, because Moxley could have came out here and flopped, dog. He could have, but he didn't. And this motherfucker had plenty of bangers, plenty of storyline, great matches that make sense. Not just like he's going out here wrestling just to wrestle. He done had plenty of great storylines. He done won the 3 world championships in the 3 biggest promotions in the world. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Moxley was a fucking beast, bro. Like, so I'm always it was always cool. It's so cool to see Moxley get his big title win. But Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see, like how Ray said, how long the title reign actually lasts. Like they got a number of people they building up. Like Yoda Tsuji just lost to Naito at Sakura Genesis, so I'm pretty sure they're gonna probably try to do. What I think is gonna happen. I think that Moxley gonna drop it back to Naito at some point. They probably gonna do it like again. This is the thing. Dominion's in June, so I don't know if they want Moxley's title reign to be that short. But I mean, Naito's title reign was only 4.5 months, so I mean, I'm pretty sure they ain't tripping about hot shot in the title or whatever like that. But I can see Naito beating Moxley in June, and then Yoda Tsuji beating Naito at Wrestle Kingdom next year because they like to drag out these damn storylines a lot. So we're gonna see what happens. But also, I think that it should at some point be a title match between Moxley and Shota Umino because that's like his little young boy, and it had been like that for years now since Moxley was in the G1 in 2019. So, but we definitely gonna see what happens. But this next topic, I'm interested to hear from Brother Nate and Brother Chris. I want to hear what y'all thought about this. But Nate, Ray, you can pull this up on the screen. This is the Ronda Rousey thing, but she was on News Nation, and she had she mentioned that there was she accused Drew Gulak of WWE NXT's Drew Gulak of touching the string on her sweatpants backstage in March 2022. Yeah, and she was like, it was a number of people around who saw the situation unfold, and nobody said anything or nobody acted like it was weird or out of character or anything like that. And everybody just kind of went on about their days. And she said that she approached, she led and confronted Drew Gulak about it, and she was just like, if he's doing that to her, like I want, like wondering like what else has he done or how else people are treated backstage, like how the women are treated backstage and things of that sort. And Gulak released a statement. I think the next day he said backstage at the WWE event in 2022, I saw Ronda talking with a group in the hallway. I stopped to say hi and shake all their hands. In an attempt to shake her hand, I accidentally touched her drawstring, complete accident, and one that I had apologized to her for the mishap. And then Nate, on this past week's NXT, Drew Gulak is a part of the Quarter Catch Crew, No Quarter Catch Crew group. He was not with the group, was not in any segments, and they took his name off the Titantron. Fiverr Select had reported that Gulak was supposed to be at WrestleMania, like a couple of events and stuff like that. He got pulled from all that stuff. So Nate, what did you make of the whole situation? And then you can kick it over to Chris once you get your thoughts in.
Yeah, I think, first of all, shout out to the good sis Ronda Latifa Rousey on these streets.
I know, right?
But I feel like in a situation like this, it's like, come on, dog. Like, first of all, there's so many, like, there's so many ways that Drew, again, situational awareness. Let that be the word of the month. Situational awareness. Like, first of all, why you just, touching people's drawstrings like that? Like, B, you don't know this lady like that, man. Like, it would be one thing if they grew up together and they was best friends from childhood. And then, hey, we played a drawstring game. You don't know this lady, man. She a co-worker.
Yeah.
Respect her personal space. And again, we are going off of allegations, so we got to throw that out there. Allegedly.
Well, he admitted to touching her drawstring.
Yes.
He admitted that much. So
but then the other thing I think is, dog, come on, man.
Real quick, Nate, Chris. I mean, Ray, you can. I think I hyperlinked Drew Gulak's tweet and his and the clip from Ronda. So if you could, you could pull those up too. And
I hate to say it like this, like in this climate, because it shouldn't be okay in any climate. But come on, dog. Like after Me Too, after speaking out.
Yeah.
Come on, dog. I was trying to shake her hand. Like, I'm not a doctor, Ray. Shocking, I know. But I kind of have a general idea of the human anatomy and where clothes sit on a person. And if I'm trying to shake this lady's hand, how does my hand suddenly graze or brush up or tug on her drawstring? Like, come on, dog. And then the last thing I'll say on it, Chris, is yes, the WWE is a lot more vigilant about stuff like this after the Vince McMahon allegations, but they ain't doing all this for no reason, dog. Like, Come on, buddy.
Yeah.
Talk to him, Chris. Talk to him.
There's a part of me that, like, I don't necessarily think that Drew Gulak needs to get fired for this or anything like that. But, like, I accidentally touched her drawstring. Come on, dude. Like, I would have just not said anything or just been like, oh, something else. Ronda Rousey is dropping bows on whoever she could drop bows on.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah.
It's just what it is, you know.
But she trying to get Bruce Pritchard the hell about it. She putting his ass on Front Street
every opportunity.
She cooking his ass. Bruce Pritchard,
as she should.
Hey, did y'all hear those boos for him a little bit at WrestleMania when Cody brought him out? I was like,
I mean, I don't know why it was important to bring him up. You know, it was like, why are you bringing up this dude? Like, it's not, and I'm not even saying that Bruce Pritchard did anything bad or anything like that, but it's like this guy is so closely linked with Vince McMahon, like that. You know, if you had just listened to Something to Wrestle with him and Conrad, this guy probably knows where a lot of bodies are buried, you know, and we don't need to be bringing him up on TV. So I just don't do that. I'm not saying Bruce Pritchard was even a like willing participant in Vince McMahon's fuckery, but he's a part of it, you know. I don't believe for one second that he didn't know about any of this stuff just because of how closely tied with this guy he was. But as far as Drew Gulak is concerned, yeah, man. I don't know if he's talked to Ronda Rousey, but give her a call, you know, talk to her and, you know, just explain to her like what was going through your head when you're touching her drawstring and shit. Something, man. But yeah, I don't in WWE is just whatever's easy for them to get. Drew Gulak is not the fact that I just mispronounced his name. He's not important enough to
like that's like for this to be the battle.
Right. Ain't nobody dying on Gulak Hill.
Yeah. He's an easy person.
They're already at the point where they're like removing him from the group that he was heavily featured in. So like I think at this point is just the next course of action for them is like what I'm assuming, like, because I don't think Shawn Michaels had got asked about it in his at the Stand and Deliver media thing the press conference that he did in Philly. So what I'm assuming is they must be investigating the situation or trying to find out as much as they can about the altercation between him and Rousey, the incident that occurred.
Yeah.
So I think
I think they're doing that. But
no. But the reason I say that is because they removed him from this stuff, and I don't think if they weren't trying to figure out what's going on, I think they would have just had Gulak on TV and kept his name. And they went so far as to like take his name off the title.
Yeah, they took his name off. I don't know if they're in. I think if
I'm not investigating, but more so just trying to figure out what exactly went down before we even think about putting you on TV again.
Right. I think another part of this, right, is like let's give Drew the benefit of the doubt, dog. Let's say this was an honest mistake. Let's say this was an accident. You didn't mean to touch a drawstring. Like in that moment, I think if I'm in Drew's shoes, I'm like, oh, my bad, sis. Like, I was trying to shake your hand. It's cool, whatever. The fact that Ronda brings this up tells me that this was not an accident. Because it would have been like, oh, that was my bad. And she'd be like, okay, whatever. But the fact that she's still holding on to this tells me that this felt a little bit more deliberate.
Yeah, and
so
the fact that he remembers the incident too, you know? Shit.
Yeah.
But it's like accidents happen. Like if it was an accident, you'd be like, hey, my bad, I'm sorry. And then that would have been the end of it. But because she brought, like, this is still on her mind. To me, like, again, nobody knows 100% what happened, but except for those two people. But it's like, if this was an accident, I don't think she would be remembering this years later, Andrew.
Yeah, that's another fair point to bring up. So, like, I think in this situation, like, this is like where the next time, like, Shawn Michaels gets interviewed, like, this should be like the first question presented to him and asked him about, like, what's the next step that y'all are taking in this situation. But for right now, it ain't looking good for Gulak. Like, I think when you get to that point where, you know what I'm saying, they are actively removing you from these situations that you was in on TV. Like, I don't think it's looking too good for him. And again,
they're not dying on Gulak Hill.
Yeah,
they're not dying on Drew Hill.
They ain't down. And then Rousey even said, she said that in the post when they interviewed with News Nation, she was like, when she went up to him and he was like no, like, you know, I'm glad you said something to me. And he was like backpedaling like everything he said and all that stuff. So yeah, again, I don't think if it was just like how you said, if it was just like some isolated mistake, you know, it was just like, oh, my bad type of thing, I don't think that she would have been. I really don't think that she would have gave a shit to bring it up. Like, if it was just like, oh, my bad. Like, if she, I'm talking about, she truly felt like it was, you know, an accident, then I don't think that she would have said it. But clearly,
we've all, like, if you've worked in an office, you've had a brush, like a coworker brushed up against my butt the other day. And she was like, oh, my bad, I'm sorry. And it's like, yeah, it's cool. Like, we work in a tight ass office. Like, you're going to bump into somebody from time to time. It ain't no big deal. But it's like, there's a difference between an accident and something that is a deliberate choice.
That's what I'm saying. Right. But like, even on the hand, how does your hand, like, talking about the handshake, like, what the fuck are you going, like, all the way, like, the fuck is type of handshake are you giving?
Down to her waist.
You know what I'm saying? Like that, like. That's like, but again, I don't think they down in the Gulak Hill. So I guess we're gonna see what happens. Hopefully, you know, by the next NWA pod, like,
there's
there'll
only
be like
one Drew Hill we gonna die for. See, if that Drew Hill too, we got you, nephew. But here's the thing: if YouTube didn't have music restrictions, copyright restrictions, this would have been a perfect time for Ray to hit that. Tell me what you want. Tell me.
Hey, bro,
keep it under 10 seconds. Keep it under 10. Yeah.
But when you said that, I was like, oh, they talking about me, and then I realized, I was like, you talking about
Andrew was like, damn, Unc really do got love for me.
Hey, bro. But yeah, hopefully by the next pay-per-view, I said the next pay-per-view, the next NWA podcast, we'll have some. This shit is a pay-per-view. You get 4 hours.
Hey, this is a premium live podcast, brother.
It's a premium live event right here, man. But the Kapasov, hey, man, I think we might.
Don't jinx us, nephew.
I ain't gonna say.
You did it last month.
Say it. Don't say it.
I ain't gonna say it.
2 hours later, we still talking about Dynasty. Like, what the?
So our last thing. Well, the last thing that we intend to touch on was the Dynasty pay-per-view. So I'm
shout out to Joe Collins.
Hey, Nate, Chris, that man Ray over here, quick as I don't know what.
Caitlin Dart.
That burrito he was snacking on earlier got him
that snack wrap.
The snack wrap.
That gordita.
Dude, I'm legitimately about to do a spit take, bro. Y'all are hilarious, bro.
So I'm gonna just go up the screen. So we're gonna do Ray, Chris, and then Nate. You can finish y'all before I get my prediction. So we can just do that. So we got the first matchup. Go to you first, Ray. Will Ospreay versus Bryan Danielson.
I got Ospreay. I think Danielson is. I know that he wanted to make this year his final full-time year, and he's gonna go out with a bang. And I think this will be the elevator for Ospreay. If he wasn't already in the main event picture, this will be pretty much what stamps him, like solidifies him into that main event picture. So I got Ospreay.
Got it, Chris?
Yeah, I got Ospreay. as well. I think they got big plans for Ospreay and that company. So I think Daniel Bryan has big plans for Ospreay and that company too. So I think Ospreay's gonna win.
Yeah. First of all, salute to everybody watching live. As we are getting ready to cross the threshold from Sunday night into Monday morning. Still over 450 people rocking with the NWA podcast here on Post Wrestling. So we appreciate y'all, man. If you got comments on the Dynasty card, hit us up in the chat. Again, super chats get to cut to the front of the line. But yeah, this is a hell of a match, man. This might be worth the price of the show just for this. All love to DBD. We love that man, Daniel Bryan Danielson. But here at the Nubian Wrestling Advocates, we like to advocate for the brothers, Ray. In this match, I'm going to advocate for the brothers, Mike. We going to give it up to this man, William Jefferson Ospreay on these streets. Because here's the thing, man. Like it's you can tell when it's a performance time, when they're right on the cusp of a breakout. And Ospreay, you might even argue he's past the breakout stage, but I think to this audience, he's getting ready to go to another level. It's going to be a hell of a match. But at this point, like, I think even Daniel Bryan Danielson's like, why am I going to win this match, dog? It makes no sense. Like, what do I gain from beating Ospreay? I gain very little, but he gains a whole hell of a lot by beating me. And so, yeah, man, give it up to that boy, William Jefferson Ospreay.
Yeah, it was funny, Nate, when I saw you say William Jefferson Ospreay, I had clicked on his Wikipedia to see if that was his real middle name.
What is his real middle name?
Peter Charles.
Damn, that's British as hell.
That's some British shit.
William right Peter Charles Ospreay.
And he actually, I think he said it actually because he had and Neil Flanagan has a post up on this on Post Wrestling as well. He had the interview on the latest Hey EW with RJ City, and he mentioned that as being like his full name. And fun fact, the A in his name is not actually in his name.
Oh, interesting.
So. But yeah, and he had some interesting stuff in that interview. Specifically, there's like a really poignant portion, and you probably won't think of it like on Hey EW, but it was a really poignant portion of when he talks about himself having autism and having ADHD, and how all of those things that he's went through, like going, and it really hit me hard as a special educator, how he felt like he wasn't supported enough in school, but he was still able to kind of strive. And he said he has dyslexia too, and he can't even read his contracts, but he needs to have people reading his contracts for him. But it was really a kind of inspirational thing to kind of listen to, which kind of has me harken back. And I know people are like, oh, why you got to go back to old stuff? But it kind of has me harken back to all the stuff where the allegations for speaking out, and while it wasn't anything specifically about him, but about him blackballing a woman who said,
Pollyanna,
one of his friends assaulted her. I'm hoping that he's learned from that experience, and I'm hoping that he's grown from that experience. So. But yeah, it was real interesting stuff. Of course, it was like all the gags and stuff that's going on with RJ City because he's like the funny guy. But that was an interesting, poignant moment within that interview that he was able to touch on that.
So you can check that on the Post Wrestling site. That man Neil did a great write up on that.
Our man Neil.
Shout out to brother Neil. But yeah, I'm agreeing with y'all. I think Will Ospreay gonna take the W. So next up, we got the tournament final ladder match for the vacant AEW World Tag Team Championships. We got the Young Bucks, Nicholas Jackson and Matthew Jackson versus FTR, Dax Harwood, and Cash Wheeler. Brother Ray, who do you got, my good sir?
Well, I kind of alluded to this earlier. I think I got the EVPs, and I think it's going to involve the scapegoat himself showing up and costing FTR the match. And like you were saying, Nate, I think it's going to be the newest formation, the latest iteration of the Elite, once you already have Okada added with the Bucks, and then you have Jack Perry as that fourth piece. So I got the Bucks winning. Chris?
Oh yeah, I got the Bucks winning as well. I think they can do a little chase for a little bit can FTR, but the Bucks are right now they are the hotter team, more featured and more prominent on television. So I think it makes sense for them to win.
Yes, I agree. I think it would have been funny as hell though if they had made FTR go through this whole tournament and then be like, "Oh, you got to fight us, actually." That I think that would have been great heel work. Like, to me, that was the idea. I think I pitched it to SP3. It's like that would be so dickish, and it would perfectly fit their characters. But we didn't do that. Here we are. That being said, yeah, it's got to be the Bucks, because I think if you don't, like, and then this is something I wasn't even thinking about when this card was announced. Like, if the Bucks don't win this, then what the hell did we do that backstage footage for, other than the pop 1 week rating? So the Bucks got to win this, and you know it makes them the hateable team that everybody else is chasing. So yeah, Bucks, go ahead, sweep it, Andrew.
Yeah, I think FTR gonna win. No, I think the Bucks gonna. I think the Bucks gonna take the W, and they gonna carry on as AEW World Tag Team Champions with Okada holding the Continental crown. But next up, by the way, we got Julia Hart defending the TBS Championship against Willow Nightingale. The winner will move on to AEW Double or Nothing to defend against Mercedes Moné. So I'm going to say I think see that this is a tough one, right? Because the winner is going on to defend against Mercedes at the next pay-per-view. So I'm gonna go ahead and say I'm gonna say Julia Hart retains. I think she beats Willow. I think Julia retains. What you got, Ray?
I agree. I think Julia retains. Like we were discussing earlier, I think it's way too early to have Willow win and then lose it if we are already expecting Mercedes Moné to kind of cash in and win it.
See what you did there, Ray.
So, I surprised myself. But yes, Julia Hart is going to go ahead and retain. And plus, wouldn't this be a house rules match too?
Yeah.
Because we
rules, yeah.
So we don't know the stipulation. So we'll see.
When it's a house rules match, that means the opponent they get to they get to select something in the match.
Right.
So yeah.
We'll see. Yeah, I still got Julia though.
Yeah, I do too. What you got, Chris?
Yeah, I got Julia. I think that she's doing a fine job with that belt. And I think that belt kind of needs to be reestablished. So I wouldn't have her lose it right away. And if they do have her wrestle Mercedes, I'm still against giving Mercedes that title. But if that's gonna be her first match, they might as well. I hope they do a thing with Mercedes where she has both that and not knockouts. That and the AEW women's title at the same time. That's what if they're gonna give her that one, that's what I want to see.
Just have her win all the belts. ROH women's put all the belts on.
And then she can just like melt all the belts down into an infinity gauntlet. Storytelling, brother. Yeah, let's go ahead and make it a clean sweep, man. Because here's the thing. They've booked themselves into a bit of a corner here.
Yeah.
Because if Julia wins, we got 5-star recruit Mercedes Moné coming to the SWAC to win the title at Alcorn State. And then if Willow wins, which would be the call I would make had we not had this ignorant Mercedes stip attached to it, then Willow like loses quick, fast, and in a hurry. Because again, Grambling has to lose to Alcorn State. So yeah, like it's so, unless they are going to do what Chris said, like the whole belt collector deal, like it's a bad position to put Mercedes in. But that being said, yeah, it's Julia. Like if it would be so short-sighted if they gave the belt to Willow only for her to lose it to Mercedes. Like, that does nothing for Willow or Mercedes, quite frankly.
Yeah. So yeah, we got a clean sweep so far. Next up, we got the trios match: Adam Copeland, Eddie Kingston, and then the ROH World Champion, newly crowned ROH World Champion Mark Briscoe versus the House of Black, Malachi Black, Brody King, and Buddy Matthews. I think that the House of Black is going to win this match to set up Malachi versus Adam Copeland for the TNT title. Hopefully that match happens. Like it'd be a lot of jokes on Twitter about Malachi not wanting to take a pin. so hopefully that match does happen. But yeah, I think House of Black gonna take this one. What you thinking, Eric? What you thinking, Ray?
I agree. I just kind of started thinking about it as well because on one hand I was thinking, hey, Mark Briscoe has to get over on these guys one time, but then I think he was teamed up with FTR at one time, and I think they were able to kind of FTR, and I think it was FTR, Mark Briscoe, and Daniel Garcia. They were able, I think, on a collision. They were able. I think that cage. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he was able to kind of get his comeuppance there. But like you said, I think this will be a good way to set up that challenge for the TNT Championship for Aleister Black. Or Malachi Black, I should say. So, yeah, I got House of Black winning as well.
You got Chris.
Wake up, Chris.
This man put Chris to sleep.
I'm actually gonna go with the Edge's team.
Ooh.
Got our first split.
Yeah, because I don't know where House of Black's head is at right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like every time I'm reading the story on them, it's about them hating being in AEW. I hope this is just internet conjecture, but I just don't know. And I do think that that I don't know. I'm just going with the baby faces for me.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Nate.
Yeah, this match could be seen as a bit of a coin flip. Chris brings up some good points, but you know who else made a better point than Chris? And it's very rare that I say somebody makes a better point than the esteemed Chris from LA. Wesley Snipes made a better point in Passenger 57. Always bet on Black.
Oh, yeah.
I bet on Julia from the House of Black. I'm betting on Malachi and them boys. So I'm going with the House of Black on this one.
What if everybody's name was Black? Buddy Black.
All right.
Buddy Black. Julia Black. And if all their matches were sponsored by Wingstop, I feel some kind of way.
Hey, bro. Can you imagine that shit? But Julia Black, Malachi Black, Brody Black, Buddy Black.
Buddy Black.
You might have a black house, but I'm a black.
Did you see the Cody promo? Did you see it?
Yes.
Yeah, that was funny, yeah.
Say open mic night.
He brought it all back around.
That's storytelling. I told you that brother's the best storyteller in the game right now.
Bro,
and then I love
the greatest shit ever, bro.
And then I love how he tried to clean it up. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cursed.
So next up we got Timeless Tony Storm defending the
AEW. Real quick. I believe we have a super chat, Ray.
A newer one. I know we had one from earlier.
I got Mean Muggins said he sent a super chat.
Oh, I do. Yes.
Bang.
There you go. Mean
that was earlier when
Bloodline shift.
Bloodline
shift might lead to babyface Roman. Yeah, I definitely think that's
in game. Yeah. Babyface Roman.
Babyface Roman versus heel Rock.
Yeah, man.
That's happening.
That's happening.
Yeah, the only reason they ain't having this year because that man Cody was too over.
Cody was too hot, dog.
He was too damn hot.
Appreciate the super chat, Muggin.
Hey, you know how crazy that is to make them alter change for the fucking Rock.
Yeah, dog. Like, again, that's why I don't think any other babyface, like maybe Sammy, but other than that, ain't no other babyface would be able to garner that reaction for over 2 years. So Cody is different, man.
Yeah, Yeah. So Ray, we got the graphic. The Timeless Tony Storm defending the AEW Women's World Title against Thunder Rosa. Hey, look, all love the Thunder Rosa, but they is not in the Tony Storm's reign. so I'm gonna say Tony Storm retain. What you thinking, Ray?
I agree. Tony Storm retains, even though Thunder Rosa never lost the belt. Never lost. But I think she's gonna lose it. Not fair and square, but I think she's gonna lose it on next Saturday or next Sunday.
Yeah, I got I got Timeless Tony Storm as well. I love Thunder Rosa though.
I was gonna say, show Thunder Rosa some love, Chris.
I love Thunder Rosa, but that character, Timeless Tony Storm, she doesn't need to lose that until she fights Mercedes, whenever that's gonna be. She needs to hold on for a little while because I do think she's adding some freshness to the division that wasn't there before. You know, and I think when you get Britt Baker back, Sheeta, all them, and then I think Tony Storm, I think you'll have a very well-rounded AEW women's division, and it's going to be AEW's women's division is like a division that kind of snuck up on you. It's like wow, they got Tony Storm, and they got Thunder Rosa, and they got Mercedes,
Serena Deeb,
Queen Amanada,
and all
Sheeta,
so
they got some hitters in that division. I'm telling you.
So I think that Tony Storm holding on to that belt for a little while longer is best for business to face.
Okay, Chris Levesque.
Chris Levesque.
Best for business.
This is first of all, shout out to Darren Jones in the chat, alluding to the title of this month's episode, The Art of Storytelling, asking which part was better, part 1 or part 2. Both are amazing. I lean towards part 1, not only because of Slick Rick, but also like Big Boy's verse was great. Big Boy is criminally underrated as a lyricist, but the Andre 3000 Sasha Thumper verse. Like I asked her what she want to be when she grow up. I want to be alive. That's a damn bar. Sasha Thumper. It's like that, y'all. Go get the hump about your back, y'all. Have I reached 10 seconds, Ray? Shoot. Get into the form of story rap.
You're coming up close.
It's like that, y'all. That's all you're gonna get.
Okay.
I love Outkast, but I don't want them brothers suing us. Also, RIP to Rico Wade, who was very influential in Outkast rise as a member of the Dungeon family. To me, Outkast, one of the greatest groups in music history, not just hip hop history. But when we talk about this match, okay, quick question: has everybody on this panel been watching X-Men '97?
I still need to catch up with it.
Okay, because I was gonna say something, but I'm gonna save it. Because episode 5, hot damn, episode 5.
I heard that was fire.
Oh my goodness, episode X-Men '97, man. And for more on X-Men '97, check out Post Wrestling's MCU Later with the good brother Rich Fan and Player Hater of the Year from 1918 to 2018. Man had a 100-year run. W.H. Park. This man was hating before he was born.
W.H.
And the H stands for hater. The W stands for what?
W.H.
His real name is What a Hater Park. So I was leading all that X-Men talk up to talk about like Thunder Rosa when she had the Wolverine outfit on the other week. Like I love when wrestlers like lean into their geeky fandoms, like Jade with Storm or Rey Mysterio with his little Marvel outfits and stuff. Like it's just cool to see those worlds collide. But that being said, we all love Thunder Rosa. Like Thunder Rosa been done dirty over the years, but this is not her time because it's timeless, Ray. We ready for the close-up. Shout out to Timeless Tony Storm. The other reason I need Tony Storm to keep this belt as long as she can is because I need my Marilyn Monroe versus Beyonce matchup with her and Mercedes. That's what I need to close out the year for AEW. So, yeah, Tony Storm ain't dropping this no time soon.
Yeah, I actually think, I don't know why, but I think Jamie Hayter going to end Tony Storm's run as champion.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool.
I don't know why. I just always like, as soon as she started doing the timeless character out, I don't know why. I just had the feeling it was going to be Jamie Hayter that was going.
Jamie Hayter, WH Park's favorite woman wrestler.
About to say Nate, you know Mercedes, they about to have Mercedes over there in the MEAC conference.
In the MEAC, yeah. You can't schedule no out of conference games, TK.
It's gonna happen like on a holiday or something. Like gonna do that shit on Thanksgiving. Into the DQ.
It's the Bayou Classic, Mercedes Monet. We're gonna have a triple threat Bayou Classic match: Mercedes, Athena, and Willow. Who will come out on top?
He said the Bayou Classic. So
these damn conference games are killing me.
The motherfucking ESPN2.
What does TBS title stand for? The black strap?
The black strap. That and the North American title. hey, now you might know the thing about the North American title. I ain't even gonna count. Like I feel like that's always like that's like the catapult for like moving up to the next division. It like I swear it always happened like that. You look at any black talent that has held the North American title, that thing's like they're moving on to the next thing. Like I think it was gonna happen to Wesley before he got hurt. Oh, hey, did you?
Yeah.
Did you see this motherfucker was like already back in the ring? I'm like, dog, you just had back surgery like what 5 months ago? The hell you like? He was like springing in the ring. I'm like, this motherfucker crazy. I'm telling you, it's some people, but it's just some people in this world. They just cut different.
Well,
youth is a beautiful thing.
You know what he doing.
Youth is a beautiful thing.
My body does things now that you know. If I tried to do some of the things now that I did 20 years ago, nephew, I'd be laid up right now.
I'm about to say just like them Yick shirts, they got 3 years of shelf life left. Your boy ain't about to be the Yick no more.
3 years from now, Dickie Bird gonna have a closeout sale on them Yick shirts.
The grand finale on the Yick shirts before they get taken down, like how the wrestlers be taking down their PWT store before they get signed to WWE.
You're gonna have to leave the Yick shirt in the ring and just walk away.
Well, I mean, you know, sometimes when you be like going up the steps somewhere, like when I remember them days, but I used to be jetting up the steps, jumping up 3 steps at one time. Boy, I can still do that now, but like I'll be like, oh, now. Yeah, I'll be like, oh, you can hit some of them bones creaking, and you be like, hold on there, like, you ain't the young one no more. But next up, right, we got Kazuchika Okada defending the AEW Continental Championship against Pac. I think this is going to be the banger of the night, if I say so myself. I think this is going to hit. It's going to be the banger, as the kids say. And I think that Kazuchika Okada is going to retain the title. And then at the end of the night, him and the Bucks will have the gold. What you think, Ray?
I agree. Okada will retain, even though, again, it's another situation in which Pac, even though I think he had lost the international belt before, but he's been out on injury, and it sucks that he has to come back, and because I want to see Pac kind of elevated into another level as well. But it's a shame. He's just going to have to be a step stool for Kazuchika Okada. But I think the Danielson Ospreay will be the banger of the night. But I think this isn't going to disappoint. It's going to be very close as well. But I got Okada winning as well.
Yeah, it's okay. Okada is way too early for him to be losing matches. So he's got to win.
Y'all did Chris dirty on that, Ray. You did Chris dirty, man. You left my boy out there on the limb, dog.
I was waiting. They've been going in the same order for like.
You did my boy dirty.
I'm sorry.
You know what you did, Ray.
I'm sorry, Professor.
As The Rock said to Cody Rhodes, man, don't ever break my heart again, dog. Here's a lighter that I used to burn up your Lexus.
Right, yeah.
I said, what you got, Nate?
I mean, I feel like Pac, like we all love that dude, man. Like it's gonna be a classic, instant classic. But I feel like Pac is looking at Kaz like Missy Elliott back in the day. I can't stand the rain against my window. See, look, it's after 1 o'clock on the East Coast, so we can start singing and breaking copyright rules. Sorry, Way. Me, I'm
That's
super
how
fly.
YouTube works.
I can't be like these young cats. Like I show speed on the YouTube. I'll be I sing songs for 10 seconds.
Look at that. I show speed, man. He was at WrestleMania too.
Yo, I ain't gonna front though. And this says more about me not being I show speed's target demographic nephew. But I was like, did they bring KSI back? I was like, why does Logan Paul always hire these black dudes to be mascots? I feel like, on Twitter where they're like, name something that's not racist that feels racist.
It feels racist.
Like, why you got all these brothers in these prime costumes getting their ass beat? It feels a little suspect, Logan Paul. You and your punk ass brother. It's after 1 o'clock, folks. It's been a long week. But yeah, all that being said is Kaz, man. Like, why would you ruin Okada's momentum by taking the belt off him right now? So yeah, ain't no way, Pac.
So next up we got the AEW International Championship, Roderick Strong defending against Kyle O'Reilly. I think that Roderick Strong is going to retain. What you got, Ray?
Same. I think Roderick.
They ain't got that graphic up on the site yet, do they?
They ain't even got the graphic.
I didn't see it up there.
Damn. They don't give a damn about this match.
They had just added it last night, bro. That's why they added it like at 10 o'clock.
They graphic team slipping, yo.
They
graphic team slipping. If TNA did, man, TNA is the quickest social media team in the game, dog.
I'm telling you. But I think the dude Garrett that does that social media, but I don't know how he does that shit. Like,
yo, somebody ain't even got to show up, nephew. They could just mention somebody on TV, like, Diamond Dallas Page is coming to town. 2 seconds later, Impact got a clip. Remember that time Diamond Dallas Page showed up in the Impact Zone? We do.
Right. Yeah. But
you got Ray.
Yeah, I got Roderick Strong again. Like we were saying with Okada, it's too early to kind of switch the belt off him right now. So, yep, I got Roddy Strong. Chris.
Yeah, I got Roddy as well, but this isn't like this isn't a good prediction because I really don't know. Like, I haven't been following this storyline that closely.
Right.
So Chris, what happened is Roderick Strong came back from injury. He had been gone since like 2022.
Right,
He had like next year. So what happened is last night at the at Battle of the Belts, Roderick Strong had defended the title against Rocky Romero. Before the match, Kyle O'Reilly went up to Rocky and like just wished him good luck. And then after the bout was over, Kyle came in the ring and he like celebrated with Roderick, and then he went to go check on Rocky. And then Warlow took out Kyle. I mean, he took out Rocky, and then that's when O'Reilly was all like, "Why would you do that?" et cetera, et cetera. And then Roderick Strong, I guess he got tired of him like trying to help out Rocky Romero and give Rocky Romero credit.
Okay.
So he gave him a high knee and dropped him, and then they made the match official.
Okay, you know what? I didn't even watch Battle of the Belts yet. I watched the
you only thing I would like tell you to go check out is Athena versus Red Velvet. You ain't missed shit under that.
Yeah, I don't care about I just so yeah, okay, so yeah, I'll say Roddy Strong for now. Yeah,
you got right. I mean, Nate.
Roddy Dotty, we likes to party. Don't cause
Roddy
trouble.
Strong.
Don't bother nobody. But again, I think it's going to be a good match, nephew. But I feel like why wouldn't you let this cook for a little minute, man?
Yeah.
Feels a little rushed.
They threw this shit up quick. I'm like, this motherfucker turned on him. Y'all got the match ready. I'm like, I gotta. But I'm talking about something else. So as soon as he hit him with the high knee, the graphic came up.
Guess they got to fight.
I mean, they were just waiting. Yeah, they were just waiting.
I'm like, motherfucker hit him. I bet Roddy Strong hit him with the high knee. Next thing you know, O'Reilly laid out. They're like, hey, AEW Dynasty. Roddy Strong gonna be defending.
A bunch of people sitting in the locker room like, hold on. All I had to do was get attacked by Roddy to get a title shot. That's all it took, though.
I'm like, damn, but they ain't gonna let that cook. But now, you right. Like that. I mean, they kind of just threw it on the card. But I mean, it's kind of a thing, like, because the match gonna be great. So it's just like,
they hit us with that WWE women's title match at WrestleMania booking. Like, we ain't gonna give you no build. We just go ahead and put out a banger.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that type of thing. So the last thing on the card before we wrap up, Brother Nate, one of our own, finally made it out the MEAC. Swerve Strickland challenging for the AEW World Championship against Samoa Joe. Brother Nate, I'm gonna go to you first, and then we go to Chris Ray, and then I'm gonna finish it off. Nate, do we crown our first Black AEW World Champion at AEW Dynasty?
If this kind of feels, Andrew, like it's time, but it's not yet time.
I'm so glad you said, because I kind of felt like I feel like I don't know, I feel like Double or Nothing is the time.
Yeah, like it feels like a big stage, but it's not as big as it could be.
Yeah.
This feels like anybody that watched Samurai Jack back in the day, man. Great show on Cartoon Network. Samurai Jack, for y'all that don't know, spoiler alert. Samurai Jack was an ancient samurai warrior that got thrown back in time by the evil wizard Aku, who was like this gooey evil monster. And Samurai Jack always was trying to get back. That was the theme song, Ray. Gotta get back to the past, Samurai Jack. That's all you get into that one. And in one episode, he finally got to where he needed to go, nephew, the gate of time. And it was like, all I got to do is go through the gate of time, and I could go fight Aku and save my whole village, my whole community, save the whole world, because Aku been enslaving the whole world. And he goes to the gate of time, and he fights the guardian of the gate. And Jack is putting in work, but then the guardian's like, nah, dog, this ain't your time. Beats Jack up, knocks Jack unconscious, puts him on a little horse, a little Pegasus, I think, Chris, because it had wings.
Right, yeah.
Horse flies off, and then the guardian's like, hey, Jack, it ain't your time, but soon, brother. And they show like a picture of an old grizzled Samurai Jack that finally went through the gate. And that's how I feel about Swerve and Joe. That was a long way around to my prediction for this wrestling match. But I feel like everybody knows, man, it's Swerve's house. Everybody knows it's Swerve's time, man. Like the charisma this brother brings out, the performance. Like this man went from somebody who threw a t-shirt on a baby, a villainous act, somebody everybody cheering for, man. But it still feels just a little bit too early. Like I think you're right, nephew. Double or Nothing seems like the play. So I'm gonna say Joe wins. I don't know how the finish is gonna be, because it can't be so definitive that we're like, Swerve don't deserve another shot. Like it's got to be a close match, maybe some shenanigans. But I think Joe wins, and then we set that up for Swerve to kind of climb back up and get his true opportunity, his true Samurai Jack moment.
And Vegas, man. Vegas. What do you think, Chris?
I'm gonna go with Swerve. And under normal circumstances, I would have picked Joe, but AEW has had so much bullshit go down within the last month or so, negative stuff, that
they got to control their narrative.
Yeah, they need something to get people to forget about all that fuckery.
Yeah, that's true.
Swerve changes the conversation.
Good point. That's a great point. Yeah.
And I think it needs to happen just because of that. That this company is like, they're not dying. I don't want to be over dramatic.
Yeah, AEW ain't going nowhere though.
Yeah, but it's like they are WWE is way too hot right now, and AEW just feels like completely lost in the shuffle. And a lot of the stuff they're doing is like trying to capitalize off of stuff that's going on in WWE.
They playing catch up instead of running their own race.
Right. Yeah. I think if you give it to Swerve, it's like, okay, this is a guy that WWE rejected, that we saw as a champion and is going to be our future for the next little while. So, and also, I think that Swerve is going to lose to Ospreay in England. So to add an extra month or so to his title reign,
that's a great point. Yeah.
Damn, brothers can't enjoy nothing.
No. What you think? Hey, now what Chris said. I mean, I'm gonna wait till Ray gives his prediction, but I think that's I think that's 100% gonna be the main event of.
You done took all my enjoyment out of the Swerve win, Chris, because now we know somebody gonna come and colonize the damn belt.
Well, here's a good thing about this. Swerve and Ospreay can feud for a little while.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
There's no reason why they can't be another Rock Austin kind of.
Yeah, trade the belts.
Okay, now I see what you're cooking up, Professor.
No, but I think that 100% Swerve and Ospreay, that's gonna be the main event of All In. That's gonna be the main event. That's gonna be the show closer right there, and that match is going to fucking bang. I'm telling you, it is. But go ahead, brother Ray.
All right. Well, real quick, got another super chat from our guy Muggin. He's really been feeling your references today, Nate. He's been a big fan of.
That's what I do.
He's been catching up with X-Men '97, and he's also a really big fan of Samurai Jack.
Yeah, man.
Gotcha. Samurai Jack.
All right. So, I was kind of on the fence. I've kind of been going back and forth for like the last few weeks. But I'm gonna go ahead and plant my seat firmly on the fence because T. Anthony comes out with a great idea that I didn't think about. He talks about having a time limit draw, and then having the double or nothing match be 2 out of 3 falls. So I'm kind of thinking, especially given that AEW does like to do the time limit draw thing. I know they've done it before with, and I think it was recently with Hangman and Swerve. Not sure how they're gonna make it pay off on a pay-per-view, and then,
that's the tricky part.
Yeah,
like, especially if that's supposed to be the main event.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So, but well, in that case, I got to get off the fence now. I think, like Nate said, I think it'll be Samoa Joe, but by slippery means, nefarious means,
nefarious even.
Just like how I like to get my my pay-per-views.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
We about to get
Ray just told on himself. We got him, boys. We got him, boys. Send in the red team.
They about to take that Lexus out the parking lot.
Tony Khan about to repossess that Lexus to get all those old pay-per-views that you didn't pay for, Ray.
No, I meant through my VPN, through NordVPN.
NordVPN. Shout out to Nord.
Y'all see that lie? You just tried to see.
Yeah, don't put your nefarious activities on our good sponsors. Don't do that to Nord, Ray.
It's all by the book. All by the book.
You about to get a strongly worded 3-page email from Wei Ting tonight.
But I'm thinking. I mean, I think AEW in a tough situation right now because I think Swerve has so much momentum, and I don't think you want to get to the point where it's like by the time Double or Nothing roll around, and for whatever reason, let's say he's not like as hot as he is now. It's like should we have did it? Should we have did it right when the time was right? And it does feel like the time is right, but it also feels like Joe could have like one more month in him as champion. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So like I think they just in a real like weird situation, but I also think it's a good situation because it's like I don't think nobody gonna be complaining if Swerve win. I don't think nobody gonna be complaining that much if Joe wins because I think that people expect Swerve to win.
What's the date of Double or Nothing?
May 26th. It's like 5 weeks.
Yeah. I think you could stretch it out for another 5
Yeah,
weeks.
as I said, I think 5 weeks ain't that damn long. It's like I think you could get something out of it, but
sprinkling in a little backstage footage somewhere along the line.
Backstage footage. But what I'm
Joe
thinking is
I was about to say Joe is the only person who pretty much came out as a good guy. All that footage.
Nah, I'm about to say and Hook, who was in full character, that man ain't reacting to nothing.
Where was Hook? Well, he was like to the side.
He was standing right there by Samoa Joe. He was right there when it was happening.
Wow.
Like, Hook. I'm gonna pivot for a second.
Hold on, because let me get this prediction out of the way real quick, so I can gotta go back to it. But I'm gonna say, I think Swerve gonna win. I'm gonna say that. Right, I'm gonna go. So I think Swerve.
We split on this one.
We split. So go ahead, Chris. Go on your Hook point.
ISO.
The first chance you get when your contract runs out, this feud with Jericho is going to be absolute garbage. I've never been a fan of Hook, but
you're not a hooker dog?
Not yet.
Just clip that with no context, Ray, and put it online.
You gotta leave.
Chris Ely gone from teaching class to selling ass.
You gotta leave.
Hey, Nate, you done had some wild comments tonight. That pollen pickle shit. Like, I don't know.
It's been a long day, fellas.
Right. So yeah, you gotta leave
Go ahead,
AEW and go to NXT, man.
Yeah, I think he do well.
Go to WWE. They're gonna give you an NXT run. Accept it and get the fuck away from this storyline with Jericho. Because it's not.
But Chris, he's working with the locker room leader.
I was about to say, but when you in a Jericho storyline and you see a story about Jericho filing for trademarks, it's time to go, brother. Time to go. Because now you're in it for the long haul.
And I've always been able to separate. Jericho has been one of my favorite wrestlers for a long time. I'm able to separate the MAGA stuff from what he does in the ring, but he has not been creative for a little while now. The Jericho Appreciation Society was stupid.
Can we say he ain't been hitting since Inner Circle?
Right? Yeah, he's exactly. Because the Inner Circle stuff was good, and it's like you just turned into a face, and you're about to turn into a heel again. This is stupid, man. Get Hook, leave, run away. Save yourself, my dude. Is all.
Man, I'm about to say you should getting beat because they didn't got Taz on TV now, boy. Jericho about to get everybody in this thing.
And I think that segment might actually be a decent segment, but it's all downhill from there, man.
Hook, the next 6 months of your career, buddy. Welcome to the Jericho verse. Welcome to the Jericho verse.
And that I'm telling you, it's gonna feel like 6 years.
So Darren Johnson in the super chat. I'm telling y'all, bro, swerve.
Appreciate it, Darren.
That shit is going to be fire.
Right, yeah.
That is a main event right there. Main event. And we at the 5-hour mark. So we hit our threshold.
Ray was supposed to keep track, Ray.
And that is the end of the predictions, and that brings us to the end of the show, brother Nate. We have no more stories left.
No more stories, but we still got all the glory. I was gonna keep going, Ray, but I'm all out of allegories. That was lazy. I rhymed gory with gory, so hey, especially you gonna get like 1 o'clock in the damn morning. But we appreciate everybody. Speaking of 1 o'clock in the damn morning, 446 people watching right now, live, LIVE live. We appreciate y'all for rocking with us. Some of y'all been rocking with us since hour 1 last night. we can say last night because now it's this morning. Time is crazy, y'all. But we appreciate y'all for checking in with us this month, whether you watch the whole thing in one long piece or you put it up in little bite-sized bits, or you're listening in the podcast version in the future. We appreciate y'all for checking us out. We're going to go around the horn one last time. Let everybody shout out what they got going on, their social medias and whatnot. And let's start with this man who has come out of nowhere to become a national sensation that's sweeping the nation. Y'all give it up for Caitlin Dark himself. Two-way Ray Williams.
Thank you.
Damn.
I did real quick. I did want to go over this. I know you guys were giving I wanted to give a quick shout out. I know you guys were talking about the rundown about what was happening with WrestleMania week throughout the week. Also wanted to give a shout out to friend of the show, Andreas Hale, who has
Andreas.
Yes, he is joining our light-skinned forefather up in the House of Mouse. So we salute you, Andreas.
Turning the mothership into the brothership.
Indeed. You deserve it. You've earned it. Shout out to you, Andreas, and we wish you all nothing but the best here from the NWA Podcast.
Speaking of Andreas, shout out.
Wait, real quick. What happened to Andreas?
Oh, he got hired by ESPN. He's going to be a senior staff writer.
Yep. You for real, bro?
Yeah. He's got a video on his Twitter and everything. He announced it at the Big E breakfast that Big E wasn't there for.
And that's where I was going, Ray. So not only shout out to Andreas. Yeah, it's on his Twitter.
I'll show
Shout out to Andreas.
I sent him I sent him a shout out and stuff after he announced it I sent him a shout out on Facebook.
Yeah, good dude, man. Like he's been on the Kings of Sport before. Like really proud of the brother. So shout out to Andreas Hale, man. Y'all need to follow the brother, man. He's got some good opinions, good thoughts on the world of sports and sports entertainment. But not only shout out to Andreas, but shout out to his collaborator, his frequent collaborator, as you mentioned, Ray, Big E, who gave us a bit of an update on his health over the weekend. And it seems like he's still not closer to returning to full-time action, but it seems like the dude is in a good place mentally and spiritually. And we love the New Day guys. We especially love that brother Big E, man. And anything that brother does, whether it's in wrestling or outside of wrestling, we're gonna be checking for, man. So salute to Big E, salute to Andreas, salute to everybody doing it big.
Right, I just see Andreas got the ESPN graphic. they put the joint out like that, the all ESPN graphic. That's what's up, dog. That's what's up, man. Congratulations, Andreas, and much love to Big E too, man. I saw Big E's put out his tweet. I remember we had talked about this a while ago. I mean, like even if he don't wrestle again, man, he had a great career.
Yeah.
I'm just glad, regardless of how it ended, whatever how people feel about how it started, whatever it is, Big E got to win the world title.
Yeah.
He got to win the big one.
Yeah.
And that was, I think John Pollock said that was the favorite title of any NWA podcast episode. The episode after Big E won, the Tour de Force. But yeah, man, like you said, nephew, like if he never failed the company failed him at times. And like nobody has had a bad word to say about this dude in an industry where that's tough as hell. So if he never steps foot in a ring as an active competitor again, like you can't take away what that brother's earned.
Yeah, hey, shout out to E, man. Shout out to Big E.
He's living his best life. I think he say even though he's not cleared, he's not feeling any pain. And from what I've been seeing on his Instagram, he looked like he's in a good, strong relationship with Mia Yim's sister. It's good to see that. Like you said, Nate, it's good to see that he's striving and he's succeeding in realms other than just pro wrestling, that he's kind of, his life is going forward and is moving forward and is progressing past wrestling. So even if we don't see you again, we appreciate all you've done.
He's still on all them pre-shows and panels and stuff. Big E still at work.
If he wants to be, he'll be a hell of a commentator someday. If he wants that, but he can be so much more too.
You know that they talk to him about that.
Commentating.
Yeah, they WWE talk to him about that.
He'd be a hell of a commentator.
But the thing is, I don't think he wants to. I don't think he wants to do that. But he was like they had brought it up to him, like just what I'm saying, just figuring out like where he would fit and what show he would fit on, shit like that. As a matter of fact, hey, let Booker T say something crazy again, just have Big E replace him.
I would love this.
I have him take Wade Barrett's spot or something like that.
I love to see him on NXT.
Yeah, shout out to E, man. He'd be hilarious on NXT. He'd be great. He great on the panels too.
Yeah.
Maybe show panels. Him and CM Punk like the damn tag team.
Yeah, man.
Like that. So yeah, we're gonna see what's gonna happen with that. But yeah, go ahead, Ray.
But yeah, I'll keep it moving. My bad. I know we
big meaty men slapping muffins.
Slapping muffins.
You can find me on X/Twitter at MondoDonda1. You can find me on Instagram at MondoDonda1. You can find me in the podcast realm, not only here on the NWA podcast presented by Post Wrestling, but you can find me at the Kings of Sport. The Kings of Sport. Also, we have the Spinning Black Fist podcast with my co-host Chinyere Okafor, who was a guest on that very show at Tour de Force. So yes, that's all we get. We do have a new episode of the Spinning Black Fist podcast coming out. It's a mixed martial arts podcast. If you're into it, we review UFC 300. We're also going to have a special guest, one MMA Marcotte Eric Marcotte,
Hey,
joining us
shout out to Eric, man.
on that episode. So hopefully we could get everything aligned, and we'll have that show out for you guys by the end of the week, recapping UFC 300. Finally, it'll be the last time. We've been talking about UFC 300 since our inception in December. It'll be the last time we talk about UFC 300, and then we get to talk about Conor McGregor being back. So yes, tune in. We'll have that episode coming out wherever you listen to podcasts by the end of the week.
And Chris, the professor, Stemmy Butler. I'm gonna mix up the rotation a little bit. Chris is a brother that's had more than 83 good weeks in his life, y'all. And you'll know what I'm referencing if you've seen the Kings of Sport this week, man. But Chris, let the people know what you got going on, man. What's going down? And unlike esteemed Hall of Fame brother Booker T, you might have news on a book that the people actually want to see. That was a little harsh. I'm sorry, Booker T. It's early.
Right. So yeah, I'm still in recovery mode from the treatment I got in South America, and it's been a rigorous road, but it is what it is. Follow me on Twitter, KM Easy Does It, as it says on the screen. And listen to us next month because Jesse Collins from WrestleNomics and the Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast is going to be our guest. I'm looking forward to talking to him about wrestling journalists and what's our place in the wrestling business, right? So I'm just kind of like, are you supposed to be kayfabing when you go to these media events? Are you supposed to be shooting? Like, what are we supposed to do when we go to these things, right? And I think Jesse's the perfect person to talk about that because he's written articles on his time going to AEW media events and all that. So I'm looking forward to getting that take on it. We'll probably bring up The Rock's comments next month too. I really didn't think this was probably the best month to get involved with that because those comments are going to be relevant for a little while. So there's no need to rush it, and probably talk to Jesse about that as well. But The Rock is no longer in the division business. Rock wants to bring us all together.
He's a united, not a divider, Chris.
Right, yeah. So he goes on the Will Kane show. Like, the guys, oh my gosh. Dwayne, I love you, man, but come on, dude.
Come on, man.
That was just the idea of my comments cause division. Like, dude, do you really believe your own hype like that, my dude? Something endorsing a president caused division. Anyway.
The dismount. It's the dismount for me, nephew. Right. But yeah, shout out to Chris, man, and we see y'all in the comments, man, showing love to Chris on his road to recovery. We glad you back, brother. We glad you back, and better than ever, man. Speaking of better than ever,
hey, did you see Wade's quote tweet? he
oh yeah,
he put up the time.
Wade Ting said TikTok.
Said TikTok, man.
Wade hit us with that carrying cross.
But
speaking of getting better, nephew, ain't nobody better in the streets right now than the Yeek. Got the merch flying off the shelves. Dickie Bird can't keep up with the demand for the Yeek merchandise. Let the people know what's going on with you, nephew, and where they can find all your good work, brother.
Yeah, man, they can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, AD Thompson__. And you check out my written work over at the Post Wrestling site. And yeah, support all the good work that's going on there. I want y'all to support my good folks, KOS Pod. So instead of buying that biggie bag, go spend $5 at Kings of Sport, man. Or go spend more than that. Yeah,
don't spend all your money on a snack wrap like Ray. Spend your money on brothers that is giving your mind snacks, mental snacks.
Better yet, why would you pay your rent money when you can give the money to Kings?
I'm just saying, you can listen to podcasts go to the library, get free Wi-Fi, listen to the Kings of Sport.
We will not be held responsible.
He said we will not be held responsible.
When your landlord comes calling, we will not be held responsible here at Post Wrestling.
So Andrew Thompson told me I ain't had to pay the rent.
And then Ray, when that happened, just go ahead and delete these comments from the podcast. Remove the audio. That's all
right along with Pollock Pickles.
That snack,
remove that shit from the audience.
Sorry, John.
But yeah. They can find me on Twitter and Instagram at 80times__. Check out all my room work at Post, man. And yeah, shout out to good people for listening to the show, man. See y'all next month.
Ray, what I need you to do for next month is because me and Chris have talked behind the scenes and nephew about getting some soundboards so we can play clips during the show. Whenever we go over 5 hours, if that happens in the future, I need you to get a clip of like Hove. I'm sorry. What you want me to do? And hit that anytime we go over the 5 hour mark, which is a wild thing to say about a podcast. But this is like not even the first time we've done this. But we are going to wrap things up. For me, check me out on Twitter at @8 MOZAIK. Nate Mosaic on Twitter. Follow the show, Cospod, KOS_POD, Cospod on Twitter. Check out the Kings of Sport. I mean, it's what we do, man. We're not new to this. We're true to this. But I think, to Chris's point about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, we talked a lot about that on the last episode of the Kings of Sport, where we also talked about the NCAA Women's Championship. Shout out to the Dawn Staley and the South Carolina Gamecocks. We talked about Caitlin Clark and the way the media has fumbled the bag when discussing Caitlin Clark in the larger context of women's college basketball. We also had some words for Emmanuel Acho. We had some uncomfortable conversations, guys, when it pertains to one Emmanuel Acho. But I think
that motherfucker's a clown.
I mean, we got into it, man. We got into it on the last edition of the Kings of Sports. So we hope y'all check that out and enjoy that conversation. I will say we are talking to our good brother Justin Goodrum from Hoopsology in advance of the WNBA draft, which is coming up, and we might have another episode of the show following the WNBA draft because we are all fans of women's basketball, and we feel like we haven't done the best job at conveying that to our audience. So now that we out here with Caitlin Clark and Caitlin Dark, we can bring our love of the sport to the masses. But that's on Kings of Sport. Angel Wheat.
I'm throwing that in.
Check out the Patreon, as Andrew said, patreon.com/Kings of Sport. Any financial love that you can show us is greatly appreciated because it helps us do more of these type of things. Like full disclosure, I worked 9 hours a day straight, no lunch break at the job. Then came here and did a 5 hour podcast. So, we're doing this because we love it. We love the camaraderie. We love the discussions, but it's also nice to, be compensated financially in order for us to, do more of this and maybe do less of the other job. So that's it for us. Want to give a shout out to John Pollock, the proprietor of Post Wrestling and Pollock's Pickles. I was just going for alliteration there. I told you, man, it's been a long day. I'm starting to get a little silly, a little loosey goosey. Shout out to John and Wade. We really appreciate those brothers, man, for providing the platform. We got jokes and everything, but it's all love with them boys. Shout out to Braden and Davey. Shout out to Dickie Bird, Chop Dash Tees, Birdman, baby flies in any weather. Shout out to Righteous Reg, who provided us with one of the greatest theme songs in podcast history. And most importantly, you, the listener. Thank you for checking us out each and every month. We'll be back to do it again next month with our special guest, as Chris mentioned. We're going to have fun with this. And we hope y'all have fun with us too. So For the Yeek, the youngest in charge, the nephew Andrew Thompson. For Two-Way Ray, a.k.a. Caitlin Dark on these streets. Put it on a t-shirt, Dickie Bird. For the chef himself, the mayor of Los Angeles, Stemmy Butler, Rey Mysterio, Chris Ely. I am the Godfather, Nate Milton. And remember, the revolution may not be televised, but it damn sure will be podcasted in 5-hour installments. See y'all next month.
I remember this time.
Yo, it's Righteous Reg. It's a case for the safe, keep a space for the Nubians. Unfiltered, off-kilter, the professor, the godfather. Post-wrestling, the NWA, not keep guessing, The views and expressions, you know the rest it's pod excellence, get the message. Advocates for Nubian wrestling, you're listening to the best again. Black wrestling in the ring we invested in. Nubian kings and queens we invested in. It's for the culture and we reppin' it. It's for the culture and we reppin' it.